formats of the one-day game for Yorkshire at the age of 22. Very, very early start. I mean, extremely early promotion. And for both of them, too early, as it transpired. And, you know, I mean, that is very young, particularly for a fast bowler. Here is Roach once again, full and wide outside the off-stump. And the reason I bring it up just briefly with you is that you were also a bit of a prodigy, weren't you? You identified very young.
Yeah.
And for these two, it was almost a setback, you know. They had to kind of start again in their mid-20s.
Yeah, 100%. Their man as young lad, you know, bowling in the grown-up game. You know, your body's not developed yet. And that's why it's probably been a catalyst to a few of his injuries.
Good leave again from Alex Stewart. From Alex Lee. Alex Stewart. That's quite a compliment, isn't it? But so, yeah, body's one thing. Mind as well, I was thinking.
Yeah, definitely. You know, geez, I don't know, I was 15. Wow, you know, that's young. I think I was 17 or so when I made my debut. But 15 is very, very young, isn't it?
Yeah.
First class cricket.
No, exactly. It's like pre-O levels. Or GCSEs as they are now. Steered now into the slip cordon by Alex Lees, where Jason Holder does the fielding. And 9 overs gone, 16 for 1. Jared Kimber.
So Kemar Roach has tried around the wicket and over the wicket to Alex Lees so far. So to left-handers in the last 5 years of Test cricket, he has 46 wickets, an average of 20 bowling around the wicket to left-handers. Probably because he does bowl those big hooping in-swingers that move away from left-handers, and he's very accurate with it. It also comes from quite an angle. He only bowls 20% of his time over the wicket. He actually tried that to Lees already today. I can't remember him bowling too many balls to the left-handers over the wicket in the last Test match. So perhaps that change that Alex Lees has made has already bothered Kemar Roach a little bit, but he's back around the wicket as we speak. But even getting him any balls where he's not bowling over around the wicket to you is a win. He only averages 25 when coming over the wicket to left-handers compared to 20 when it's around, but certainly likes that more.
Alzari Joseph into the attack for the first time, and his first delivery is full and into the pads of Joe Root, and he clips it away nicely through mid-wicket. And that's 2 more runs to the England captain. Darren Goff is with us as well now.
Hello, good morning everyone. Well, good afternoon in the UK, but over in the Caribbean, a lovely morning. 2 Yorkshiremen at the crease, Yorkshiremen on commentary. Let's finish there. 18 for 1. Perfect.
2 Yorkshiremen in the England team as well. Here's Alzari Joseph once again, full and wide outside the off stump. Joe Root leaves that alone. 4. Sorry, I was talking about 2. Yeah, I was talking about 2 just a moment ago. Indeed, there are. So, England winning the toss, batting first, and 18 for 1. They've lost Zach Crawley, caught behind off the bowling of Jayden Seales, trying to leave it alone. Away swinger at good pace. 2 slips and a gully now for Alzari Joseph, and a deepish short leg. As short legs go, he's very deep. He's probably 7 or 8 paces away.
Just on that, me and Mark were talking, weren't we, before the start of play about early on Zach Crawley got off to a great start in Antigua, a great 100, but that suspect against the new ball, just pushing hard at it, he got that fine nick there, and that's what he's got to learn.
Alzari Joseph in once again, and it's driven by Joe Root to Craig Brathwaite at mid-arm. Why is Brathwaite standing so much forward than he would normally? I mean, he's alongside the bowler. He would normally be 10 yards deeper than that, wouldn't he? An orthodox mid-off.
I don't know whether he thinks back pad, not going to drive hard at it, but Joe Root loves a drive as well, doesn't he? When he drives, he throws everything at it.
Alzari Joseph in once again. There you go. That's a super square cover drive. Lovely shot from Joe Root. What is it that allows him to make such regularly good contact with those driving outside the off-stump, whereas someone like James Vince has a problem nicking them.
Well, listen,
and James Crawley.
Listen, Joe Root's a quality player. You're talking about, top 3 in the world, all-round cricketers, batters. He's just in very good positions when he bats. He commits himself. His head's in a very good position.
Here is Alzari Joseph, full and wide enough for Root to happily leave it alone. He's on 11. Alex Lees has 11 as well. 10 overs gone, England winning the toss and batting first. Another word from Alex Tudor, and then it'll be Mark Nicholas.
I was just going to say, with his head going in position, his feet, but he's got great hands. His hands are very good, and he's able to open up so he's played that one quite square, but he does go through cover, extra cover, but he does manoeuvre the ball very well because he's got just good hands. He's just a very accomplished player, knows his game inside out. And for me, if I was telling any young person to watch anyone bat, I would say watch Joe Root. It's like a masterclass the way he goes about it. He's busy, he doesn't eat up too many balls, he rotates straight, he runs hard. It's just a fine player.
Well, there's a couple of things come up technically on batting in the last 10 minutes that make for, I think, very interesting conversation. I'm going to add something to that, which is that his hands stay very close to his body. And the people who get it wrong, their hands get away from their body. And you really can't control. If you're looking to drive the ball, particularly off the front foot, very difficult with your hands up. So Root only plays when his hands are tight to his body at his best.
Definitely, Martin. I also think with the hands as well, you make a really good point. If your head goes, your hands go as well. And because his head's, he's able to keep his hands close to his body.
The two work as one. You know, your head's leading everything. And this thing about Lee's lining up, as I'm going to... In comes Roach now. And having left one ball alone, he leaves another alone. And Roach will do this for ages, by the way. He'll bowl just outside off stump. He'd dry it up, a bit like Jacques Cullis used to do for the South Africans when they wanted games to go quiet. Roach will dry it up outside off stump, and what he'll do is bring it in a little tighter. He's very wide of off stump there with some outswing to the left-hander. He'll bring it in tighter and tighter until at the end of the over he has Lees playing, and that's of course how he got him in the first test, LBW, so 2 dot balls to start the over with. He's a strong guy, not as tall as you might think. Big strong neck, in he comes now, reaches the crease. Nice economy of action. That ball a little tighter, as saying to Lees, do you play or do you leave alone? And Lees chooses to leave alone. So by lining up better, right, what he's trying to do is play the ball back where it came from. He's trying to play through the line of the ball. And the difficulty when a right arm over the wicket bowler switches to round the wicket is he creates a bigger angle. And if you continue to play it as if it's bowled over the wicket, you're actually hitting it to mid-on or back at the stumps, and you want to be hitting it to mid-off, if that makes sense. Go on, Goffey, you wanted to say something. I might not have helped. Here comes Roach again. Nice and straight now. He gets a little stuck. He should have been driving that. He's so hell-bent on defence that he leans forward and drops his bat on the ball. It scoots off an inside edge to mid-on for no run. But someone confident and in form, that length of ball, he'd push back past the bowler.
No, it's fascinating just listening, because I think with Joe Root, all those stuff you said about where his foot position, his head position are great, but he picks length so quickly and he knows which balls to go, and that's when he drives, he goes full Monty at it. He doesn't just tap it, he goes through because he's picked the length so well. But what's happening now?
Another block. I want to just explain that ball again now, straighter. So he's come in from wide of off stump. He's now bowled 5 balls in this over, and he's edged now towards off stump, but he's making Alex Lees play, and he pushes it to cover for no run.
Yeah, man, and what Kemar Roach is doing so well is bowling that length where the temptation's there for the batsman to drive, especially Lees, but with the movement he's getting, he knows if he goes for one with that ball going towards the slip cordon is the risk of nicking off.
Oh, and he beats him. Well, he probably took his bat out of the way, actually, but that last ball will give him due respect for that. Lovely over class fast bowling from Kemar Roach. Good crowd in here at Barbados, a maiden from Roach to Alex Lees. Lovely seam position and lovely rhythm he's got. I say a good crowd in. It's very predominantly English supporters. Sad not to see more Bajans on the ground. Yes, but just to finish with this hands close to the body thing, you see, if your hands stay close to your body, your footwork will take you wide enough to play the balls you want to play, and instinctively you'll know the ones to leave alone. A little bit, I mean, Man has sort of wound us up a bit mentioning James Vince. He knows that I have a little penchant for James Vince, but also for Zach Crawley. And sometimes when they drive at balls, their hands have got away from their body, and that makes it very hard to control the drive if the ball moves at all. Whereas if your hands are tight to your body and you're driving into wide ball, it's because your feet are in the right place to do so. They work as one. Sunshine on these supporters on a breezy day in Barbados. Those in the sun are going to get burnt. Those out of it should be okay. Lots of people with shirts off and shorts and things rolled up, and it's such a fantastic place to watch cricket. I can't overemphasize it. Now Root comes forward and steps into a drive that goes to short extra cover for no run after Joseph has bowled a dot ball first ball. He follows up with another dot ball, so 8 in a row now from this pair, Joseph and Kemar Roach. I remember first seeing Alzari Joseph and thinking, wow, they've got one here. We talked about him a lot, didn't we, on the last tour?
Well, he lost his, was it his mother, I think? Remember, Mark, you did that interview with him over in St. Lucia.
Very emotional, wasn't he?
Well, absolutely emotional, and terrific talent.
Tall, slim man, runs away from us now. Root is back and gets everything tucked in behind the ball and knocks it back down the pitch for no run.
What I seem to, just from my early seeing him now compared to what I did a few years ago, he seems to have lost a little bit of pace, but he's gained accuracy. And I think that tends to be a thing now with the West Indies. When we talk about the great West Indian side and the great quicks they've had over many, many years, they don't really possess that sort of pace now. But what they've got is clever bowlers and realised guys that try to get a bowling attack together that can be more accurate and put the batsman...
Root's back, and this time lets it sort of come alongside him. Ted Dexter always used to say, play alongside the ball, and it rolls out onto the offside in another back foot defence.
I'll tell you, on day 4, Antigua, I think it was the end of the day, he bowled a spell. He ran in. It was like, I don't know, maybe Brathwaite sort of said to him, look, we need a spell from you here. The game's not really going anywhere. And he ran in. He was bowling sort of 143, 144 round there. He's really picking up his knees. Looks strong, good at the crease.
Joseph again. And that is safe. Whoa, Joe Root threw everything at that. The hands got away from the body there, but he just went, and he's got lucky. Thick edge, flies over fourth slip.
Well, that's one of the advantages when you do go hard at a drive. It's going to go, if you do edge it, it's going to go very, very quickly, as that one did. It went very up. In fact, that far, it went over gully. With a thick edge, good bit of bowling from Joseph. Big thick edge, up and away it runs for a boundary for Joe Root.
And lovely to see this swing out there. They're giving it a really interesting contest. Swing's the thing, particularly with the new ball, and particularly, of course, if it goes late. Here's Joseph again. This time he bangs it into the surface, and Root plays it down very late, and it goes to third slip, and there's no run. So for 26 for 1. Sorry, I haven't given you the score for a bit. 26 for 1 here. Toss won by Joe Root. Chose to bat first. Pitch looks very good, and there's a bit of movement out there, which is nice to see. You'd expect that with the new ball. You have to play well against the new ball in Test match cricket, but it's a great opportunity for England batting first on a dry pitch.
Yeah, I think it is, and Joe mentioned at the toss, but he expects it just to move around a little bit dampness underneath there. It's going to be on that first morning. I think West Indies have bowled pretty well here. I think Kemar Roach has done what he always does. I think if anything he'd be a little bit more disappointed, but he hasn't made the left-handed Lees play a little bit more. Yes, he's dried up the scoreboard, 26 for 1, but he hasn't probably made the left-handed Lees play enough. He hasn't brought enough back into the left-hander from around the wicket where he got him out in the last Test match.
Well, interesting move, and I think a good one. Virasamy Permaul, the left-arm spinner, is into the attack for the first time, and very early in the match. Only 12 overs bowled. He's going to bowl with quite an attacking field. What will Alex Lees do? Will he take him on, put him in his place? Rather as the Australians did to Jack Leach when he bowled early in Australia. A slip, a leg slip, and a short leg. are the attackers, and back he goes and plays it a bit like Jack Leach actually when he bats. That's how he defends against spin bowling. He sort of shuffles across the crease and sticks his bum out and prods it to square cover.
Well, he's done all right doing it as well, Jack Leach.
Very good.
Yeah.
Very good tail ender. Good play, got 90 odd against Ireland at Lords. Remember that? Played beautifully. Vermaelen again and lobs it up. Nice flight and dip and bounce on the ball. Lovely to see that. We didn't see enough of it in the last test. No run as it's knocked down leg side by Lees.
As a captain, Matt, I think you should always have a look at your spinner early doors against opening batsmen.
Back goes Lees again. Yeah, Shane Warne always used to say, as no run comes from that back defensive stroke, if it seems, it spins. And anyway, you should get a spinner on to see how the pitch behaves. Vermaelen again, and back he goes. I'll come back to Warne in just a minute because we've got some news about Shane Warne. 26 for 1 here. We're into the 13th over. The left-arm spinner, Virasamy Permaul, is bowling to Alex Lees. Lees now comes forward and push drives to extra cover. He's not playing his attacking strokes with much conviction. 40 balls now, just 11 on the board, and there have been opportunities to score that he hasn't taken. It's as if he's resolved to bat for the whole of this session, just to give the opposition nothing. That sometimes can make you tense in the shoulders and the hands as he goes back to defend again. So the end of a tidy first over. A maiden, lots of maidens so far this morning. 26 for 1 from 13. And about Shane Warne, at lunchtime today, we're going to pay the first of 2 tributes to Shane Warne. Today Darren Gough and I will focus on the man, his character, his personality, his sense of fun, his all-round status as a human being within the cricketing firmament, and then tomorrow we'll look closer at his cricket career, the magic moments, the way he turned matches with his genius, and the tremendous power of his personality that won so many situations for the Australians, and indeed for other teams he played for. So the feature of our lunch programmes today and tomorrow, the one and only Shane Warne, who passed away so suddenly and shockingly just over a week ago. That's left alone outside off stump by Joe Root, who's very circumspect. He sort of watched that ball as if it might have the devil in it. He watched it all the way through into the keeper's gloves. And the keeper, who's very tidy, I haven't talked much about Joshua Da Silva, but he's very organised wicket keeper. Oh, we're getting a great view on the TV, this big monitor here of that Barbados Sea. Oh, it's got me withering in my seat here in London. One of the great places in the world, Barbados. As Root defends, plays a good ball very well. Because he didn't push out of it, it actually flew to the slip area, but on the bounce rather than on the full. And so no danger in that. I can even see a beach there, Goffey, in the distance that beckons me at the close of play.
Yeah, you'd be on that jet ski, wouldn't you, Mark?
I would, actually.
Oh, the banana boat.
No, jet ski.
Yeah, the jet ski. Love a jet ski. But a fantastic place, and I've been impressed, by the West Indies bowlers. Ball good lengths, good lines.
Joseph again down the leg side. The first bad ball, actually, a real rank one down the leg side that Root missed out on, and he scuffs the ground with his boot. You can hear the stud scrape across that hard, dry surface. And then he sort of admonishes himself. He's wandering around, all ticker going a bit here because he missed out on a 4 ball. Root has 15 from 33 balls faced. Alex Lees 11 from 41. Zach Crawley, the man out, caught at the wicket, trying to leave alone a ball from the very impressive Jaden Seals. Root goes on the pull to a shortish ball, gets under edge out to long leg for a single. Seals, in fact, the man who does the fielding. The 20-year-old Jaden Seals perhaps is the standout of the series so far as a promising talent in the game, but a single there to Root, which will swap the strike around and allow Lees to have a look at Alsari Joseph.
I think with Alsari Joseph, he's just one of those bowlers. I think when you watch him live, you think about a rhythm bowler, but you can see with the action he's got. But if he just click, he can easily go up 4 or 5 clicks in pace. At the minute, I think he's bowling within himself. He's trying to use the facilities. He's trying to get that little bit of movement.
Trying to use the facilities. I like that expression. That's left alone out. Side of stump by Alex Lees. Explain that one.
Well, a lot of times, sometimes you'll get guys, you're playing a pitch that might just offer a little bit, and they just don't make the batsman play, and they waste the new ball. A little bit, but like with Kemar Roach, if you watch the way he's bowled today, it's been pretty, hasn't it? It's been pretty, but not effective because he's not made the left-handed Lees play enough. But what Joseph is trying to do is make both the right-handed and left-handed play at the ball while the ball's pretty new.
That's a good defensive stroke, very solid from Alex Lees. He's fighting for all he's worth here. We got another statistician. I call Jared Kimber's much more than the statistician, but we got this guy Gary who works remotely, and he's absolutely amazing. And he's just sent me a thing here. In the last test in Barbados, Moeen Ali came into the attack in the first innings of the match, the 17th over, and when Pakistan played here just before that, Yasir Shah came into the attack in the 11th over, so it's not unusual to see a spinner on early in Barbados, not in the modern era of the game. I can tell you, when Marshall, Garner, Holding and Roberts was the attack, there wasn't a spinner on early.
Just on the Alzari Joseph, we've seen him bowling over 90 miles an hour there. He didn't really get up to that pace. The incredible spells we saw in the last match that Judes was talking about was certainly he was getting up towards high 80s. It doesn't feel like he's pushing the pace. But I just want to talk about the line and the length. I would say that over the last 4 or 5 years, the West Indies are almost the most patient bowling attack. They just hang the ball a lot wider than anyone else and will really push batters as far as they can.
Pamal to continue with his left arm spin, or try to, and fumble it, mumble it, and blow it, and go back to his mark, start again.
And I think a big change is Roddy Eswick has come in as their bowling coach, and that's something he really preaches as a bowling coach over there.
Mean, isn't he? Mean. Like that Sylvester Clarke he knew so well, he was mean. That's a block of a very full ball, and Root exaggerates his position over the ball, almost sniffing it.
Do you think it's from when Holder was captain as well? He's that type of bowler who leaves the ball out there and bowls to a field?
A lot of blocking here as Root goes forward and nudges that to mid-wicket, no run.
I think Holder and Roddy Eswick together, I think Roddy Eswick might have been the high school teacher of Jason Holder.
Well, there you go.
I mean, he is for half the team. All the Bayesian boys, I think he taught them at school or coached them through academies.
Root back and defends a full ball to forward short leg, who does the fielding. They're the two close fielders, by the way. Slip of the forward short leg for the right-handed Root.
But I think it's that partnership together. But I also think it helps. I think it's Kemar Roach as well, likes that defensive bowling style.
Gotcha. Don't tell me. Well done,
now
Tommy.
Root pushes off the front foot with a lovely straight bat to Root's beard is much more complete now. It's almost a Tudor era beard. Whereas the beard on Brisami Pamal is much more a modern Indian cricketer's beard, that little pointy bit at the bottom. A lot of beards in the game at the moment as Root leans forward and pushes to short extra cover for no run. Root's beard, of course, is rather covered up by the strap on his helmet.
Well, there was a time where when you play first-class cricket, you had to shave.
I like it. An attempt at a slog sweep from Root, but he only got an under edge to it. It went out to deep backward square leg for a single, and that's the end of the over, and it's 28 for 1 as we move over to the Kensington Oval. We're ducking and diving a bit with our commentary. We're here in London, but we're also at the ground in Barbados. Barry Wilkinson's there, and I think Samuel Badri is with him.
Yeah, you got it right. 28 for 1. So Root's on 17 from 40. We've got Lees 11 from 43. And we've got Alzari Joseph to continue from the Malcolm Marshall end. He's not been at his best, but nevertheless he's trying to still get a wicket, get the breakthrough for the West Indies as he comes in now and bowls to Root, and Root is on driving. Turning this one just behind the square position for 1. That's all there'll be for the England captain as the total now moves to 29 for 1. As I said, hello to Samuel Badri. Hello, Sammy.
Hello, good morning, Barry, and hello to all the listeners. Good afternoon back in the UK. A really excellent crowd in here at the Kensington Oval, the majority of which are travelling English fans. Just a sprinkling of local supporters in for the first morning of this second test match, the first test match ending in a stalemate in Antigua, but this one promises much more excitement and entertainment as Alzari Joseph goes in once again.
And bowls to Lees, and Lees this time gets a delivery one at the off stump, lets it go by, taken by the keeper. So we've got 3 slips in the gully, we've got a backward point and a cover, a mid-on that's whitish, a short leg and a fine leg. Sammy, lots of talk about Purmwall. People are saying, should he have got that play again, given the opportunity? Do you agree?
Yeah, I think so. He did have a difficult test match in Antigua. He was out-bowled, outclassed by his counterpart Jack Leach from England, who did an excellent job for England, holding from one end and whilst they were able to attack from the other.
As Joseph bowls again, one at the off stump, taken there by the keeper, no run.
And in the second innings, he was able to prize out 3 scalps in that push for victory. So he was out-bowled and he was outclassed. But let's not forget that he did get that 8 wickets in that last test in Sri Lanka, a 5-wicket haul, followed by 3 wickets in the second innings. And I think that he commanded his spot in that first test match. And this pitch in particular is quite dry, not something that we are used to here at the Kensington Oval. It seems as though as we go deeper into this test match, once again spin might have an impact.
As Joseph passes umpire Dugan and bowls, that's deja vu, just outside the line of the off stump, taken again by De Silva. It's almost Groundhog Day when Lee is batting, because he tends not to go outside the line of the off stump, and for some reason the bowlers haven't recognised that. They have not attacked the stumps. If you had to be critical, I think that would be one thing you have to say, that they have not done enough so far in this innings.
Yeah, especially with the new ball, you want the opening batsman to play as much as possible to really challenge his patience and his skill level, and I thought you're quite right in terms of the number of deliveries that he had to leave alone.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump. This time he's forced to defend, plays it quietly into the offside, and there's no run. We're just coming up to the first hour of play. England winning the toss and batting, 29 for 1. The captain Root is there on 18. Lees is on 11. It was Jaden Seals who got the breakthrough earlier when he had the century maker Crawley caught by the keeper for a duck. That was a while ago. That was in over number 3. We've had 15 overs since then, in 15.5 in the 16th over, and it's going to be Alzari Joseph. If he passes umpire Dugan and bowls, a delivery that's short outside the line of the off stump, left alone there by the batsman Lees, taken by the keeper. As drinks come on, it's the first hour of play gone, and England, the first test ended in a draw, or 29 for 1, forced to make a couple of changes. And generally when you look at the England squad, Wood unfortunately injured. You've got Ollie Robinson who's also injured, and we know they didn't come with Stuart Broad and Jamie Anderson. That's a topic that's being talked out. I don't think there's any more you can say except what is their blood type. We know everything about why they didn't come. But the England squad, in terms of the bowling, looks a bit short. There's no Jofra Archer as well.
Yeah, it looks a little bit thin, and especially as you mentioned with those faster bowlers or the fastest bowlers of the lot being injured out, it puts tremendous responsibility on the guys who have been selected and guys who are still in the embryonic stages of their career. As a matter of fact, we have 2 debutants in this test match, so it remains to be seen how they will fare, how they will cope with the scenario ahead of them. But leaving those 2 players out, you're quite right, there's so much conjecture and discussion about that we can no longer talk about that. It's the Operation Red Ball Reset as it's been called, so change in personnel. And the experienced guys who have been in the team for quite some time have been given different responsibilities, additional responsibilities. You look at someone like Chris Woops with the new ball, given that job to try to take early wickets. He has a dismal away record as compared to a home record in England. And Ben Stokes, in that first test match, his workload with the ball, a lot of people are saying that he might just bowl a few overs, but that workload was tremendous, and it was because of the injury to Mark Wood and because of the lack of experience in terms of the fast bowlers, Joe Ben Stokes rather, had that additional responsibility. So it's a new look team. It's a new direction that England want to head. They want to give people different, I suppose, roles and responsibilities in this setup. And as always, once guys have that opportunity, it's up for them to grab it with both hands. Mahmoud in this game, along with the other debutant Matthew Fisher, an opportunity at the Kensington Oval to make their debuts, and they want to really justify that faith that's been placed in them in terms of their selection in the squad.
Well, this is the 55th test match at this ground. The average first innings total at Kensington Oval is 331. The average first innings total in the last 15 tests has been 318, so that's pretty consistent when you look at the teams batting first. For Sami Pumol, we have been critical, but you say that, but he's got some 33 first-class wickets here in Barbados at an average of 34. His best, of course, would have been against Barbados. He got 4 for 73, and that was the last time we would have played a first-class match here, which was in January 2019. So he has some success at Kensington. I think just when you look at the scenario and you look at what has been happening in West Indies cricket, the spinners have dominated. We saw back the last test back in 2019, that last test that was played here. Who dominated? It was Roach first of all, and then it was Chase with 8 wickets. So you say A, you must say B, and recognize that the spin has had some success. The water card is gone, and we're going to have a resumption. Of course, the typical someone walking in front of the sight screen happens every cricket match. After some, 45 years of the sight screen being up like that. So here comes Pumol now as we have a resumption. Root is on strike. He's on 18. This delivery is on the line of the off stump from Pumol, and played quite into the offside in this round.
And in that 2015 test match that was played here, which West Indies won, Sami Pumol was part of that, and he got 3 for 43 against England right here at the Kensington Oval. So he has that under his belt as well.
Delivery on the line of the off stump. There comes Root, pushes it into the offside. Still no run. The West Indies got to be careful. They were fined for a slow over rate in the first test. So far in this test, in the first hour bowled, they've only bowled 15, and that tells me that they still need to be careful. They don't want to get another fine. As this delivery again forces Root on the back foot, strokes it to backward of point to Nkrumah Bonner. Still no run. Hearing some encouragement coming through the microphones there from the keeper, De Silva. There's a leg slip as well, as Pumol bowls, and Root is looking to tuck this one down to short third man. He wants to run, but he's sensibly sent back by Lees. That would have been a run out. Well fielded there by Nkrumah Bonner, as Root was making room and trying to get that ball through the vacant gully.
And more importantly, aside from being fined for the slow over rate, they've been docked valuable World Test Championship points. So you're quite right, that's an area that they'll be concerned about, and it was on the back of Sami Pumol not being able to bowl maneuvers. This one is tucked away down towards deep backward square by Joe Root for the single. So because he wasn't able to bowl many overs, had to use the fast bowlers, and of course that will slow down the over rate. So it's something that they'll need to improve on in this test match, and Sami Pumol so far has started quite economically, and it remains to be seen how successful he can be in terms of wicket taking.
Yeah, so Pumol, here he comes again now and bowls to Lees, and Lees is getting the delivery on the line of the off stump, comes on the front foot, pushes it down back down the ground, and fielded there by Pumol, and there's no run. So 30 for 1 at the end of over number 17. England winning the toss and batting. Root's got 11. Root's got 19, correction. Lees has got 11. And we've had earlier Crawley caught the silver ball Seals for a duck. Jayden Seals has come on mightily well. You would have seen a lot of Jayden Seals being from Trinidad and Tobago. Are you impressed with the strides that he's made at only 20 years old and making his test debut last year?
Well, to be honest, I haven't seen much of him prior to when he made his international debut. He didn't play much first-class cricket. As a matter of fact, he played just the solitary first-class game in New Zealand against New Zealand before he made his debut against South Africa in 2021. There wasn't much cricket in 2020 because of the pandemic, and very limited no first-class cricket at all in 2021.
Short ball. Root is on the back foot, plays it square to the offside, and there is no run. So we haven't seen Jason Holders yet. We've seen a number of bowlers, but we haven't seen the leading all-rounder in world cricket. He's reclaimed his spot. You know, Rajendra Jadeja from India had ousted Jason Holder, but he's now back on top. after the last round of Test cricket.
Yes, so Jaden Seals was very impressive on debut against South Africa, picking up a wicket in his first over, and then that 5-wicket haul against Pakistan to become the youngest ever West Indian to get 5 wickets. This one is outside the line of the off stump, and Joe Root just watches it go past through to wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva, no run. So since his introduction to this Test match cricket, Jaden Seals, he's shown really good promise and potential, certainly one to look forward to in the future. His pace, his skill level and his commitment so far has been quite commendable.
Yeah, here he comes now. Alzari Joseph from the Malcolm Orchelet passes the umpire and bowls to Root, and Root is on the front foot defence with a very broad bat and pushes the ball to cover. We've had Roach 6 overs, 3 overs, 6 overs, 3 maidens, done for 12. Jaden Seals 4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 4, so he's been impressive. Alzari Joseph in his 5th over, no maiden, none for 12, and Pamal 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 2.
Alzari Joseph is another one of those, well, not so young anymore. He's mid-20s now, but when he started and he made his debut, he showed similar promise to Jaden Seals. Still hasn't quite managed to be consistent enough as a Test match bowler. This one is short and pulled away protection in the deep and goes toward the fielder at fine leg, just a single. But he started off after that 2016 Under-19 World Cup win. Alzari Joseph, part of that infamous team, made his debut shortly thereafter. Good pace. He was able to get the ball to carry through. He had good seam position, good late swing as well, but he hasn't been able to crack Test match cricket just yet, despite all of that promise and despite all of that skill. And it's really heartening to see that he's back into this team and he's given that effort. And West Indian fans and everyone who supports West Indian cricket will want to see this young man continue to improve and continue to fulfill his talent.
Here he comes in now and bowls a delivery that's on the line of the off stump, plays the ball defensively back to the ball, there's no run. Winston Benjamin has a very big influence over Alzari Joseph. I know he's worked with him quite a bit, and when you hear him talk, and I'm talking about Alzari now, he tends to give him a lot of credit, but I just get the impression with Alzari Joseph that you've got to whisper in his ear every ball where to put the ball. Sometimes I just get the impression he drifts a little bit in terms of his concentration span. Here he comes in again now, bowls to Lees, and Lees gets a full delivery. He plays it back to Joseph, and there's still no run. England are 31 for 1 in the sunshine here in Bridgetown, Barbados, with Root on 20, Lees is on 11. They're going quite slow, but they wouldn't mind having lost that early wicket. One of the things they would want to do is to try and not be 27 for 3 like they were in Antigua. Well, and
48 for 4 at the moment in time when Johnny Bairstow came in and had to rescue them from that precarious position. So far, yes, they've lost that early wicket of Zach Crowley, the Centurion, in the second innings in that first Test, but so far Joe Root has solidified and really consolidated with Alex Lees this partnership now 27 runs, and it was a conscious and a concerted effort and decision by Joe Root to promote himself to number 3 as part of that reset, to support the opening batsman if he does get in early, the other opening batsman, and really to make sure that there aren't further losses. So he's done that exceptionally well in the first Test, getting that century, and now here again, so far so good.
For more balls to Root, who's looking to sweep, doesn't do it off the middle of the bat, but he will squeeze a run out to the backward square leg area to move the total on to 32 for 1. England winning the toss and batting. Lees has got 11. He's on strike. He's been there for a mighty long time, just about an hour and 15 minutes. He's got 11 from 51. Root's got 21 from the same amount of balls, so he's almost doubled his score. But Root has looked in really good nick. Of course, he got that century in the last Test along with Crawley and Bairstow, so people haven't been that bad. West Indies depended a lot on Bonner, who got a century as well. So we had 4 centuries on that Test wicket in Antigua. As put more balls now to the left-handed Lees, who gets the delivery well at the off-stump, taken there by the keeper.
Yeah, this wicket looks similarly docile so far. It remains to be seen how it will pan out in the remaining days. The last first-class game played here, Barry, there were lots of runs scored as well, as Pumal comes in once again outside the line of the off stump on the back foot. This time Alex Lees goes through to the extra cover, no run. In that last first class game, Barbados made over 300. Barbados responded with 500 plus, and they had to declare. Craig Bradford got a magnificent 276. John Campbell got 127. Both of home feature here. Pumel in once again on the front foot this time. Back to the bowler. No run the result. So based on recent history, this is an exceptional batting surface.
Yeah, you're right. Like I said, I mean the first innings average is just 330. Again, this division line, the all-stumped Lees is coming forward and just pushes into the all-side, and there's still no run. Red ball reset. What do you make of that kind of marketing and initiative from England to try and put that nightmare of the Ashes behind them as Pramod comes in again and bowls to Lees? Lees is turning this ball forward of spirit. He'll get a couple of runs here. He gets one. They're going to come back for the second. Seals is onto it now. The throw is a good one, but he can't stop the brace. It's 2 runs to add to the England total. And we haven't heard the crowd a lot, but we hear them there. 34 for 1 to end over number 19 with Lees in 13 and Root on 21. Comments now from Samia Badri.
Well, they had to do something to arrest the situation or the decline in terms of the red ball game in England. Their test match performances in the recent past and the not so recent past hasn't been anything to write home about. So they've decided to make a few changes. Andrew Strauss, interim head of the ECB, has decided to make a few changes in order to redress the situation. Changes in personnel at the coaching level, at the management level, as well as changes in personnel in terms of the squad that has been selected. And I'm sure that they'll do different things as well in terms of county cricket, and once that season resumes, in order to get that situation back on track. They did something similar at the end of that 2015 World Cup in Australia, where they failed miserably, and 4 years later they were able to win that ODI World Cup at home. This one, Jason Holder into the attack rather, for the first time we've seen him push to mid-off. Good bit of fielding by Craig Brathwaite, no run the result. So yes, I think they've identified that they have an issue, and once you've identified that you have an issue, you have to put an action plan in order to redress it. And so far they've started something, and I'm sure it's just the start of more things to come as they look to address that situation.
Yeah, well said, Sammy Badri. So yes, you've called it correctly. Jason Holder, the number 1 all-rounder in world cricket now, comes in from the Malcolm Marshall end, passes the umpire and bowls to Root, and Root is turning the ball into the onside, straight to Alzari Joseph, who's there at that mid-wicket position, and there is no run. How good is Jason Holder in your books?
Well, Jason Holder in the Kensington Oval is absolutely phenomenal. That unbeaten, magnificent 202 against England in that famous victory in 2019. And of course, lest we forget, in the final rights of the T20 series recently played, he had 4 wickets in 4 balls. So he has a ridiculous performances here at the Kensington Oval, his home ground of course, but exceptional player. This one is down the line of the leg side. Joe Root tries to work it towards the one side, misses it, goes through to the wicketkeeper Joshua Da Silva, no run. But the number 1 ranked test all-rounder, like you mentioned, he was displaced temporarily by Ravindra Jadeja. He's since reclaimed that position, and duly so. He's a really good leader, even though he's not the captain of this team, but he leads by example, both with bat and ball, and someone who I'm sure any captain would want in their team.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Root, of course, who is the captain of this team, batting at number 3, being bumped up the order. This one is played defensively as the onside, and there's no run. Joe Root batting at number 4 for quite some time in his career for England, and deciding after this red ball reset, or during this red ball reset, to move it to number 3. Interesting decision.
It is an interesting decision, especially given the success that he's had in that number 4 position, the mountain of runs that he scored in 2021 batting at 4. But he's made that call as captain, as leader, to go up the order.
Here he comes again and bowls to Root, who's turning this one down to flying leg. He'll get a couple of runs here, or did that come off the pad? We'll wait for the signal, but they'll get a brace, and the 2 runs are runs off the middle of the bat. Nigel Duckett doesn't make any signal, so Root gets 2 more, and it takes the total now to 36 for 1 and over number 20, with Root going on to 23 and Lees is on 13.
Yeah, so it's interesting for the leader to make that decision given the success that he's had, but he's decided that for the team, he's not thinking about Joe Root, he's not thinking about himself, he's thinking about what's best for the team, and he's decided that number 3 is best for the team.
Holder bowls to Root, who's driving. They're appealing for a catch at the wicket. Now it says the umpire, a low catch taken by the keeper. I don't think they'll go upstairs with that. Not the most convincing of appeals, I must tell you. And the umpires are actually converging, because I think they're asking if that carried. Well, it's not over yet. I was saying that no, he's not out, but I don't know if the captain is going to go upstairs. No, he's not. So all's well that ends well, and that's the end of the over, or is it not? There still seems to be some indecision here. Let's look at the replay. Root came on the front foot, it hit the pad. It went through to be taken by the keeper, and the catch was taken, but it was clearly off of the pad. The only question would have been is if that was LBW, and I don't think it was. So Root survives. 36-1, he's on 23. So 36-1, Root has 23, Lees has got 13. Let's say hello again to Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed, Barry Wilkinson. 20 overs gone, England winning the toss and batting first, and they've lost. Zach Crawley caught behind, attempting to leave the ball against fast bowler Jaden Seals. Didn't get the bat out of the way in time, and he departed without scoring. Following on from his second innings century in Antigua, he's lasted just 6 balls today. Was out to his 7th. Here's for Sami Pamal. And that one is driven by Alex Lees up towards mid-off. Samuel Badri, did Basami Pamal just have one of those matches in Antigua? I mean, he didn't look like the kind of bowler who, with the record that he's got. It's extraordinary. 520 wickets at 20. And at home, he's got almost 200 or 196 at 15 in Guyana. But he just didn't look on the money, did he, in Antigua?
Yeah, I think so. And I also think the manner in which the English batsmen played him, they played him quite positively. They looked to score for him. This one is on the line of the stump, on the front foot. Alex Lees, no run. So they played him quite positively because they knew if they can get him off the attack, it would have been much easier to score off the fast bowlers. And that's exactly what happened. And they were able to score quite quickly on that 4th and 5th days, so that they can look to push on. This one is outside the line of the off stump, the outer part of the bat of Alex Lees, and goes towards backward point.
world. I reckon if he'd done that anywhere, the crowd would have responded in the same way.
Absolutely. And I think one of the things, what people are going to know about Shane Warne is, and you touched on it there, Mark, at the start of your article, is but how generous he was with his time. He used to donate so much time. He came over to England. He changed in between Australia and the UK. He had a lot of work here. And he used to come over here and donate so many days to charity. And he always ended up doing far too many, more than his diary would allow him. But I've got so many messages. You know when you do this and you start going through your phone and you're going through all the messages, and the things he sent me, for the boss here, by the way, who he'd met only once before in Australia, and huge Scott Taunton, and he sent him a lovely message on his birthday, 50th birthday, and he did stuff like that. No matter where he was in the world, whether he were commentating in Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, or India, or whether he was in UK just around the corner, he'd just stop, do the video, and send it. And he was so generous with his time, and he did so much for charity. And I feel now, I was so lucky to meet him, so lucky to play against one of the greatest cricketers the world's ever seen, and get to know him as a friend. And only last October, Mark, we spent so much time with him, didn't we, at the Dunhill Links in Scotland. We had a terrific time. I was in a bubble because we had to be in a bubble during that period. And our bubble was Rick Lewis, his good friend, the guy who's got the love hearts on the caps, which you'll have seen Warney wear on numerous occasions. Me, Rooty, and Vorney. And we had a terrific 6 days in Scotland, and I'll remember that forever. Absolutely forever.
You talk about all the texts. I mean, here's one to me from Raj Amal, the BBC journalist. How much less bright and gold this world will be without him. He was sunshine made flesh. And he brightened a room. In fact, he brightened everything that you did. So let's have a little bit more fun, because crikey, he took some risks. I mean, he played the tables, he loved his poker, he loved to bet on the golf that he played, and he sort of took life to the limit in every single way. When he went out with him, it was the ultimate night out, wasn't it? And your last one was at the Dunhill Links Championship earlier, well, no, not earlier this year, sorry, in October. Yeah. And the night before he went out to play, made the cut, he went out to play the final round, in which he, of 9 handicap, shot 70 around St Andrews, 2 under par of a 9 handicap gross, and he was getting 11 shots. And they were 16 under, him and Ryan Fox, his professional partner, and they only failed by 1 shot to win the tournament, and you were with him to 4 o'clock in the morning, dare I say.
Well, 2 days, because we was in bubbles and we couldn't go out in St Andrews, which Warney would always love a little visit into St Andrews. He loves the place, right? So we had this marquee up, which Johan, obviously the organiser and owner of the golf tournament, had set up, and we literally was there, the last to leave 2 nights before the final round, and then on the the night before the final round, there's a big party, isn't there, with lots of fireworks. And I said, and I joke about it now, it's one of I've never seen Warney. I never see Warney as a big drinker. I never saw him as a...
No, he's a binge drinker.
Yeah, I never saw him as a big
drinker. He wouldn't drink for weeks on end.
Yeah, exactly.
And then when he had a night out, it was Monster.
Yeah, and it was a Monster.
Vodka and Red Bull.
And I think he was so nervous because he very rarely made the final round, did he? And he made it, and he was so shocked he made it, because it was like the last ball. He knocked me out, by the way. He knocked me out. I was in the final round, and he knocked me out by birdie in the last 2 holes with his partner Ryan Fox.
Last 3. I was playing with him.
Yeah, so he knocked me out.
Birdied the last 3 holes, which the only way they could make the cut was if they birdied the last 3.
Correct.
And Warne did it himself. Foxy hit it into a bush at their 3rd hole from home, and Warney made a 3 at the par 4. He then made a 2 at the par 3, and he then actually they both birdied the par 5 last.
He did, and I think he was so nervous, and he thought he's got no chance of winning because he just made it, didn't he, into that final round.
Yeah. That was Kings Barnes. We were playing it the wrong way round. Any golf expert out there picking me up on that? It was Kings Barnes, and we started on the back 9, and so he was playing the front 9. Second, if you see what I mean. So he birdied 7, 8 and 9. Actually, he birdied 6, 7, 8 and 9, in fact. But anyway. So you're going hard. He's bowling leg breaks at Michael Vaughan, who's batting with a Coke bottle, and Joe Root's fielding at Silly Point. Maybe I shouldn't tell these stories away. It was holiday time, though, and you were at Short Leg.
Yeah, I was at Short Leg, and I say it was a great evening, and we had so much fun. And I want to tell you a story what happened, actually, as well. During our round that day, we all used to meet in the Jigger. after we'd all played our rounds at different places. So some might be playing at Carnoustie, some might be playing at Kingsbarn, some might be playing at St Andrews. So we sat down, we're having a chat. So our bubble, right, it's Rick Lewis, me, Warney, and Rooty. And he sat down, Joe Root, and he tried to persuade, I didn't know if you know this, Mark, he tried to persuade Warney to coach England in the build-up to the Ashes last winter. And Warney, you can imagine the smile on his face. You could see he wanted to do it, but he was also that loyalty to Australia. But Joe kept asking him, and I thought he was getting closer and closer and closer. And he said, "Let me think about it, and I'll give you a call." And then 2 days after the tournament finished, Warney texted me. He said, "Have you got Joe's number, by the way? I forgot to get his number." And I thought, he's going to do it. And obviously it didn't happen. But
he did like a challenge. And of course, he. How do I say this? He would help anybody. There was no, you don't play for Australia, or you don't play for Hampshire, or you don't play for, Melbourne. I mean, Victoria. It doesn't matter. I will help you, and not just with leg spin. He would talk to you about the psychological side of the game, of which he was a master, of course. He'd talk to you about, if you were a batsman, he'd talk to you about what a bowler was looking for. What flaws in your technique he tried to expose in certain situations. He loved the game. He loved helping people with the game, and he didn't mind the idea of a stronger England. He thought a stronger England was very important for cricket. He liked Joe Root. He thought he had a bit to learn about captaincy. He wanted him to make more runs in Australia. They were the two things he felt about Root, and he thought he could help him with both of those things. So he did think about it.
Mark, he used to call me up when we were playing against other teams when we were playing at the time, and give me advice on how to bowl to certain players from other countries. I couldn't believe that. So I got one of the, if not the biggest legend who was playing at the time, calling me up and giving me advice on how to bowl to other players from other countries, whether it be Cullinan, whether it be Jack Callis, whether it be, he was amazing to just give you advice and stuff. And he was a spinner, and I was a kind of fast bowler, but he was still felt he was knowledgeable enough to give me advice on and how to get them out, and I appreciated that.
Yeah, you both emerged pretty much the same time. So he was 92 and then made his name really with that ball to Mike Gadding in 93 in England. Then you came into the England side in 94 against New Zealand, but toured Australia in 94-5. So the first time England played in Australia against Shane Warne was with you in the side. And two big characters, larger-than-life characters, leading the expression of character and personality in their teams. And that was very much like-minded souls, but operating on opposite sides of the fence. How much time would you have spent, would the teams have spent together with each other after matches in those days? Would you have a drink in the dressing room after play and that kind of a thing?
Well, I think because we both loved the game, and I remember one of the early after Des play, the players then, it was just that swap over where a lot of players just disappeared. But I remember going in the dressing room with Graham Gooch, Mike Gatting, Mike Atherton, and it might have been Alex Stewart. They're the only ones that stayed behind after the first day in Brisbane. And along came Warney, Healy, Boone, and I'll never forget that, because they're in the dressing room and you're chatting just cricket. We're legends of the game. I was just a young kid, and Warney was really same age as me. Was a young kid as well, but we were both there just gathering information from legends of the game, and I think that's when we kind of hit it off, where we were very similar personalities, I would say. The way we played the game, the way we probably are in our personal, we want to help people, we love the game, but he took superstardom to another level. I mean, totally on a different point in that superstardom to anybody else.
Yeah, that piece that I wrote about him that appeared on Cricinfo, but talking about the fact that Sean Connery wanted to meet him, and Mick Jagger wanted to say goodbye to him, and Chris Martin and Ed Sheeran came for barbecues round at his place. He could mix it, but he was the same. He was the same with the ordinary fella as he was with the superstar. Exactly the same.
Exactly the same. But I think he was suited to superstardom. That's what I mean. He was comfortable in superstardom. He enjoyed being around big, huge personalities, big names, superstars, where a lot of us aren't. But I think with Shane Warne, no matter who he meets, they will know who he is. I said Mick Jagger walks down the street and sees Shane Warne, he goes and chats to him, right? It's a little bit like Chris Gale. Chris Gale at the minute. Everybody knows who Chris Gale is. And I think Warne, no matter where he was in the world, anybody who's anybody would know who Shane Warne was.
Okay, I'm going to read a little more from that piece. He became a terrific commentator, listening and learning from others and applying his remarkable cricketing intelligence to the stories he was telling. He liked cricket kept simple. He loved the game to fizz and to sparkle, and he believed implicitly that attack was the ultimate answer to defence. He spread a gospel of spirit and enterprise, trusted his intuition, raged against the dullards, and refused to believe that anything was beyond him or the teams for which he played. He lived off the blame the messenger and always get ahead of yourself mantra that, when you think about it, is pretty much exactly how he lived in every situation in which he found himself. He made cricket cool, and he made those around him happy. It was extraordinary, Goffey, wasn't it? That blame the messenger and always get ahead of yourself. Nothing was ever his fault, and he'd always moved on to the next thing. He refused to have regrets about things.
Exactly, and he just news. He's just Mr. News wherever he goes. People want a bit of Shane Warne. He's such a huge character, good-looking bloke, sport Billy, known all around the world. He wanted to be involved in anything that was going on. His loves in his life, obviously, with his family, but he loved... golf was right up there, wasn't it, alongside cricket. And people think, he was just great at cricket, but he loved the game as well. He worked in it, and he wanted to be coach. He talked about being coach of England, didn't he, only last month, and wishing, but he's going to apply for it. He'd love to have a go at that. He was doing the London Spirit in the 100. He was doing his commentary. He'd been with the Rajasthan Royals as a mentor as well. But when you go back and you're on about the messages, my last message from Warney was, hey mate, he said, got a tea time tomorrow, Beaverbrook. Me and you are going to take on TC, which is Zach Crawley's dad, and Rob Key. He said, you're up for it. This was like at 8 o'clock at night. I said, unfortunately, Warney, I'm on the breakfast show tomorrow at TalkSport. I won't be able to make it. This was just before he went back to Australia in the end of October. To this moment, I wish I'd have played golf with him. I wish I would have gone and played golf.
Let's turn to his commentary, because he really had become a master of that art. He studied it. He listened to people. He obviously, enough, I think, revered Richie Benaud, who was I wouldn't so much say as his teacher specifically, but he was his example. He was his standard. And he learned, he had a habit of repeating himself, and he learned trying not to repeat himself. He felt at times he exaggerated things for the sake of dramatic effect, and he liked to try to pull back on that. He really became an expert commentator, and of course, the brilliance of his cricket mind isn't necessarily easily turned into a television communication, but he found a way, and in the end was as good a listen as perhaps has ever been on the intricacies of the game.
A box office commentator, I think, is a must listen for his opinions. He speaks from his heart, can sometimes get him in trouble, but he's got so much knowledge of the game, working out batsmen for many, many years as the greatest leg spin bowler ever. And one of the top 5 cricketers of the century, as voted for by Wisden. So there's so much knowledge there, and he wanted to get that knowledge across to everyone that was listening, and tried to explain it the best way he could. And sometimes you're right, a champion cricketer sometimes might not be a champion coach or a champion commentator, but for me, he was definitely that. I enjoyed listening to him.
Yes, I think that's well summed up. So you would think with this multifaceted guy and his gifts that he might have found home life challenging. On the contrary, he was the most marvellous father. So I'll read again. He completely adored his parents, Keith and Bridget. He was a loyal brother and friend to Jason, his brother, and doted on his 3 children. The girls, Brooke and Summer, are heartbroken their dad won't be walking them down the aisle one day. Jackson, his son and closest mate, is in denial, sure that his father will walk through the door tomorrow. Wonderful husband he may not have been, and that by his own admission. but wonderful father he truly was. The Warnes were a fine family, and it hurts deeply to think of their pain. He was so devoted to those kids. They came first, come what may.
Well, he tried to get them with him wherever he was in the world, wouldn't he? But obviously they're grown up now, and they've got their own lives, and it become harder and harder for them. So he started to spend more time at home. Well, would you
Absolutely,
say? I would say
right.
over the last 2 years. At one point, he was literally coming over to the UK, staying in the UK for a few weeks, then flying back to Australia for a week, then coming back to the UK. He did so many air miles, but with COVID as well, he probably ended up spending a lot more time at home. He got really, really closer to his kids. They started to understand him more. I think he accepted, and if you've watched the Shane Warne documentary, but he wasn't great when he was travelling, when he was playing. Like a lot of us are, we're selfish. And we have loads of regrets about when we're playing, and the way we probably were when we went home. We're a bit distant. We're too focused on trying to be the greatest we could be. And he admits that in the documentary. But I think definitely since he retired, and especially these last 3 years, he was absolutely 100% with his family all the time.
Yeah, and his mum, Bridget, I mentioned that he learned to play tennis on the court in Bob Hawke's backyard. His mum, Bridget, was the housekeeper for the Hawks, for Bob and his wife. And Bob used to say, bring the boys round. And Shane and Jason go around, he'd go on the court with them. Bob Hawke loved tennis, and he taught them, and Shane became a superb tennis player. When he played in some exhibition games with some big name players, and they all said, whoa, he can really play, natural ball striker. And Tim Henman had actually fixed a game for him with Tim on grass at Wimbledon this summer, a place where virtually no man except Tim Henman can go, so that sadly won't happen. Yes, a remarkable all-round talent, and his mum Bridget, who's had a bit of a rough time of late, will be, well, it's just horrendous to think of how they're missing their boy over there in Australia. So we're telling the story of Shane Warne to some degree, the little stories that Darren and I have gathered over the years, and celebrating his life. It comes in two parts as we're covering England in the West Indies. So we've talked about the man today. Finally, his attributes, Goffey, in short from you, the 2 or 3 main things that made him such a special person.
His blonde hair, his personality, and his love of life.
His love of?
Life.
Love of life. Blonde hair, personality, love of life, to which I might add generosity of spirit and loyalty of friendship. I said in that piece, when we opened this little program, I'd trust him with my life, and there were many people who contributed to that piece. I've got them listed somewhere there, that I should mention their names. Where are they? Can't find them now, but men like David Lloyd and Sean Udall and others were part of that piece that we played at the beginning. I'm going to leave you with the last paragraph of that piece that was on Cricinfo. So it is that we've come to an end. It seems barely believable that the Warne smile is no more. By 52 years of age, he'd had a hell of a run, living 5, maybe 10 lives or more. Every day in every place, the magic appeared in one form or another, and you just had to be lucky enough to be there and have it rub off on you. It's gone now, but better to have loved and lost than not to have known him at all. There will never be another.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on TalkSport 2.
Hear the biggest sports stories first and fast with the Back Page Review on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. Listen to TalkSport Breakfast every weekday morning from 6 for the latest breaking Back Page news, plus unbeatable reaction, opinion and comment. Back Page Review on TalkSport with Tesco Mobile for Business. Big mobile networks are raising your bills again. Join us for prices that stay fixed. Tesco Mobile. Every little helps. For applicable terms and verification, see tescomobile.com/fixed prices.
The KFC Foundation is partnering with Comic Relief. So this week, grab any sharing bucket and we'll donate £1 to Comic Relief, which will go straight to charities helping young people all over the UK. The only thing that feels better than doing good is doing good with delicious fried chicken in your mouth. All donations go to registered charity Comic Relief. For full terms, see kfc.co.uk.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
Whilst at Acceleron in Birmingham, our sustainable, recyclable batteries are helping power 9 countries.
So whatever your business, big or small, start-up or established, if you make it in the UK, why not sell it to the world? To get free help from the UK government, search Let's Get Exporting.
This is the sound of mechanic Terry making tax digital with Sage. Receipts snapped. Invoices sent. VAT sorted. Be ready for the Making Tax Digital deadline in April. Get 3 months free at sage.com. Renews from £12 a month. Terms and conditions apply.
You already know you'll find the greatest range of Dulux trade paints at your Dulux Decorator Centre. But we're here for you with so much more. For the one-stop shoppers, we've got every brand from Armstead to Zinza, and our choice of specialist paints will help you tackle those tricky projects. Plus, we have all the tools and accessories you'll need to do the best job. Even better, you'll get Nectar points on every purchase. Because at Dulux Decorator Centre, together we roll. Visit us online or in store today. Dulux Decorator Centre, centred on you.
Big tasty, please. The big tasty with bacon, yeah. In fact, it's got to be the big tasty barbecue.
Big tasty with bacon, an all-new Big Tasty barbecue. 3 big tasties, 1 big decision. Served after 11 a.m. Subject to availability at participating restaurants until the 26th of April.
The Premier League is bigger and better than ever. Don't miss any of this season's action on TalkSport 2 with Now. Saturday is game day, featuring TalkSport's most full-on football dedicated schedule ever. From all the build-up to live commentary and post-match reaction. It's your non-stop, one-shot Premier League destination. Game day on TalkSport with a Now Sports membership. Stream the Premier League live without a contract from $11.99. Search Now Sports. 18 plus. Stream via internet. Terms apply.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on TalkSport
2. Seals starts a new over, comes in and bowls to Crawley, and Crawley gets the delivery that's edged. He's out caught. Crawley is gone.
His 8th first-class game, 4 of which have been Test matches. Short, pulled away. That's a lovely shot from Joe Root. Here is Roach once again. Lees drives past mid-off. Lovely shot. Zoe Josephine once again. There you go. That's a super square cover drive. Lovely shot from Joe Root.
I can even see a beach there, Goffey, in the distance that beckons me at the close of play.
Yeah, you'd be on that jet ski, wouldn't you, Matt?
I would, actually.
Oh, the banana boat.
Jet ski.
Yeah, the jet ski. Love a jet ski.
From all now into Root. Oh, sweet shot, beautiful.
A lovely morning. 2 Yorkshiremen at the crease. Yorkshiremen on commentary. Let's finish there.
Welcome back then to Kensington Oval here in Bridgetown, Barbados. We're here, of course, for the second session, test number 2 in this Apex series, West Indies versus England, as we're live on TalkSport 2. With me is Roland Butch and Barry Wilkinson. It's been a very attritional morning in the first session. England won the toss, and after an early wicket, they've managed to finish the session 47 for 1 from 30 overs, with the captain Joe Root on 31 and Alex Lees is on 16. We saw Crawley go caught behind off of Seals for duck, but that was as exciting as it got here at Kensington Oval. Besides the 8,000 Brits who are still roaming around Kensington, drinking, having fun, it's not been the kind of morning that you would want to bring your mate out to have a day and watch some good cricket, because it's been very attritional.
Yeah, very good afternoon, and yes, this morning session really, I would say, honours even going into lunch, but I think England would be the more happier of the two sides, having lost only just the 1 wicket. West Indies would have expected and they would have liked with the new ball to have picked up a couple of wickets. That was not the case. All credit really to the batsmen, both Joe Root and Alex Lees, and it's going to be a very interesting afternoon. I would say at this stage, really, the English batsmen will be looking forward more to the contest than the bowlers.
So the Windies are going to start with something a bit spicier. They're going to bring on Jason Holder to start from the Joel Garner end. He's got 3 slips. There's a backward point in a cover. There's a mid-off. A very whitish mid on. There's a mid wicket and a backward square leg on the boundary. So first ball after lunch. It's going to be Jason Holder to bowl to the captain Root as he comes in now. Passes umpire Wilson and bowls to Root. And Root is flicking, turning this one down behind square. So Root is perhaps, you can say, off the mark after lunch. 1 run to him, and the total now goes to 48 for 1, and Root goes to 32. I've got some interesting stats here from Gary Morgan. Lees has faced 100 balls plus in an innings 54 times in first class cricket. Since July 2020, he's faced 100 balls in an innings 13 out of 29 outings, and this is the first time since December 1999 that England have scored below 50 in the first 30 overs of a first innings of a match. The last time was when they made 44 for 1 versus South Africa at Durban. So that's a long time.
Very interesting, but I think Lees have played the perfect first day test innings.
As Holder comes in and bowls to him for the first time after the session, and the first ball is on the stumps, on the middle stump, and he is on the front foot and defending, playing it back to the ball, and there's no run.
Yes, he's obviously wanting to get some runs. He didn't get a good score in the game in Antigua, but I think he's certainly done his job here this morning, which really was to see off the new ball, frustrate the West Indian bowling. He has done that, and really now he's got himself in a position where his captain is in good touch, so he just has to continue batting this afternoon.
Here he comes down, bowls to Lees, and Lees is again getting the ball on the middle stump. Plays the ball back again to the bowler, and there's no run. We've lost the sunshine. We have not lost the humidity, though. It's still very, very hot out there. I can see some clouds in the distance. I don't think we should have any rain. But the sun is playing a kind of a cat and mouse game at the moment. It's going under a cloud and then it's coming back out. But don't think for 1 second we're going to have any rain. I don't see that anywhere in the distance. There's some Sahara dust that's blowing over Barbados. We've had a weather warning about that, and we hope it doesn't interfere. Here he comes in again now, Holden. Bowls to Lees, who's driving beautifully down the ground, out to the long off area. A couple runs here from at least. He'll get one, he'll come back for the second. Picked up just about now there by the captain, Craig Brathwaite. And Lees is off and running after lunch. 50 coming up as well for the loss of 1 wicket at an over rate of 1.63.
I don't think the over rate is too important at this stage. A nice control punch there by Lees, not really flowing with the shot, just pushing it. There's a vacant mid-off position, and bringing up the 50 with those 2 runs, so good start.
Here comes Holder in again and bowls to the left-handed Lees, and Lees this time is playing the ball defensively up to the mid-on area, and there's still no run. Good decision to start back with Jason Holder. And what are your thoughts on this pitch, which has been much maligned in this series?
In terms of the pitch, I think it's a little slow. It's very good for batting, there's no question about it. I would have liked to have seen a lot more green grass in the surface. It's going to be a very controlled pitch for batting. I think the batters should really enjoy this surface. The bowlers perhaps not.
Here he comes again and bowls to Lees, and Lees gets a short ball that balloons. Would have been a wide in a one-day match, but it's taken there by the keeper, and there's no run. So 50 for 1 after 31 overs. Lees has got 18, Root has got 32. The question is, who will take up the attack from the Malcolm Marshall end? I see Kemar Roach. I also see Zari Joseph. I think they might go with Roach.
Yeah, I think the faster bowlers really have got a lot of work to do today. West Indies have gone in with just the one genuine spinner. Obviously, Craig Brathwaite can bowl off spin. You don't really want Craig Brathwaite bowling on the first day of a test match. If he's having the ball on the first day of a test match, then really, things are pretty dire. So I think they'll plug away with the faster bowlers, try to see if they can get a breakthrough. And as you know, in cricket, 1 wicket brings 2, and then suddenly they're into the middle order.
So it's going to be Roach to continue now. He comes in and bowls to Root, passes the umpire, and Root gets the delivery well in the off stump, taken there by the keeper. So Roach, 8 overs, 3 maidens, none for 14. Hold, of course, 5 overs, 2 maidens, none for 7. So they've all been economical, but wicketless so far, as the West Indies losing the toss on this beautiful day in Bridgetown, Barbados, on this Wednesday, the 16th of March 2022. First test match for the year. We had 5 T20s already against England, as international cricket making a return after the COVID virus, which has been so dreaded. I can't say after, because the virus is still very much around, but it's not as potent as it was perhaps in 2020 this time.
Yeah, absolutely. The last couple of years has been not a great time for cricket, particularly in the Caribbean. As you know, we were only able, particularly in Barbados, to have a couple of T20 matches. Obviously, England played 5 matches here recently, but before that, we had a few matches from Australia and Pakistan. But
some balls to Root, and Root is getting the ball on the line of the middle stump. Plays the ball into the onside, and there's still no run. I remember in 2019 there was a very famous story about bed bugs at the team hotel. You remember that? England were having some problems at the team hotel, and they were saying that there were some bed bugs. And then Kemar Roach came and they got a 5-wicket haul, and the very next day the story in the paper was England were worried about bed bugs when it was really a roach that they should have been concerned about.
Very appropriate.
Here he comes again, Roach, and balls to Root. And Root is cutting, not successfully, just short there of looks to me like Jermaine Blackwood, the vice captain, has really got to show some more maturity and some more responsibility as vice captain of this team.
Yes, I mean that was a delivery that I think Root would have felt that he should have put that one away. It was wide, not a great deal of bounce, but he struck it straight to the fielder.
Kemar Roach, Jason Holder. As Roach turns now and passes umpire and bowls, and this delivery is again on bang on the middle stump and defended into the onside. Kemar Roach, of course, one of the players coached by Dexter Topping, that very famous Barbados Cricket Association senior coach who would have played a lot of cricket in South Africa for Border, Isha. He did had a big hand in coaching a lot of these youngsters on the field. Jason Holder, Roach, and even some of the non-Barbadians. So if Dexter's listening, hello to you, Dexter. You've done a marvellous job with these youngsters. They've come on leaps and bounds. As Roach turns now, bowls to Root, and Root is driving pleasantly through cover. A couple of runs here for the England captain. He gets one, he'll come back for the second. His opposite number gives chase in Craig Brathwaite, slides sweetly just in front of the Greenwich and Haynes stand, which is not well populated at the moment because of everyone's still outside having lunch. But they get a couple to end the over, where England, winning the toss and batting, are now 52 for 1, with Root on to 34 from 87. He's got 4 fours, and Lees has got 18 from 98.
Yeah, excellent cricket. Nice piece of timing there by Joe Root. Good chase by Captain Craig Brathwaite and return. So all in all, a good bit of exchange there. But Barry, looking around this ground, what a picture. Something we haven't seen for a number of years because of the COVID situation. But great to have Test cricket back here at Kensington Oval, and obviously in front of a full crowd. It must be very, very satisfying for the players who, over the last couple of years, have had to play to empty stadiums, to suddenly have players.
This delivery is outside the line, the off stump, short, cut away, straight there to Alzari Joseph at backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, so the supporters obviously would be delighted to certainly see, red ball cricket, but the players, you want to play in front of an audience, and they've had for 2 years, they've had to face the bubbles, etc., play again. Empty stadiums must be extremely difficult, and I'm sure that they're going to appreciate the fact now that they can actually get people can come and support, and not all support, heckle as well, but at least they're in the ground.
Holder from around the wicket now to the left-handed Lees, and Lees gets a delivery again that's just on the line of the off-stump, leaves it alone, taken by the keeper. Lees strikes me as a left-handed Craig Brathwaite in his early days. Tends to leave a lot of those balls outside the line of the off-stump. If you don't attack him, he's not going to come at you. I think the West Indies team, if they perhaps just want to make something happen, they've perhaps got to try bowling at his stumps and making him play a bit more, because he seems quite contented to leave those balls outside the line of the off stump. He's faced 100 balls so far, and he's just be happy to leave the majority of them. Here he comes in again, Holden, balls to Lees. Lees this time is on the front foot defending and playing the ball to the cover area, and there's the run, showing the broad face at the bat, the young Yorkshireman Alex Lees, who's just got about 17 centuries in first class cricket.
Yeah, I mean, a very good start to his career. Obviously now he's elevated to the international level. He'd be keen to try and make a success of it. He's got a good opportunity here, because I think this pitch really is certainly assisting the batsman. So, if he keeps his head, he could end up getting a very good score in this test match. He missed the boat in Antigua, but he'd be, sure he'd be trying hard to get it right here.
As Holder around the wicket again and bowls to Lees, and Lees is on the front foot again. Bit of deja vu, plays the ball back down the ground, tip it off, and there's still no run. We've got 2 slips in the gully. There's a backward point, there's a cover, a mid off, a mid on, straightish mid wicket, and a fine leg. Nigel Duguid, the umpire from Guyana. I think this is the 6th test match. Joe Wilson from Trinidad and Tobago. He's very experienced, perhaps the most experienced of the lot, along with Gregory Baffett, who's the TV umpire today. As Jason Holder, the new number 1 all-rounder again in Test cricket. As he turns now, comes in and bowls, and this delivery is played into the onside, and there's still going to be no run. Rajendra Jadeja from India had taken over that spot, that number 1 spot, for just a couple of weeks before Holder reclaimed it. Did have the best of performances in Antigua, but he got a couple of good scores, I think 34 and 44 not out, and a couple of wickets. He was able to reclaim the spot. He only leads that number 1 spot by about 7 or 8 points.
Yes, I thought Jason Holder bowled really well in Antigua, because at one stage he'd bowled over 20 overs and he just conceded about 24 runs, which was terrific on that pitch.
Again, he bowls to Lees, and Lees this time gets the delivery outside the line. The off-stump leaves it alone, taken by the keeper to end the over, where England are 52 for 1 after 33 overs. It's been very slow going. Root's got 34, Lees has got 18. So long ago we saw the dismissal of Crawley when he was caught behind off of the Seals for a duck. Roland Butcher, we spoke about the pitch. We haven't really expanded upon it because we spoke a lot about what happened in Antigua, but there's a train of thought that this pitch is not what it was promising to be. That is just really slow.
Well, who was it promised to, and who was it promised by?
It was promised by the curator that it was going to have some pace, some bounce, but has it got the pace and bounce that we thought it would have had?
In order to get pace and bounce, Barry, I believe that you must have grass, live grass in the pitch.
As Roach bowls, this delivery is down the leg side, and I think that could be a drop catch. It was flicked there by Root, and it seemed to me that Josh De Silva went down the leg side, and I heard a nick. Roach is on the ground, perhaps in disbelief, but that could be a life there for the captain, Joe Root. Let's have a look at the replay. Roach bowled down the leg side, Root flicked it. It was in and out. That's a chance. So that's a life for Root. De Silva dropping the ball down the leg side. It was not the easiest of takes, but that should have been gobbled up, and the West Indies should have had their second wicket.
Yeah, really, Roach distraught by that. It was off the face of the bat. It wasn't an edge, literally off the face of the bat. Root was not aiming in that direction, but fortune certainly favoured him at that point.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Root, and Root this time is defending, square to the offside, and there's no run. So people will be saying, De Silva, how good is he keeping?
Well, I mean, I don't think you can criticise the keeper. Listen, in cricket, you will drop catches. There's no question about that. Because you've got gloves on, it doesn't mean that you can't drop catches. But this one was down the leg side. It came off the face of the bat. Okay, he's going to his left, his weaker side. Yes, he probably could have done better, but it's a drop catch, and these things happen in cricket. So fortune there for Joe Root, and bad luck for Kemar Roach and Joshua De Silva.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Root. Root this time is driving sweetly straight to mid-on. Maiden shot, no run there for him. So Root dropped on 34 by De Silva. As a keeper, you drop a catch. What is going through your mind? Are you still playing it over and over? Do you tend to lose concentration?
Well, I think what you need to do is put it out of your mind as quickly as possible, because another one could come along in a moment, and if you're in that frame of mind, there's a good chance that you could drop that one. So you really got to dismiss it as something that happens and catch the next one.
Here comes Roach again and bowls to Root. This time Roach is again playing the ball square into the offside defensively, and there's no run. Roach had a couple of catches dropped off of him. In fact, in Antigua, Jason Holder put down a catch, and then the very next ball he got a wicket. So he's had some bad breaks in this Test series.
Yeah, I mean, cricket is it's a game of chance. But what I would say, Barry, I mean, one area that the West Indies have improved upon here in this particular game so far is that they bowled the first session at least 15 overs an hour. So that's a big improvement.
As Roach bowls to Root again, who's driving straight back to the bowler, and there's no run. Yeah, that's an improvement because they got fined and they also got taken two points, I think, in the Test rankings.
They lost points to the Test Championship, so that's an area that they had to tighten up on. Now, this is something that they need to keep going all the time. It can't just be for when you've suddenly got to get back on track. I think what they need to do is to get that sort of energy in the field, the energy in the bowling, and get that over it up.
Last ball of the 34th is Roach bowls again to Root, who's getting a single just behind square, turns the ball into the onside, and moves now to 35 to end the over. 34 overs gone, and England moves slowly along, 53 for 1. Lees has got 18. Root will maintain the strike. He's got 35. The latest score here at Kensington Oval.
Yeah, just what the West Indies would have wanted. That wicket, Joe Root, they would have wanted any wicket, but the wicket of Joe Root so early in the session, that really would have been a fillet for them, but it wasn't to be. They've now got some hard work to do. Joe Root's now of the mindset he will have now is that I have got to make it pay. I've had my bit of luck, so I'm going to make it count. And he's a good enough player to do that. So West Indies will not feel at all pleased having put that one down, particularly the wicketkeeper.
Holder to continue. He's about to start his 7th as he steams in now, bowls to Root. And Root is on the front foot, defends the ball on the land of the off stump and plays it to cover. There's no run. As a bowler, as a keeper, you've just put me down. Do you go in and say, look, I'm really sorry about that, I'll hold the next one, or do you just say nothing?
No, this is a big man's game. Really, the bowler has to signal to the keeper that no hard feelings. There's no problem here. Catch the next one. Yeah. Because he has to make sure that the keeper remains confident. If you get the keeper down, he could drop more catches.
Here comes Holden and bowls to Root, and Root is defending, playing the ball along the ground in the slip cordon, and there's no run there for him. Jermaine Blackwood is there. We've got Campbell at first slip. We've got, of course, the vice captain Blackwood at second. As Holder turns with 53 for 1 on the total, and steams him down from the Joe Garner end and bowls to Root, and Root is on driving straight to the field of that mid-on, and there's no run.
Yes, and West Indies straight after lunch, they've removed the fine leg when Jason Hall is bowling. He's putting more on a deep square leg position for Joe Root, so he's got to make sure, Jason Hall, that he's not too straight on that leg side, because it'll tickle down to fine leg. It means that the field, that deep square leg, will not be able to get around, so he's got to be very careful with his line.
That's a Root taps away, gets the delivery wide of the off stump, left alone there by the keeper. So what would Joe Root be thinking? Would he be thinking, look, 53 for 1, we haven't got a lot of runs, perhaps we should just try and up the ante a little bit, or is he happy with the situation?
Well, he'd be totally happy. I think what Joe Root would be saying to himself is, we've got a good start, I've got to maintain my concentration, don't get too far ahead of myself in terms of thinking what's possible, just play each ball on its merit. When the opportunity comes to score, take it, but remain tight.
Again, outside the line of the off stump, just missing that pad as Root pushed at it. Root's got to be careful leaving those balls. We saw it happen in Antigua when he left the ball in the first innings on the line of the off stump. It came back in and it knocked his off stump down, and that one was not far off from the same thing happening.
Yeah, the only good thing about this one is that it actually held its line. Didn't do a great deal. In Antigua, the ball actually jagged back. It was a misjudgment by Root in Antigua. It was a little bit too close to perhaps leave. And maybe he also thought that it would be going away from him. But that one just carried straight on. I think that early movement this morning is long gone.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Root. And Root is defending, playing the ball along the ground again into the slip cordon area. There's no run. 35 overs gone, and England moving slowly along, or 53 for 1, with the captain Root on 35. Lees is on strike. He's got 18 from 104 deliveries. Earlier, Crawley was caught silver bull seals for duck holders. 7 overs for maidens, none for 7. As usual, very economical, but hasn't picked up a wicket. Roach is unlucky not to have a wicket. He got a drop catch in the last over. Down the leg side there by Josh De Silva, should have taken it. Root got a life on 34, but Roach has bowled 10 overs, 3 maidens, none for 17. So Lees is on strike, the left-hander. Roach is going to bowl around the wicket to him. They've got 3 slips now. Umpire Nigel Dugan is just signalling to Lees that Roach is changing his arm around the wicket. On another beautiful day here in Bridgetown, Barbados, with Roach comes in again and bowls to Lees, and Lees is cutting well, but straight to the field of Pamal, and there's no run.
Yes, that delivery is just slightly too straight for Lees to be playing that shot. He wasn't playing an aggressive shot, he was just more guiding it into that area. And Jason Holder today has really continued where he left off in Antigua. He's bowled 7 overs so far, Barry, for 7 runs on a very warm day here in Bridgetown. So he's doing a good job for his team.
Yeah, he is. As Roach looking to do a good job for his side as well. Gets a full delivery, and this one is eked out into the onside. Might have been a chance for a run out. Excellent fielding there by Jermaine Blackwood. In fact, the ball was turned just to the left of Blackwood, who not only stopped it but almost ran out Lees, who was trapped in the middle looking for a non-existent single. He was set back quite quickly by the captain, and had Blackwood throw that at the stumps, he might have had an opportunity to run him out.
Yeah, a very good piece of fielding. Initially looked as if it's going to be 2 runs, but he gets a good applause from the wicketkeeper.
Here he comes in again now to bowl to Lees, and Lees this time is squared up, playing the ball into the offside, and there's still no run. The England spectators and the fans have been kept quiet. They're just baking in the sun there in the party stand. Half of them have got their tops off. I don't know if Roland Butcher will be as adventurous to take off his top.
Not where we are, Barry Wilkinson. We're in an air-conditioned booth.
So you wouldn't have any problem rolling at all sunbathing in the...
Barry, in terms of sunbathing, I don't think I need to do that.
I don't think so either. I was being facetious, to be honest. As Roach comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is driven back to the bowler. Still no run. You look around and you look at the flags that we have. We've got a lot of touring clubs. I see here Coventry City. I also see Swindon Town, Norwich, Sam Lewis, the MCFC Football Club, big supporters of Joe Rutter Partney. I just can't even read them all. I also need my spectacles. As Roach turns now down bowls to Lees, and Lees is again getting a Yorker length delivery, digs it up, plays it to the mid-off area, and there's still no run.
Yeah, Barry, just watching Alex Lees and looking at his technique, I think one area that he's going to have to work on and improve is that, particularly when he comes forward, he tends to close the face of the bat a little bit too much. So even when he drives the ball, a ball that should go through extra cover ends up going to mid-off, and when he's driving to mid-off, the ball goes back to the bowler. So that's something he's going to have to work on, keeping the back face fully on the ball.
Here he comes again and bowls, and this time is a drive. The first boundary after lunch, square into the offside between the backward point and the gully area, and Lees gets a boundary. That's a breaking news story. It's the first score we've seen in quite some time. 57 for 1. Lees goes to 22. Roots on 35. The latest score here at Kensington Oval as we join back Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed, Barry Wilkinson. So, that wasn't the most attractive shot that we've seen in the Test match so far from Alex Lees, but it doesn't matter because it's 4 runs, and Lees moves into the 20s. 22 not out from 110 deliveries from for a total of 36 overs. I must say, I'm gobsmacked that we got 30 overs in the first session of a Test match. I can't recall any time seeing that before in the last 30 odd years. I'm sure it's happened. It must have happened. Probably happened in Roland Butcher's day. Here's Jason Holder. That's full down the leg side, clipped nicely off his pads down towards deep backward square leg, fielded by Alzari Joseph. Roland, 30 overs in the first session of a Test match. Unprecedented, especially from a West Indian team.
Well, it is unprecedented, but I would imagine that the West Indies would have sat down and worked, decided, listen, we've got to do something about this, because as well as being fined, they lost points that they cannot afford to lose in this Test Championship.
That's right. For those who aren't aware, West Indies were deducted 2 points from their meagre tally in the World Test Championship after a very slow over rate in Antigua. Here's Jason Holder once again, played defensively by Joe Root. Roland, what do you make of Alex Lees? I mean, from any aspect, but I suppose predominantly I'm asking about his scoring rate.
I'm not worried about his scoring rate. I mean, what I've seen so far of him this morning, when it was easy, the ball was swinging around, I thought he looked very organised. He left the ball well. He looked composed. Looked, a Test opening batsman.
He's certainly organised. There's no question about that. I mean, he's pretty tight defensively, obviously. Is Holder in once more, and that's pushed firmly by Root, but straight to him up to John Campbell at mid-off. So no criticism from you. I mean, he left a lot of balls. He left a lot of very full. Looked like he was, leaving half volleys as well, not being tempted to drive outside the off stump.
Yes, I mean, perfect Test match batting, really.
England winning the toss, batting first, 59 for 1. Jason Holder in once more. Root tries to run it down third man, but straight into the gully. And it is just his second Test match, and he was out for single-figure scores in both innings in the first Test on debut.
Yes, he would be very mindful of the fact that he didn't really get a score in Antigua. He's got to start here. I think really he's batting with someone who is a quality player, so he just really needs to continue on that path.
Here is Jason Holder once again, the former captain. All 6'7" of him, up to the crease now. Bowls. Root plays a beautiful looking cover drive. Is a super looking shot, but Craig Brathwaite fields at extra cover. We've seen some monster innings in recent weeks, haven't we? How about Pakistan's draw against Australia on the 5th day today?
Yeah, absolutely massive. I mean, Babar Azam, it's like Joe Root, one of the very, very top players in the world, and showing it in the innings when it was so important.
Here is Jason Holder once again running to the crease now. Bowls. It's a drivable length delivery. Root obliges with a drive to mid-on, straight to the fielder. Jaden Seals does the tidying up. 37 overs gone. Alex Lees 22 from 110. Joe Root 37 from 105. Many thanks to Roland Butcher of Middlesex and England, and another former England player, Alex Tudor, joins me in the commentary box for the next half an hour or so. So, well, that was an endorsement of Alex Lees's commitment from Roland Butcher. Not the way Roland used to bat,
no,
but that's okay.
Yeah, it certainly weren't manners, and there's different ways of doing it. I mean, people will see it and think he's batting extremely slow, and I said the importance now for him is to make sure he carries on. I mean, the England players, if England go on to get 300 plus or whatever, and your stroke makers, your Lawrence, your Stokes, Bairstow folks come in and they bat fast.
Alzari Joseph is back into the attack, and Alex Lees blocks that one up towards Campbell again at mid-off, no run.
If he, and they bat aggressively as they do, some people might say he's done his job. Because it's been too often that England have found themselves 4 down for 40 on a regular occurrence, haven't they? So, some people might say he's done his job, he's nullifying the new ball is going to get older, but then the importance then for England to start putting their foot down would be very important.
Joseph in once more to Lees. Blocks that one to Brathwaite at cover once again, and there's no run. 59 for 1. Jarrod Kimber.
So Alex Lees' innings in the last 4 years of first-class cricket, it was his slowest innings of over 50 balls at lunch that he's played in that time. And his second slowest wasn't even that close. So he was scoring at a strike rate of around 17, and the second slowest was a strike rate of 25. So he's never really scored like this. Twice in his career he's scored very slowly. Once was batting out a draw, and the other one was on a pitch where...
Joseph in again. drivable from Lees, pushes it to Campbell at mid-off, no run.
His team was bowled out for 96 in 50 overs, and everyone batted slow. Phil Jakes, the Australian player who must have averaged around 50 in Test cricket, also had a strike rate of about 15 in that game. So I'm assuming that was pitch dependent. So you could make a very, very solid argument that he's never batted this long and been this slow ever in his career when there haven't been extreme circumstances. This is not how he normally bats. He's got a career strike rate of 46 in first-class cricket.
Zari Joseph in again, and Lees blocks it to cover again, no run.
He's been slightly slower since he went up to Durham, going around 44, which is understandable because, Durham. But even then, he has clearly made a decision here. He's not going to play anything outside off stump. And as you may have noticed, Manners, he's knocking back the occasional half volley.
Well, it's odd because his last boundary 2 overs ago was very wide. It was
and a half
slap
volley
shot outside the off stump, very wide.
Probably his worst shot by a considerable distance.
And one of the few wide deliveries that he's actually played at. I think there's a problem with the ball.
It's not swinging.
It's not, and it's gone out of shape because the senior umpire, Joel Wilson, has just been given it by Alzari Joseph, and the bowler has said, "Doesn't feel right, Mr. Umpire. Doesn't feel right in my hand. Can you check it, please?" And it's, as everybody will be familiar with now, the umpires have this perfect hoop made of they're aluminium actually rather than steel, and if the ball doesn't fit through there, then a replacement is required. I'm assuming it's a feel thing in your hand, Alex Tudor. You would know a lot better than me, rather than a visual thing.
Yeah, sometimes you can just see the shape of it. Sometimes certain balls swell up, but sometimes it's just a feeling. It's not quite right. You can just look at it and see it. So it goes an egg shape, but it's not like the ball's been beaten around the place, is it? It's just been thudded into a good line of length and dribbling out to fielders. So, maybe the pitch may be abrasive, and you may see the ball possibly reversing slightly later, maybe, but I don't know why the ball would be out of shape at this moment, because, as I said, it's not hitting the boards of any ferocity or, like it's hitting the fielders hard. It's just hitting a good line of length from all the bowlers. They've been fantastic. The economy rates of fan is great. I've been very impressed with the impeccable line and length. And as you say, Lees has made that decision that he's going to nullify certain shots, stay within his bubble, and bore the West Indian bowlers to submission, and then hopefully pick them off. That's most probably his plan.
And it's a legitimate plan. There's no question about that. I mean, my only question mark is the number of scoring chances he's spurned. That's my point. If bowling is good, bowling is tight, it's metronomically accurate, and you're leaving the ball, and it's a game of cat and mouse, then that's okay. But don't spurn scoring chances when they come along. That one is left alone. He plays inside the line of it. 59 for 1 in the 38th over.
Yeah, definitely right, Manners. And when you sort of in that mindset of defending, you will miss out on those half volleys and wide ones, because your mindset's just to survive, and that's the mode he's in at the minute. He's not looking to impart himself and say, look, I belong in this arena at test level against good bowling.
Alzari Joseph in once again. He's just bowled his quickest delivery at a shade under 149 kilometres an hour, so he's touching 90 miles an hour, in fact just over. 59 for 1 after 38 overs. England winning the toss, batting first, losing Zach Crawley for a 7-ball duck, caught behind trying to leave it against Jaden Seals, but no further wicket, as England have reached 59 for 1.
And I find sometimes with young players, they're sort of stick or twist, so they'll either go out very aggressively or they will play ultra defensively. There's nothing in between, and that's where I think he's at the moment. Obviously, as I said, the frailties in England's top order. He's saying, look, I can't allow England to be 4 down, so I'm just going to nullify this new ball, nullify it, but at the same time it's so important that you do manoeuvre the ball.
Jason Holder continues, and that's half volley on leg stump. Joe Root says thank you very much indeed. The Barmy Army. Root and they've got something to cheer about. I mean, in terms of long innings, Alex Lees might not be putting the big runs on the board, but he's putting the large numbers of balls faced on the board. I think in his last 23, Jared passed me a note a little bit earlier and I've lost it. I'll have to ask him to find that for us again. But it's something like in his last 23 or 24 first-class innings, he's placed 100 balls, almost half of those occasions. Appeal for leg before wicket here as Root is hit on the front pad, but well outside the line of off stump and not out, says Joel Wilson. So, I mean, yeah, he was a dasher, 10 years ago. As I mentioned earlier, made his first-class debut at 17 and was made captain of Yorkshire's one-day team at the age of just 22. Second youngest Yorkshire captain ever. Lord Hawke, you would know, was the youngest Yorkshire captain. Here is Holder once more, and just back of a drivable length, I should say. Root pushes out towards Permaul at cover, no run.
That was on the tip of my tongue, Manners.
Jared, did you find that stat? Sorry. In his last 23 or 24 first-class innings, he's faced 100 balls how many times? At a minimum of 100 balls?
Yeah, 13 out of his last 29 innings he's faced over 100 balls. So recently, obviously, hasn't been quite as good because a couple of the A games and the Test match.
Here is Holder again. Nice leave. Good ball just outside off stump. Root leaves alone.
But he went through a remarkable period throughout second half of 2020 into 2021 where he just routinely faced over 100 balls almost every second inning. So he definitely had a very good run at that point.
And I said that he wasn't putting the big numbers on the board. I mean, it wasn't like a whole barrage of hundreds, was it? I mean, 100 balls, but not hundreds or 50s.
No, in that period, I think there's 200s. Is that right? Yeah.
Here's Holder again, and Root back and across, plays defensively, steers it to Permaul again at cover. No run. England 63 for 1.
Yeah, so not a lot of hundreds, but a lot of balls faced. And as Tudes was talking about before, England have become very obsessed with the idea of their top three facing, 100 balls to allow the rest of the strength, really, which is Root, Stokes, Bairstow, Butler, Wokes, Curran, those sorts of guys that come in and play the shots afterwards because they've realised that they can't find players who can bat a lot of balls and make a lot of runs.
Here is Holder again, and Root cut. Lovely looking shot, but fielded by Permaul at backward point. Well, Mark Nicholas was a captain for almost all of his playing career, so he'll be able to answer this. But I'm guessing that if you're a captain and somebody says, listen, I've got an opener for you, I can't guarantee he's going to score big runs, but he will face a lot of balls. You're not instinctively going to go, no thanks, are you? That's a job, isn't it?
When you look back at your career, and it's just, your average ain't great. Yeah, but look at the balls I've faced. I mean, you've got to get the balance right, haven't you? And that's where England have got it wrong for me for so long. We're going to play ultra aggressively. We're 40 for 4. Okay, we don't want to lose too many wickets. We're 63 coming into the 40th over. I mean, sheesh.
Yeah. Here is Alzari Joseph. He's giving it everything and did so with almost every delivery in the first test in Antigua, which is highly impressive. But I mean, I suppose, if the team are winning, if you have an explosive, creative, high-scoring middle order, and they're routinely coming in with 40 overs having been bowled, I'm working hard to but I just can't wait for Mark Nicholas to take over after this over so he can get...
He's going to be off the long run.
Full and wide outside the off stump, and it's left alone by Lees again, Jared.
So basically what you're saying is England should pick Dom Sibley?
No, I said you wouldn't necessarily say no thanks. I mean, England had problems at the top of the order for 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
That sort of 20 for 2 syndrome. So in that instance, if somebody said, listen, I've got a guy that will bat the first 30 or 40 overs more often than not.
So Dom Sibley was facing 84 balls per out, which is an incredibly high mark.
Little push into the offside here from Alex Lees. They scramble through for a single, which gets Joe Root on strike. But that is incredibly high. Yeah. 84 balls per dismissal.
But he's also striking at 34 and averaging 29. So basically, what you're asking for is exactly what Dom Sibley did. It's exactly what England asked Dom Sibley to do. He delivered it exactly what he was asked of, and he's not here.
Right. Yes. So, yeah.
So I think over a period
all the
of
boxes
time,
and got dropped. Is that what you're saying?
I think over a period of time, they probably thought if he does that, he'll make some runs. It didn't happen.
Yeah. All I would say is that if the bowling had been more consistent and threatening, and he had 23 off 119 balls, that would be a very different matter. But it's the opportunities that he's declined to score runs. England 64 for 1, coming towards the end of the 40th over.
I mean, you could always find yourself getting in trouble because, as you say, you add 2, then all of a sudden you're 60s for 3. And all of a sudden you're back under pressure because you haven't gone anywhere. Even at the end of the day's play, if you had gone for 200, then you lose early wickets. West Indies come out and bat aggressively. All that hard work for nothing.
Zari Josephine once again. That's a lovely cover drive for 4 by Joe Root. Just over pitched with enough width. And, well, Joe Root's got one of the best cover drives in the world. Yeah, it's not much point if England get bowled out for 180 and Alex Lee says, yeah, but I faced 150 balls.
That's right. You've got to get a balance right. I mean, that's a fantastic shot by Joe Root. He's not going to miss out on that. Zari Joseph's just getting long in his length there, and Joe Root pouncing on that, opening the blade, obviously hitting the ball where the fielders are not. It's a fantastic shot. Good execution. Skipper's 45 from 113 balls faced.
And Joseph in to complete the over. Oh, and it's the same delivery and a similar shot, but it's gone straight to Craig Brathwaite, the captain, at extra cover. So 40 overs bowled. England won the toss this morning and chose to bat first. 2 bowling changes. Saqib Mahmood and Matt Fisher making their debuts together. It's the first time England have had 2 debutant fast bowlers in the same test match since Sydney 2014, when Scott Borthwick and Boyd Rankin made their debuts together. 40 overs gone, 68 for 1. Here's Mark Nicholas.
Thanks, Neil. Tell you what we haven't done today, since you've done that summing up of that game. I don't think we've made mention yet of what happened in Pakistan at Karachi, an extraordinary test match where Pakistan did, I think, briefly dare to dream. I think they finished 60 short of their target, or 63 short of a target of 506. And it's perceived to be pushed straight to that man at short extra cover. So many balls have been pushed by Alex Lees that have been fully pitched to that man for no run. Actually, he fumbled it. It's been spun away rather off his wrist, and anyway, there's no run. Very good figures unbelievable figures for Jayden Seales, by the way, with 8th over now, 1 for 6 with 4 maidens. 443 for 7, Pakistan, with brilliant batting performances from Babar Azam, Shafiq and Mohammad Rizwan. The first and last of those 3 made hundreds, and Shafiq 90 odd. And they finished, as I say, 63 short, 443 for 7. Are you following that, Jared? That's a block again from Lees. Back it goes to the bowler. He picks it up, and I feel I'm on repeat. Over to you.
Yeah, no, it was incredible. It was quite clear even yesterday when I was watching Babar Azam that something special would have to be a run out, or something would have to go wrong with the pitch for Australia to get a bunch of wickets, and Pakistan just kept going. But the other interesting thing is that it's the second highest score ever to draw a test, second longest innings to ever draw a test match in the 4th innings mark, and the 5th highest of all time.
Runs here. He didn't time it, he shut the face on it, did Alex Lees, but he's got a couple. Takes him to 25 in 122 balls now, 70 for 1. We'll talk about this batting in a minute, because it does raise a lot of interesting questions, some of them in his favour and some of them maybe not so. But listen, he's unbeaten for England in a test match and he's fighting for his life in the team, so let's bear that in mind. Sorry, Joe.
No, I was just going to say, I think a lot of people said that Australia should have enforced the follow-on, but realistically, there's only one team who's ever bowled more and not dismissed a team in test match cricket before.
Is that so, as he pushes that more firmly to short extra cover? But again, a sprawling fielder makes the save, and that man is the West Indian captain, Craig Brathwaite.
I should say in the fourth innings, because there was Hanif Mohammed's record in the third innings.
300, yeah.
So there's a couple of incredible innings that have happened in slightly longer Test matches. But yeah, it was remarkable, and as you said, there are times where Pakistan were looking at that, going, we have a chance here, and who would have ever thought that we'd see a chase like that?
Well, it's so good for cricket in Pakistan after a slightly dull first test. And another forward block he comes to. A good length ball from Seals, and it's actually played very well. That was a great example of sharp footwork and the face of the bat meeting the ball, and everything looked in sync. So maybe he's beginning to find a bit of mojo. Sometimes you have to fight through difficult spells, and your game just suddenly appears out of nowhere and you can't quite believe it's happened, and then you can zone in. First class average of 35 has just flashed up on the screen, which is about the level of the sort of Trescothics and Vaughan. In fact, they were probably a bit fewer than that, I would think, when they were Pickfording. Now he ducks into a bouncer as the ball didn't get up, and he sort of turned his head away, but it's okay. I think he was hit on the shoulder, not the helmet. He says I'm fine, and he's happy to carry on. The umpires want to check. These days, concussion is such an issue that the umpires make absolutely sure there isn't a strike to the head, and in fact the England physio is coming on, I think, as much because he has to rather than because he needs to. We'll monitor that. 70 for 1. You're still waiting to say something. Poor Alex Tudor has sat there like a distraught soul left out of the melee.
No, not at all, Mark. No, I was just saying, you raise good points. He's new into the team. He's come from 2 low scores, and we'll talk about Alex.
It did hit him in the head. It did hit him in the head. He ducked into it and it hit him in the head. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but as he turned his head away, it hit him where, if you like, on the part of the helmet that protects the temple. So, and he just gets a glare from Seals. He's being asked a few questions by the England physio, checking on the concussion issues, probably doing a count, in theory now he has to change his helmet. I think that's all part of the new laws. The physio won't be happy, I think. I think he'll want it changed. Yeah. I don't know what's happening here, but it looks as if the physio has called for a new helmet, Alex.
Yeah, I think you're right, Mark. As soon as you get hit on the head, I think the rules are now that you have to change the helmet. He's mostly saying, look, I'm fine. This is my helmet. I'm used to it. And he's like, listen, rules are rules. So they look like he's passed the concussion test, but a new helmet will have to come out for him.
Interesting, because I don't suppose it's his helmet. I don't suppose they carry 2.
Yeah.
So he's got to wear something that won't be immediately comfortable. Equally, it doesn't have the protection. Oh, it does. Now they're putting on some protection around the back of the neck. That was a series of moves made after the death of Philip Hughes, who was hit sort of the back of the lower part of the skull, top part of the neck. And so they dropped a bit of extra protection that was initially foam padding, but then became there was a metal option, I think. Is that right? You seem to know more than I do. You're nodding away.
No, I disagree with you. Yeah, that's definitely right. After the tragic loss of the Phil Hughes, where the back of the neck, it was on display, wasn't it? And now the majority of all helmets now have this sort of, it's like hard foam, I would say, Mark. I'm not sure if it's metal, maybe hard foam behind there to protect them. And as you rightly said, this is most probably, it won't be his helmet, or most probably a spare. They would carry a lot of spares now, because obviously there's going to be a situation where you do get hit on the head and stuff like that. And he wouldn't be used to it, so I'm sure he wasn't happy that helmet has gone, because we'll look at it and it's most probably a different helmet, different make of helmet as well, so he ain't going to be used to it. So he's just got to get on with it now, though, in these days, don't we, Mark?
He's gone from one manufacturer's name to another. He's wearing a Gray Nichols, and now he's gone to a Missouri. Let's hope he's okay. He seems to be anyway. He's continuing. Here's Joe Root, and that's banged into the surface. Root swings around with it and gets a single down a long leg, in complete control of that shot. There's just no spite in this pitch. The batsman's got so much time to decide what to do. But of course, when the ball is slow off the surface, it doesn't, as they say in cricket, come onto the bat, and therefore it's harder to play your shots.
Especially when the ball's dug in as well, you sort of make that decision where you feel, I can't quite get underneath it, so I'll back myself to stay on top of it and try and ride it, so to speak.
And it's getting softer, that ball. It's into its 42nd over. You know, all those things make such a difference. Now pull stroke from Alex Lees, and a very good one. Alzari Joseph banging 2 in a row into the middle of the pitch. A single out to deep backward square leg for Lees, who's now on 26, route on 46, 72 for 1.
Actually, Mark, this ball's slightly older, just a couple of overs before they just changed the ball, just prior to you coming back on, and so this ball should have a little bit more hardness to it. But as you rightly said, you know, into the 42nd over. They're working hard, England batters, aren't they? The importance of staying out there, but they have to accumulate to get these runs.
Joseph again bowls, and that's also short. Root pulls it in front of square this time, again in complete control of the shot. Balance good, he hits down, rolls his wrists on it, gets a single out to deep square leg, and moves to 47. I wasn't being idle in that time off, I want you to know. I went down to Borough Market, one of my favourite places in London. Any visitor to London should go and visit Borough Market. But most of the stalls were closing down. Given we seem to have a food issue in this commentary position here, and an endless debate about how we should procure something to eat this evening, I picked up a bit of cheese and biscuits for the boys to share. It's the best I could do. A couple here for Lees, who works it away off his hip. Long leg comes about 50 metres to field that ball one-handed and flings it in nice and flat. And Lees now ticking a bit, which is nice. It's important. He needs that scoreboard just to move a bit, really. If you're static for too long, you're handing the game to the opposition, and you're leaving so much for the rest of your lineup to do. There's a reason you're looking to score runs, and that's because the innings has to progress. It can't stand still. Defends on the back foot in a very David Milan type way there, so it bends his knees after the shot with his hands a bit low. I thought David Milan got a bit of a raw deal being binned from the Test side after he played well in the first 3 Test matches in the Ashes in Australia, but perhaps when the ball moved around a bit, he never looks quite so good when the ball moves around. He has no trouble with the pace, but I don't know, I think there's still something in Milan. Anyway, the selectors don't agree. That's way down the leg side, and it's left alone by Lees. The wicket-keeper dives and makes a stop, having put down a difficult chance of Joe Root a little earlier, and another over finishes the 42nd. It's 75 for 1.
You just think, Mark, if they start to pick up the momentum now, the tempo, all that hard work that was done in the morning, you sort of forgive and just say, okay, that is your job. As you say, you don't want to be static for too long, otherwise the team in the field are like, well, they're not going anywhere, we're not losing too much. So it's still important for them to just keep it ticking, just keep moving the ball, make sure you pounce on that bad ball, but important just to manoeuvre the ball, just to get their bowlers off their line and length, because bowlers would just bowl line and length all day if you allow them to.
Lawrence Stokes, Bairstow, key players to come. I ought to mention Ben Foakes and Chris Wokes as well, both pretty darn good players. Jaden Seals, tall young man, 20 years of age. Triumphant start to his Test match career. More games in Test match cricket than first class cricket, I think I'm right in saying. Is that right, Jared? He's played more Test matches than first class games?
He's played 2 games for Trinidad and Tobago, and he played 1 game for West Indies A, which got him into the Test team. So he played 1 game for West Indies A, played for the West Indies, then went back to play for Trinidad, and now is playing for the West Indies again.
Okay.
Why waste all those deliveries in first-class cricket? I think seems to be their current thinking on Jaden Seals. He
bowls now, and there's a little bit of outswing. It's left alone by Joe Root. He's not classical in that sideways on fashion, but Seals comes to the crease with a really good measure of stride, so he's not hurried when he's in his delivery stride. He retains his height very well. He gets his arm high enough and his wrist in a good position, and he gets a bit of swing. It's really nice. He's a little bit more... He's probably in the way that Malcolm Marshall was front on. There's a little bit of that, I'd say, but he's not classical, but he's certainly... It's a very well-organised approach and action. As again now, just too straight. Of course, Root barely ever misses that ball off the body. He wants to, but Alex Lees screams back at him no, so Root has to scramble back into his ground, and probably Alex Lees was right there. It would have needed him to go straight away. No need for a risk like that, particularly if you battled 129 balls for 28. You're not going to run yourself out, or I'd say you're unlikely to.
Yeah, you'd be upset, wouldn't you? But going back to Seals, Mark, his approach is very comfortable, isn't it? It just looks well measured. As you say, doesn't look rushed, looks real composed when he's into his bounds, when he's getting up to deliver the ball. In his coil, he looks strong. And I've just been impressed with his length and his line that he's bowled. Normally you would sort of say with the West Indian bowlers of past, they can be erratic, but they've been good today.
Left alone, wide, outside off stump, and Lees wants nothing to do with it. 76 for 1. Talking of looking strong, so did that bloke in the pool on the left of all those guys there, most of them with beers in their hands, a couple with sun hats on. But there's a pool here, a swimming pool, and in fact, look at that. The television director must have heard me, because they've just picked up a shot on TV. I didn't mean any of those three. Actually, he looks quite a strong leg on the right there, but and they've got probably rum and something going on there. Rum and what though? It's a rum punch. Rum punch, is it?
Yeah,
okay.
tropical
rum punch, and they've got big wide brim sun hats on. What a place to be to watch a test match as Lees goes forward and pushes it without. It's not one thing or the other. That it's. You feel he could really crunch that ball, really get stuck in behind it, punch it down the ground. It's a long half volley, and it's eased rather gently to short extra cover, who's the most overworked fielder in the game at the moment. A warm welcome to all our TalkSport listeners. If you're listening online or on your smart speaker, but you need to be on the move, you can listen to us on the free TalkSport app, where you can swipe both TalkSport and TalkSport 2. An attempted bouncer, it doesn't get up. Lees goes back and actually gets stuck in the shot halfway through it and settles for a sort of dab out to mid-wicket for a single. Yes, it's available. TalkSport 2 available wherever you get your apps. So the end of that over. 43 gone, 77 for 1. Alex Tudor alongside me. At what stage does a pitch as dead as this get into the heart and mind of a quick bowler?
Listen, I used to bowl. I was lucky enough to open a bowl, and if I bowled a delivery and the keeper's taking it below the knees, honestly, my heart used to just go down. I remember actually Goffey, who's with us today, we played a game at it was the beginning of the season when we was at Essex at Chelmsford, and we played Worcester. They had a good side at the time, and we won the toss. It looked green, and Goffey's steaming in, and he's running and bowled. He bowled it, and James Foster's picked it up on the one bounce. Goffey looked at me down at fine leg. It was a long day.
Round the wicket is Joseph, and it's sort of short enough to cut, and so Lee's played a very late back cut, and he got quite a good amount of the bat on it, but anyway, it went to the fielder, so I'm rabbiting on when in fact nothing came from the ball, but it was more interesting the sum of late. And the score remains at 77. Nothing beats the story of you and me against the Australians.
I tell people about that story. I tell them the Martin Crowe story. I tell them about Ben and I.
Here we go again with Joseph. That's nicely played. Nicely played. Just a single, but he looked really organised. Off the back foot, into the gap at cover, and a single to celebrate.
You've got to tell the story, Mark. Tell the story.
Well, the Martin Crowe story is a longer one. We can tell that, because I think the cricket's going to need a bit of paint,
and you need to listen to the story.
A little bit of brushwork. So when Alex Tudor in 1997 could bowl really quick. I'm telling you guys, ladies, gents, wherever you may be, could bowl really quick. And we were playing the Australians for Paul Getty's 11 at Paul Getty's private ground, which is just the most magnificent cricketing facility you'll ever see. I mean, beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And Root goes back and pulls the ball hard down to long leg. He sort of hits it hard into the ground, and the ground sucks the life out of it, and it rolls out to long leg, and he gets another single. So quite a few singles coming. And Michael Slater and Mark Taylor come out to open the batting after I'd lost the toss, and they said we'll bat first. And, you know, they're expecting not an easy ride. We want a competitive day, but I don't think they're expecting hardcore. And Tudor just steams in at them. Absolutely. And bowls proper fast. I mean, lovely fast bowling. And Mark Taylor, in comes Joseph again, and forward defensively goes Lees, and there's no run. And he bounces Michael Slater a couple of times, and Slats could play the hook shot, but he ducks because that's how quick it was, in a hurry. And Mark Taylor's at the non-strikers then, now getting increasingly grumpy and scratching the ground and giving me a look. And eventually he says, "Skip, mate, friendly, isn't it?" And I said, "Oh, yeah, sorry, Tubbs. And in comes Alzari Joseph. Not a long run, reaches the crease, tall, thin man, bowls in the forward defence again, goes out to square cover for no run. I said, "Yeah, sorry, Tubbs." And I walked back to Tudor's mark, and I said, Tude, Captain, am I right, Captain? I said, "You're doing great, but you need to bowl quicker." We've got to get some hurt going. Slats is expecting a long half volley. Next time, this thing's whistled past his nose.
Good old days.
It was very funny at the time. I don't know whether I got that across, but anyway, I'll have to tell the Martin Crowe story another time. But cut a long story short, he hadn't played for 3 years, and he got 160. And that over finished with a left alone ball outside off stump. Drinks are being brought onto the field of play. The score's 79 for 1. Martin Crowe didn't lay a bat on ball for 9 deliveries, and the 10th one was from Glenn McGrath, and he stood on the back foot and he eased it through extra cover for 4. And 2 hours later he was 160 not out, and he needed 10 to win. But the rest of us Muppets weren't up to the challenge. We couldn't get him on strike, and the match ended in a draw. In the days before, you automatically played limited overs matches in such situations. Martin Crowe, master batsman and a marvellous man. Another great loss. We were talking about Shane Warne at lunchtime. My goodness, we could give some airtime to Martin Crowe, who died far too young as well. 79 for 1 here in Barbados, and we're switching you across to the Kensington Oval and Barry Wilkinson.
Yeah, indeed. Drinks happening here, and the pitch obviously getting some repair. Sammy Badri has just sneaked in alongside of me, and you look at this particular situation in the game, Sammy. I just took my first walk around the ground, and a couple of the English fans, well content, they seem to be just a little bit, I don't want to say bored, but that perhaps we're thinking that England would have been pressed on a little bit more at this stage.
Well, I haven't had that luxury just yet, Barry. I've been busy working. Didn't have that opportunity to laze around, walk around. But yeah, it has been slow going, hasn't it? 44 overs bowled, just a 79 runs scored. A run rate of 1.8 runs per over. But you can kind of understand the caution that has been exercised, particularly given the fact that in the recent past, and even in that first test match, they have lost wickets quite early and in clumps. And then even before that, in the Ashes, they've been bowled out for low scores quite often. So you can understand the caution. It's the first day of the second test match. They want to get a good score in the first innings. A little bit slow, but I can understand that caution that they're exercising at the moment.
Yeah, so we've had just 1 wicket for the day. Crawley was caught by the silver off of Seals for duck. Faced 7 balls, and we've seen some 9 fours, 6 from Root, 3 from Lees. Lees has got 30 from 137. Root's got 49 from 120. You look at the contrasting styles of the two batsmen. Would you say that perhaps Lees has just been a little bit too defensive?
I guess you can say that, but you also have to factor in he's just in his second test match. He's very new to this level, and he's just finding his feet. He didn't have a good start in the first test. He was dismissed twice inside before he got double-digit scores. So it's another opportunity for him to understand what test match cricket is all about. to get used to the conditions, to get that experience, and hopefully as his innings progresses, he can go through the paces, go through the gears, and improve upon that strike rate. But certainly no surprise for me the way he's played. Like I said, it's the infancy of his test match career. They've struggled at the top of the order for some time. England, they're looking for solidity at the top, if not fast run scoring, at least someone who is prepared to spend time out in the middle and not give his wicket away. And when he's paired with someone like Zach Crawley, who scores much faster, then he's a perfect foil for someone like that. And even Joe Root, who does score quite quickly, he provides that support and that solid base. So again, it's his second test match. He usually bats with guys who score much quicker than he does, and that partnership is usually quite good, or should be at any rate.
So it's going to be for Sammy Pamal to take back up the attack. 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 10. And he's going to be bowling to Root, who is just 1 short of his 54th half century at this level. They've just set a very interesting field for Root. There's a slip and a backward point, an extra cover, a cover and an extra cover. There's a mid-off, a long on, backward square in the boundary, a mid-wicket, and a leg slip. What can Pramod do to try and price out the wicket of Root, who's been very defiant, but has also looked pretty good when he is on the go? This delivery is driven straight to extra cover, and there's no run.
I think for starters, he has to be able to be consistent in a particular area, not allow Joe Root to score freely. Joe Root will be waiting for anything that's loose.
Here he comes in and bowls to Root, who's on the front foot and defends, going to the offside. Bonner comes from backward point, does the fielding. Did you enjoy bowling here, Samuel Badri? You wouldn't have bowled in Test, but you would have bowled quite a bit in T20s. As Pamal bowls again, and Root this time is again on the front foot and defends into the offside.
Yeah, I particularly like bowling here because of the bounce you were able to get as a spinner, and because of that wind factor, and players trying to hit against that wind, depending on which end you bowl. So I did have quite a lot of success in T20 cricket bowling at the Kensington Oval, as Pamal comes in once again, this time on the line of the middle and leg stump. Joe Root well forward and just pushes that one to mid-wicket, no run.
Yeah, I remember you playing in I think it was a CPL game here. You only played in a couple of CPL games before you've retired. As he comes in again and bowls to Root, and Root is on the back foot and forces his ball into the offside. This is going to be the half century for the England captain, as applause around the ground and even a standing ovation for Root's 50. What are we going to do if he gets 100? Well, they're quite happy to see something finally to shout about. Joe Root, his 54th half century at this level, and gets a round of applause from this crowd. He's 50 from 125 balls, 6 fours, 174 minutes, and he's certainly batted quite well. He's kept the team together after that early wicket.
He has done, and that's one of the reasons why he's opted to go in that number 3 position, just to do exactly that. Stop the slide, stop the fall of wickets, solidify, consolidate.
He's wrapped on the pad as a lot of people for LBW, and he's given him. Lees, looking to play off the back foot, is trapped on this pads, and umpire Joe Wilson had a long look, and he's given Lees out. They're deciding if to refer that, England. Root is having a chat with, of course, Lees, and he's decided not to refer it. So he's accepting the decision. So Lees is gone. Purmall has got the breakthrough. Lees has gone LBW for 30, and finally something for the West Indies to smile about. England are 80 for 2.
And finally something for Sammy Purmall to be happy about. Excellent bowling. Decided to play that one on the back foot, Alex Lees, and once he's missed it, it's always going to be a huge appeal. The only concern would have been whether or not it would have bounced over the stumps, but in the end decided not to challenge the umpire's decision, and the second wicket for the West Indies, 80 for 2 now, as Dan Lawrence makes his way out to the middle to join his captain.
I would love to see the replay. I think it still might be hitting, but I'm just wondering if it would have been missing as well. Well, we'll wait to see the replay, but that's all history. He's accepted the decision, and it means then that the West Indies team finally get on the second wicket. But I'll say this. If you look at his innings, 30 from 138. Do you consider that to be doing all of the hard work and then still at the same position you might have been at lunch if you had perhaps lost an early wicket, 2 early wickets?
Yeah, I think you're right. I think he did the hard work, as we see the replay on the monitor here, and it indicates that it was in fact a really good decision from umpire Joel Wilson. The ball would have been crashing into that top of middle and leg stump. So a wonderful decision from umpire Joel Wilson, and Versamy Pumol, his first wicket in this test match series, comes in the second test, but he'll be very happy with that. His first over in this post-lunch session, and exactly what West Indies were looking for, a quick breakthrough after lunch, and now they will be looking to make further inroads into this English batting lineup.
So it's going to be Jaden Seals now, comes in and bowls to Root, and Root is on the back foot and punches the ball to extra cover, and there's no run. Jason Holder again is trying to G up the players, trying to get them excited. You know, he's been doing that quite often.
But yeah, Alex Lees will be very disappointed with that dismissal. The manner of the dismissal, like you said, would have done all the hard work. He would have seen off the fast bowler, seen off the new ball, and got himself into a position where he can make a significant score. And just playing around the line of that delivery, and a soft dismissal, you'll have to see.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Root, and Root is on the back foot, and ball comes off the inner portion of the bat, and he'll get a single. That's all there'll be. Given a chance to Dan Lawrence to face his first ball. So 81 for 2 in the 43rd for Sammy Pumol. We've been critical of how he bowled in that test when you perhaps compared him to a Jack Leach. Didn't look very threatening, but you have to say that was a pretty good delivery. What should the batsman Lee have been doing that he didn't do?
Well, first of all, he should have made contact with the ball. You can't get LBW if you make contact with the ball. I think he didn't look at the ball long enough. He was looking maybe at where he wanted to hit the ball as opposed to looking at the ball long enough. It was a short delivery that he should have been playing on the back foot, which he did. Just absolutely wasn't able to get any bat on it. And once you're playing on the back foot, if you don't get bat on the delivery, then you're going to be into some problems. So the execution was a bit off, if not the shot selection.
Seals comes in again now and bowls his first ball to Lawrence, and Lawrence this time is defending into the onside. Looked a very classy kind of cricketer, Dan Lawrence, but he's got to get the runs to back up the promise and the potential and the obvious look of class that he has. When you look at his career in terms of his playing days, of course he's a cricketer that's been around for a little while. Age 24 from Essex. First class average of 38. He's got 11 first class centuries. As Seals comes in again and bowls to him. This one is short and he's cutting it. Well fielded. Very well fielded there by the vice captain, stopping what could have been a 4. And in the end, there was no run. 9 tests for Dan Lawrence. Averages 27. 3 half centuries. High score of 81 not out, but he hasn't managed to get 3 figures as yet. How do you rate him as a batsman?
I was very impressed with his second innings performance in that first test. He came out and showed a lot of enterprise, a lot of positivity. When England were trying to get quick runs, he made 37 in just 36 deliveries on that 5th morning. This one is outside the line of the off stump, just prodded on the front foot to Craig Brathwaite at short mid-off, no run. But the fact that he was confident enough to come out and play shots almost immediately in a test match and not really look to save his wicket. He was able to get those quick runs and put England in a position where they can give West Indies a lot of time to bat. So from that standpoint, as you mentioned, just in the infancy of his test career as well, just 9 test matches, and he had the confidence to come out and play like that. Very impressive.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence is driving straight to the mid-on area. There's no run. The over ends, 46 overs gone. Root's got 51. Lawrence is yet to score, and England, after winning the toss and batting this morning, moved on quite slowly to 81 for 2.
And West Indies have been quite disciplined throughout the course of the day. They have bowled in the right areas consistently. They haven't allowed England to score freely. They haven't given too many loose deliveries, too many boundary balls. Something that they would have spoken about after that first test, where at times I thought that they were a bit off the boil. They allowed England to score freely. For Sammy Pumol in particular, we've spoken about his performance in that first test, but that wicket of Alex Lees will give him a world of confidence as he continues and bowls this 1-2 Joe Root, who is well forward. Just knocks it back to the bowler. No run. So his confidence will be very high, but he's bowling to a batsman whose confidence is similarly high, if not higher.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Root, who's driving sweetly to a cover point area, not fielded cleanly there by Campbell, allowing a comfortable single. It would have been tight had Campbell aggressively fielded, picked up and throw, but he didn't. And Root gets a single to ease the pressure just a little bit, change the monotony in the rotation. He goes to 52, and it's going to be 82 for 2 now. We've still got quite a number of balls left, but Pramod tends to get the balls in pretty quickly, and he's the reason why the West Indies were able to bowl so many overs in the pre-lunch session.
Thank you very much.
And there is a forward short leg for the new batsman Dan Lawrence. Shamar Brooks, the fielder, under the helmet along with a slip, so Craig Brathwaite putting some pressure on the new man, trying to make those further inroads.
Here he comes in now and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence this time is turning the ball into the onside, straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. 82 for 2. The conditions at Kensington are absolutely spanking. I look across and I look around at the advertising boards, and not many West Indian advertising boards, I can tell you that. I see Barbados, I see CJ shorts, and other than that it looks quite English. There's Banks beer as well. I'm sure Sammy would have a drink or two to that. Here he comes in again and bowls, and this one is tailing away, stroking the ball to cover, straight to the field there. Craig Brathwaite, still no run. But you can see the intent. Lawrence obviously likes to get the ball off of his body. He wants to score. I think that's the attractive part about his batting that I like. As he comes in again from ball and bowls to Lawrence, who's again looking to score off the back foot, hitting the ball to Craig Brathwaite at that cover area. Can't pierce the offside field, and there's no run.
Yeah, he likes to stand beside the ball, Dan Lawrence. He likes to be leg side of the ball to access that offside. That seems to be his strength as Pumol comes in once again. He's down the wicket, meets it on the full, flicks it to the fielder at short mid-wicket, Alzari Joseph. No run, but you're quite right. He seems to be one of those batsmen who likes to feel the ball on the bat, likes to score, likes to get on with things. And from what I've gleaned from him, he likes to stand leg side of the ball to open up that offside. So Versamy Pumol will be very cognizant of that and try to bowl those straight lines, not allow him anything free outside the off stump so that he can get away. And I think if they can manage to do that and build that pressure and attack from the other end with the fast bowlers, then that might just be the plan that they're working with as Jaden Seals. He will continue from the Malcolm Marshall end. 2 slips and a gully in position, a ring on the offside, deep backward square, and deep mid-wicket for Joe Root.
Seals comes in and bowls to Root, who's on driving sweetly. That's going to go quite close to the boundary. It won't get there though. Campbell is giving chase. They'll get 2. Will they come back for the 3rd? No, they won't. Campbell picks up throws, and a very good throw there to the keeper, Joshua De Silva, who put Root down on 34. What did you think about that chance?
Yeah, I thought it was an opportunity that Joshua De Silva should have taken. Not an easy one, but at this level, you're expected to take the difficult ones. Of course, you would take the easy ones. It's the ones that are half chances, the ones that are a little bit challenging. That's the one you have to take, and that's the one that usually makes the difference in winning and losing.
Here he comes in again and bowls. His delivery is pegging him on the back foot, but he's placed it defensively into the cover area. Still no run. 84 for 2. Root's got 54 now. He's beginning to open up a bit. Perhaps the batting of Lawrence, in terms of how Lawrence is trying to score, looking a bit more positive, perhaps that might just force Joe Root to go into second gear.
It might just play him on. It will allow Joe Root to rotate the strike a bit more and get more of the strike, because Lawrence, like you said, will look to score, will like to get off the mark and get down to the other end and rotate the strike and keep that scoreboard ticking.
Again, comes in and bowls to Root, and Root is cutting, a late cut, a la Everton Weeks used to late cut a lot. but the only difference is there that Weeks might have gone in 4 for that. Root didn't get a run.
And Root has played that shot quite regularly, that dab. Not really a cut shot, but a late dab, allowing the ball to come onto the bat and using the pace of the ball. But the West Indies, they've kept that field at gully just to prevent that run scoring opportunity for Joe Root. And in the previous test match, he scored quite a few of his boundaries towards third man. So far, they've plugged that gap.
As Seals comes in again and bowls to Root. Root is again defending, square to the offside, still no run. 2 balls left in the over. The England team, of course, would have come here, like we all know, without the very 2 famous fast bowlers who've done so well for England. And then they came to meet the news that Robinson was at 100% himself, and now there's Mark Wood. That must have been a very big setback for England.
Yes, certainly, and they've had to give debut caps to Fisher and Saqib Mahmood.
Seals comes in a bowls to Root, and Root is pulling straight though to the fielder, along the ground of course, for Sammy Pramal on the mid-wicket boundary, but gets a run. So gives Lawrence a chance to get off the mark. He's got a knot from 8.
Yeah, and both Saqib Mahmood and Matthew Fisher will be looking on to see what this surface has to offer, and so far not much to be excited about for the fast bowlers, but you never can tell how this pitch will react as we go deeper into this test match. So far, not much in it for the fast bowlers.
Seals bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence is on the front foot of the defending. Into the onside, there's no run. The over ends. It's 85 for 2 after 48. Root's got 55. Lawrence yet to score. We now hand it over to Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed, Barry Wilkinson. Yeah, it's been a quality innings from Joe Root. 55 from 134 balls. It's uncharacteristically slow, but that is illustrative of the slowness of the pitch. It doesn't look quite as lifeless as the one in Antigua. It could have been worse for England because Joe Root was dropped on 34, one-handed chance down the leg side by Joshua Da Silva off the bowling of Kemar Roach. Wasn't what Roach was bowling for, although he was bowling in swingers, so that's it's to be expected from time to time that a batsman will glance one down the leg side. Here's Pramal, poor delivery, full outside leg stump, poor delivery I'm afraid, and it's swept for 4 by Joe Root. You really have got to be at your best as a spinner against Joe Root, one of the best players of spin in the world. But for Sammy Pramal, had a disappointing test match, as we were discussing earlier, Samuel Badri, and he was tidy, wasn't he, just before lunch in that spell, but he's just a bit wavered again at the moment. Here he is once more. He's got a slip and a leg slip. Another sweep from Root, and this time he will find the fielder all the way along the ground, out at deep back with square leg. It is Roach who does the tidying up, but another 2 to Root, 91 for 2.
Yeah, he did bowl a little bit off target in that first test match, but they also played him quite positively. I thought that both Joe Root and Zach Crawley, once he gave them any opportunity to score, they pounced on that. This one is on the line of the stumps. Joe Root goes on the front foot, just works it through the offside, no run. But yeah, I thought the manner in which they played him as well also put him under a lot of pressure, and he wasn't able to rebound from that. So Joe Root in this over immediately putting him under that early pressure. This one is outside the line of the off stump, just prodded through the offside, no run. And when you put a bowler under pressure, they have to respond. And so far, England have been winning the battle against him.
91 for 2 in the 49th over. Pramal in once again, and forward comes Root, playing defensively up on the onside. I'm absolutely delighted that you're not correcting me, but offering a different perspective, Samuel, because it's funny how we tend to see things from, we're one-sided in many ways. That's driven down the ground, last ball of the over by Root, to hold on the long-on boundary, and they go through for a single. And as much as I tend to see erratic bowling from for Sammy Pramal, you saw and were reminding me that actually you're quite right. England were extremely positive against him. Always two sides to every story, aren't there?
Yeah, certainly. And when Jack Leach bowled, I don't think that the West Indian batsmen were positive against him, and they allowed him to bowl multiple overs of no runs, so consecutive and a multiplicity of maiden overs. I think he bowled something like 20 maiden overs in the first innings, and he followed that up with 13 maidens in the second innings, because the West Indians were just prodding and pushing and blocking, as opposed to the Englishmen, who are looking to score, because they know if they get the spinner off the attack, it's easier to score off the fast bowlers. So there are a combination of things. Yes, he was erratic at times, but also that fact didn't really help him all in that first test.
Jared Kimber.
It's probably just worth saying, Manners, that I have a very good Samuel Badgery story, which he may or may not remember from my career covering the Big Bash back in the day. And just before I say this, you've been writing for cricket for, 70, 80 years at this point, Manners. How many cricketers have you ever tried to interview who have requested to do it by written word?
Down the leg side here, Jason Holder, and that's a rare poor delivery. So how many cricketers have I asked to speak to, and they've said we'll do it in writing?
Yeah.
Off the top of my head, one.
And the name of that player?
A young Michael Atherton.
Okay. So my whole career as well, not quite as long into it as you, but again, many thousands of interviews, and the only player who ever asked to do it by written form was Samuel Badgery. I was asking him about bowling spin in the power play, and he gave me the most grammatically correct Word document you've ever seen, far better than my actual copy.
Pushed away out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. So you were saying he required no editing whatsoever?
No, I mean, he should have been editing my piece, if we're being honest. But I just have not. In my entire career, I always tell that story when people go, "What's Samuel Badgery like?" I said, I've never talked to him, but we did have an
literary genius.
Yeah, but we did have an email exchange, and but also just it was perfect. You could tell that the man was an educator, and I'm only partially saying that story now because he just said, what was it? Multiplicity of maidens?
England 92 for 2. We'll give him a right of reply after this ball. Here is Jason Holder. Root steers it away behind square on the offside to backward point. This is at this point where Samuel Badgery says, well, I do have a first in English literature from the university.
I do have a wife who has a first in English literature, and she wrote those responses.
That has broken my heart. Honestly, that is the saddest thing ever. I just figured that you were a very exact person, and that's why you did it, and you wanted to make sure you got every word correct. Am I wrong in thinking that?
No, you're absolutely right. I wrote those responses. This one, Jason Holder on the line of the leg stump, neatly worked away in front of square. Joe Root picks up another 2. Yeah, I've been in education all my life, really. I started teaching straight out of secondary school. I taught at the primary level, and at the primary level, you have to teach every single subject that's on the curriculum. And then I went to secondary school where I taught physical education, and currently in the curriculum planning and development division with the Ministry of Education. So since I finished secondary school, I've been in the education sector for all of my adult life, working full time. So yeah, I value that part of my development very highly, and as a matter of fact, I'm proud of the things that I've achieved off the field, as this one is played nicely, but no run. I value my accomplishments outside the field of play similarly, if not higher, than my 2 World Cup wins and my number 1 T20 ranking in the world. I was able to achieve a degree in education as well as a master's in sport management, and I do believe in that marriage between sport and education, and not necessarily sport, any sphere of life that young people are interested in. It could be music, it could be dance, it could be drama, whatever it is, but also have that educational foundation.
Last ball of the over, flicked out towards mid-wicket, and there's no run. 50 up for England, 50 overs that is, 50 overs faced. They are 94 for 2. Samuel, one of the great truisms, I believe, and it's something that I tell young cricketers whenever I get the chance, is that cricket is what you do. It doesn't define who you are.
Absolutely, and too often, especially in these parts here in the region, our young players believe that you can either be a sportsman or you can be an academic. So there isn't that student-athlete type of mentality, and I try to do the same with any young player that I come in contact with, that you must have that balance in your life. You must have that holistic development throughout your career.
And it so often advances your career as a cricketer as well, if you have that sense of perspective on life. Pamal in once again, pushed up towards mid-on, and there's no run. The new batsman is Dan Lawrence, and England remain 94 for 2 with 2 men out. Alex Lees for 30 and Zach Crawley in the 4th over of the day without scoring. Lawrence pushes the next one defensively up towards mid-on. This is an opportunity for him to build an innings and not play the kind of selfless cameo, very important selfless cameo that he had to do in the second innings, as he now chops this one away behind square on the offside, and Kumar Bonner chases from backward point towards the boundary, and Dan Lawrence is off the mark with 2. Nice little force punch off the back foot. Is this pitch slow? I mean, I know it's slow, but how slow is it, Samuel, and will it speed up?
Yeah, that's a difficult question. It's very slow. There's much more bounce than that Antigua pitch from what I've seen so far, but similar in terms of the pace. I don't think that the fast bowlers will get anything out of this one. And come up Gunnar Pamal, as he's affectionately called by his teammates. Gunnar bowls that one on the line of the leg stump, pushed back to him. There's no run, so there's not much in it for the fast bowlers. And again, Sir Curtly Ambrose was lamenting on air how disappointed he was with what we've seen here. This one has worked through the offside, no run once again.
Did you say Gunnar?
Yeah, that's what they call him. They call him affectionately Gunnar. That's his nickname. I don't know where he got that from, but that's what they call him here in the region. This one is on the line of the leg stump, work towards mid-wicket as Zari Joseph does the fielding, brings the over to an end. 51 overs bowled. England winning the toss and electing to bat first, 97 for 2.
Maybe he supports Arsenal.
Quite possibly, you never know.
Well, thank you very much indeed to Samuel Badgie. That was informative and entertaining, and in equal measure, and a moment of commentary that Jared Kimber will not forget. Absolutely brilliant. Dan Lawrence on 3, Joe Root on 64. England 97 for 2 from 51 overs, as we are repeatedly being fed an aerial shot of the wonderful Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados, with the cruise ship in Bridgetown Harbour, and it's making Alex Tudor and Darren Gough very, very envious. Goffey more so, because he doesn't have a trip to Barbados pending, whereas Alex Tudor will be off there in 2 weeks' time.
It's nothing that a couple of grand can't sort out, Manners. That's all you need to do. Get yourself off to Barbados. A wonderful, wonderful place, especially when the cruise ships are in as well. It's a wonderful place to visit. I've done the cruise ship thing 2 or 3 times. In fact, it's my mum and dad's dream. They did it once. I took them once, many, many years ago, and they said they would definitely want to do it again. But they're in the 70s now, so they're going to have to get on the move.
Jason Holder, full and straight, driven down the ground by Dan Lawrence. It's a lovely straight push drive, not over hit, didn't need to hit it hard. It was nice and full, and all he had to do was push it back past the bowler's feet, which he did, and it brings up the 100 for England. 101 for 1.
Yeah, fantastic shot from Lawrence. As you're right, he said, just went across his crease, but he kept his back face dead straight, which worked for him. Down to mid-on, just a punch drive, fantastic shot. Value for runs doing that.
Again, head position. We talked about it, didn't we, earlier, when Joe Root plays a drive. His head position was absolutely spot on. It was perfect.
Jason Holder in again up to the crease now. Bowls another half volley. He's attacking the stumps, but he's gone 2 leg side there, and it's driven away by Lawrence for another 4. I do love a good on drive. Who doesn't?
Well, we do love it on drive, and they always say it's one of the hardest shots in the book. But again, from Holder, someone who doesn't like giving runs away, 2 really. You would say that one was a pure half volley leg side. The ball before was actually straight, good length, and he just played great bat face. That one, a bit more bottom man came into that one and flicked it past mid on for 4. 2 great shots there from Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, fantastic shots. You're being quite polite there to Holder there. Throwdowns them, Goffey. Good shot, though, still have to be put away.
Yeah, second one unquestionably a half volley. First one I thought was too full. But anyway, the next one is just right. Back of a length outside the off stump and left alone. 105 for 2.
God, you're harsh. First one and a half volley. That shot to Dan Lawrence, as a bowler, I thought that was the perfect length to a guy that's just come to the crease. Just straight, nipping back onto middle stump. He was just a brilliant shot. Great head position, punched his line straight back all the way through the line, and he timed it to perfection for 4 runs. I don't think that was a bad delivery, the first one, at all.
Fair enough. Good shot. Here is Holder once more. It's dropped down defensively out towards mid-on, setting off for a single. Oh my... Wow, John Campbell was quick there at mid-on, but not quick enough. He couldn't pick it up cleanly. He dived like a rugby scrum half with a fly pass towards the stumps, but I don't think he picked the ball up cleanly. It was a very, very tight run Dan Lawrence called for there. I'm not quite sure whether he thought John Campbell was deeper than he was. Yeah, he didn't pick it up cleanly, but if he had and he'd got the dive pass away and hit the stumps, Lawrence was struggling.
Yeah, not needed, I don't think. He's got away with one there for me. As you said, if John Campbell gets that in his hands and gets away with that, gets it out of his hand very quickly, and he hits the stumps, he'd be walking back for me.
Is he a poor fielder, John Campbell? Because normally, me and T used to end up there. They tend to put the worst fielder at mid-on, right? They do, because it's the rarest place the ball gets hit. Mid-off, you get a better fielder. Mid-on, you get your worst fielder. Now, I fielded mid-off, so Tudor, you'd have fielded mid-on.
I was fine leg.
But I thought he moved pretty slowly there. He didn't move. He didn't predict the shot. His movement wasn't great, and he got away with one there for me. Dan Lawrence, a better fielder, that would have been out.
A little landmark has been reached. The overall scoring rate's gone over 2 for the first time in the innings. That one is chopped away by Root towards the gully, into the gully, along the ground, and there's no run. So it's taken until the 52nd over for the scoring rate to reach 2 and over. And it's been hard going, but that was a productive over. This has been a productive over. It's still got a ball left of it with a couple of boundaries, a 2 and a single. And England now 106 for 2, winning the toss and choosing to bat first, as Holder has this is the most expensive over that he's conceded in the series. In Antigua, he barely went for more than 1 and over throughout, and apart from when Dan Lawrence got after him in that second innings. But 52 overs gone, England 106 for 2, the men out, Crawley without scoring, and Alex Lees for a very patient 30. On the subject of Barbados, because I shall be off in an over's time, but amazing how many times you go to a place for the first time and everyone says you must go and see this, or you've got to go and do that, and it's what the place is known for and it's famous, and you know, and it's more often than not it's a bit of a disappointment because it's been given such a big build up. But oysters.
Oh, I was just about to say that.
Were you?
I was just about to say, Friday night. That, it was
Friday night as well.
Friday night, oysters.
Describe to the listeners who don't know about oysters.
Okay, so oysters is the fish market.
Here's for Sammy Pamal, and that one is driven by Root to cover, no run.
There's the fish market down here in Christchurch, and it has like food stalls and like
it's a nightclub, Alex.
Well, I don't know if it's a nightclub. They do play music.
Driven by Lawrence up towards Long On.
He's trying to make the sell food there. Everybody don't go there, but everybody goes to party and eat.
Well, there's some people that party, like the locals go there, they get on the stage, they do their dancing and all that type of thing, and the locals are just, people just come, food, watch people dance, and just enjoy themselves. It's just great. Then they have stalls at the back.
Here's for Sammy Pamal, and that was pushed by Root back to the bowler. I was always told, if you want to go for fresh fish and enjoy the feeding, go before 7, and then leave, because it gradually becomes more and more partying.
Yes.
I mean, not that, you can't eat and party. That one is pushed by Root again to cover. All I wanted to say was that Oystons has never, ever been a disappointment. They've worked so hard to keep the authenticity about it. I mean, it's been there for 100 years.
Oh, it's been there for a long time. What fish do you go for?
Flying. driven out towards cover once again, and there is no run.
That's the banker, isn't
Is
it?
it banker? I tell you, Marlin. I had Marlin. Oh, Marlin was
Snapper.
lovely.
Oh. Black and snapper. Can't beat it. Beautiful.
Is there a bad fish? Versami Pummel again, and pushed by Root towards cover, and a loud shout of no as when Krumar Bonner comes in to do the fielding. That shout came from Dan Lawrence. 53 overs gone, 107 for 2.
Not when you have chips with it. Every fish is good with chips. Fantastic.
Mac pie, macaroni pie, local dish there, a bit of plantain. Coleslaw, I have coleslaw with absolutely everything. Bit of coleslaw. I mean, you're spoilt for choice, aren't you? And because it's the local food, it's not as expensive.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
very so.
You know, you go to Chefette or one of them places, or you go to the restaurant.
The Cliff.
All right, okay. Yeah, I can't afford the Cliff. Only Goffy can. But.
Oh no, that's Mark's choice of restaurant, the Cliff. Mark, you'll have been there on numerous occasions, yeah? In Barbados?
Yeah.
The Cliff restaurant?
I have, but not numerous. I've been there once, and there's now the last time we were there, right? There's another place next door to it that's an offshoot of the Cliff.
No,
but actually,
did I go with you? I think I might have gone with you to that one.
I think you've been there more than me, Goffy. Yeah. It's a bit flash for me, Goffy. I can't afford it. I'm not on your wage, mate.
Not on the TalkSport expenses.
Anyway, that isn't remotely interesting to our viewers who've tuned in to hear about the cricket.
Well, there's not much happening at the cricket, Mark. I mean, it's 108 for 2. It's been a battling performance from England. I think it's been a disciplined performance as well from the West Indies. They've left the ball out there, haven't they? They've tried to make England play at balls they shouldn't be playing at, but England have stayed patient. They've lost the 2 openers, but Joe Root batting at 3 seems to be enjoying his time out there. And Dan Lawrence has come, and he looks in fine form, actually. 2 great shots from mid-on.
I was going to say, the obvious difference to me since I was last focused on it is the energy in the batting, people looking to score. And Lawrence 14 from 22 balls as he pushes forward, does Root. It's firmly back towards Jason Holder, who then makes, when the bowler fields it, this follow through and makes the dummy throw up the stumps at the striker's end. And both of them look pretty miffed with each other, and he does not a dummy throw. He actually bounces it into the pitch, and then Root thinks about playing it and leaves it alone outside off stump.
Do you know what that is? That's frustration.
It is. Yeah.
That's frustration. He's his home ground, and he's thinking, why ain't there a bit more in this pitch? There's normally a bit more bounce in Barbados.
Yeah, it's too flat, and it's frustrating for Root too, because he can't hit through the ball because it's not coming onto the bat. So yeah, a bit like Antigua, it looks like the match will be attritional rather than aspirational.
Saying that, I think it will spin. This could be a great opportunity for Jack Leach. I know he's found it hard of late Test cricket, playing against the West Indies, then that first Test in Antigua. It looked like he was just getting his rhythm, didn't he, in the second innings? But now it's an opportunity for him here in Barbados.
I agree, it'll spin. I absolutely 100% agree with that, and I think that as that's left alone outside off stump, Root got a single off the previous ball. I'm sorry, Goffey was wittering away, and that's left alone outside off stump. 109 for 2. Holder number 26, Lawrence 14, Root 65. There's an update. I'm certain it'll spin, and therefore I think the longer, whether it's entertaining or not, in terms of run rate, the longer England occupy the crease, and hope to build the big first innings score, the better. See, even there, that's over pitch by Holder, which is unlike him. He normally hits back over length. It's half volley length, and Lawrence hits it into the pitch, and it goes nowhere and is fielded by Holder off his own bowling. Beautiful day, by the way, in Barbados, although there's been quite a strong wind. It's just eased off a little, moving across the ground. It seemed to help outswing this morning those who bowled with the wind coming from right to left as we looked from the bowler's end. Here's Holder again. Of course, that's a good block forward. That bounced a little bit more than the others and hits the splice of Lawrence's bat into the over. No run. 109 for 2. Of course, the 2 ends named after 2 rather special cricketers and men. One of them still going strong and a major figure over in Barbados, Joel Garner, and the other Malcolm Marshall. And then other stands around the ground. There's a Greenwich and Haynes stand. There's a Sobers. Obviously, Gary Sobers is honoured. And then the media centre, after two men I knew very well, Peter Short, Captain Peter Short, and Tony Cozier. In my opinion, maybe the greatest of all cricket broadcaster stroke writers, Tony Cozier, right up there anyway. And also a man called, I must look him up, Cobbin I think it is, or Coppin. I need to know more about him, so it's named after the three of them. Good stroke, Joe Root. We go back to India for that one, and Sri Lanka when he played so brilliantly at the start of last year. Down on one knee, reaching out in front of a line at off stump, fetching it with a sort of sweep slogs type stroke all the way along the deck. No sweep, we'll call that, in front of square. Hits it flat and hard and for four.
Yeah, great execution again, and the one thing you could admire about Joe Root, especially when he's playing spin, he just hits it in areas where the fielders are not. That is the name of the game.
The great say, that's edge to slip, no run, bounces and is well fielded, actually, of a sprawling field. The great say, when you get out and take guard, you don't look at where the field is, you look where the gaps are. Root waits for the left arm spin of Pamal, did I say Pamal or Pamal?
Pamal. While you're looking up Coppinstein, can you look up the party, what he did as well? Look up Partystan, Mark. Tell me what he did.
Single for Root as he just knocked that out on the leg side. Look up who?
Party stand. I don't know who he is. There's a stand named the Party Stand.
The Party Stand?
What did he do? Bat ball?
Peter Party. Fantastic character, always fun.
That's the stand I want to be.
Lawrence on strike, down the pitch he comes, chips it high and hard, gets all of it, does he? Oh, he does! Two arms are raised, six is signalled, and the crowd roar their approval.
Well, that's woke Alex's mum up over in Barbados. She fell asleep earlier in the day, but Dan Lawrence definitely come to the crease looking to get on with it. He did this in Australia as well, didn't he? Looked to try and attack the bowlers when he comes to the crease. That's the way he likes to play. Someone who's really, really strong. I remember him at Essex. My son was on the staff at Essex with Dan, and he's someone who loved it through the leg side.
That's short of slip, just. There's the spin we're talking about. Pummel got it to spin from around middle and off, I'd say, and it didn't carry to slip. That's the captain, Craig Brathwaite, it slipped. So he's safe, he's all right. He wants to take the bowler on. This is now a good contest. Suddenly the cricket has energy and interest. He goes forward, does Lawrence, and pushes it firmly into the shins of the short leg fielder. The end of that over, full of fun. It was a tremendous shot because he came down the pitch and he hit against the spin. He hit over wide mid-on, more of a sort of a pick-up drive, and he got a lot of it. He's got a good eye, I'll tell you that. Dan Lawrence got a damn good eye.
Tell you as well, Mark, he's someone like, for me, he has presence at the crease. He has that sort of little air of little bit of arrogance. He backs himself. He feels that he's a good, he knows that he's a good player, and he wants to stamp his authority on proceedings. And he just has that air for me where, obviously, Alex Lees, in a different sense, just sort of went in within himself. Dan, no such thing with Dan Lawrence. Comes out, he wants to be positive. Wants to have
can be his downfall though, and he was in Australia, so he's got to get stuck in as well.
But as that's left alone by Joe Root outside, better that than reticence. You know, it's not that easy to come into international cricket for the first time and strut your stuff, but he does it, and the upside of it is that he can get on top of the opponent. He believes in himself enough to at least try to do that, and that's a real plus point for him. I think he's got one or two little flaws technically, particularly with his pick-up, but actually the extension of his arms in that six was excellent. So there's something in him for sure. I think it's a good point. Here's Holder again, huge tall man. That looked like might have just cut his fingers across it. Well, it's slightly slower, but maybe not. 127 kilometres per hour. Root just nudged it, sort of a little nudgington, as they used to say, to mid-on, and there's nothing in it for Root. 20 now for Lawrence, 70 for Root.
Well, we can put the number 3 debate to bed, can't we, now, and say Root can't bat at 3. I think he played well in Antigua, and if you're going to get 2 pitches you'd like to bat at 3 on, I think he's probably got 2 belters for him, the way he plays, Joe.
Yeah, I mean,
it's quite correct. Yeah,
if he nicks one that's zipping around in England in May, So be it. There's a key point here as Holder bowls down the leg side and Root misses. He's missed a lot actually down the leg side this innings, which is unlike him, and he's also nicked one that was dropped. That was the one chance. The only thing I'd say is that you've got to want to do it. And he hasn't wanted to do it previously. This time he did. It would have been a eureka moment. He must have woken up in the middle of the night and said, I know what I'm going to do. I'll go and bat at 3.
Well, when he comes back and plays for Yorkshire, he'll be batting at 3. Saying that, we'll have Milan.
Young Darren, the breath of fresh air. Banged into the surface by Jason Holder, and Root comes back for 2. The sprint's on, he makes it comfortably actually. The fielder really had a lot of ground to cover. I think there was probably always 2 in it. So Willie, that's interesting. Ahead of Milan, you have him at 3.
Well, if he's batting 3 for England and he comes back to play for us, which I'm sure he will because he ain't going to the IPL, I would like to think we're going to play the England captain at 3 where he's going to bat for England, because that should always take preference. Even though I'm the MD of Yorkshire, you know what I mean? We want to make sure, give him the best opportunity to perform for his country.
Holder again, number 98 on his back. Scurry of arms. Go Joe. The latest of late cuts. The touch of a surgeon. Another boundary. 76 for the England captain.
Quality shot, and yet again, that's what he does. At the crease, he's busy. It's not a bad ball from Jason Holder. It's sort of back of a length. It's close. He's just waited. He's played it sort of past his back pocket. So it's like he's going to leave it to the keeper, and then he just releases it down to vacant third man area. It's a great shot.
It's a crowd pleaser. And they had a dull old morning, and now they're having an exciting afternoon. This is superb batting from England at present. That's a lovely slower ball from Holder that really ripped his fingers across the top of it. Root read it perfectly and played it down quietly into the offside for no run. 1-2-6 for 2. So to give you some idea, England was scoring at 1.5 and over, and they're now scoring at over 2 and over, comfortably over 2 and over. I would guess my maths is appalling, but let's say 2.25, and they're doing it very nicely. It's terrific to watch.
Well, it's just this partnership, Mark. You know, there's 46 or 66 balls faced, and that's the impetus, isn't it? It's like getting these bowlers tired, bowling into their second, third, full spells, and that's where you pick them off, and that's what Joe Root is doing. Dan Lawrence has come on and up the tempo, look positive.
Here's Pamal again, bowls. Quietly pushed out to cover for no run by Dan Lawrence. Have you noticed how the DJ's got in on the act too? He's pounding out that music.
He's pounding out some serious tunes as well, isn't he? Celebration, I think. It's celebration for the crowd actually seeing some runs.
Good time.
Oh, he got out.
A big forward reach to block that resolutely as Dan Lawrence is the man in possession of this number 4, and he doesn't look like the sort of man who wants to give it up to me. I'd like to commentate on the cricket, but unfortunately from the studio in London the monitor's gone black, so we have no idea what's happening, but we'll keep talking cricket because Dan Lawrence is an exciting prospect, and I think he's getting a second run in the side here, which is, you know, sensible of the selectors. If they've seen something in him, he goes away, he has a bit of time out of the side, he has a chance to rethink, reboot, and then when he comes back into the team, hopefully he's got the right attitude. Well, he certainly seems to have that, and as long as he's got a lot of game and applies himself, there's every chance that he'll make something of it. I'm told that we've now had a square cut for Joe Root, or is it for Dan Lawrence, one or the other, but anyway for Dan Lawrence, and there's some runs in it. I'm going to try to fire up the iPad here and see if we can pick up something from Cricinfo. Very sorry that we're not able to commentate off these pictures. A little shuffle down the wicket from Dan Lawrence, and he gets a single to mid-on, and it's Alzari Joseph who does the fielding. So we're now on a feed. This is coming from a producer in a different room into my ear, who seems to be doing an annoyingly good job, and who's to say he shouldn't be in this seat. It's now 131 for 2. 2 balls left in the over. Joe Root on strike to the left arm spinner Pamal. Urasami Farol. I don't think much has happened there, because I can tell by the sound. If you've listened to enough cricket, you know that neither the sound of ball on bat nor the nor the sound of the crowd has meant anything has happened. So back down the pitch to the bowler, no run. Kamal bowls again, and it's squirted away to long on off a sort of thick inside edge, I would imagine, and there's a single for it. End of the over, 132 for 2. And Joe Root has strike, and now, Goffey, what we now know is that Joe Root, you know, we talk a lot about how he controls the tempo of the innings so well. That's now, this is the Joe Root that we're used to, isn't it?
Well, this is what he's so good at, and this is why he'll go down as one of the greatest players England have had. He's terrific in all formats. He builds in innings, and once he gets past that new ball, you know he's in for the long haul. Unless someone bowls him an excellent delivery. But I think what has helped him up the tempo is the fact that Dan Lawrence has come to the crease and he's looked busy. And it's made Joe relax as well at the crease. And the scoreboard is ticking. And once that happens, it puts pressure on the opposition. And as we've seen from the West Indies, this last 10-15 minutes, they've just got off the boil. And they've been a little bit wayward, especially Holder, someone that they rely on so much.
And Krumar Bonner is coming on to bowl, and because we don't have pictures, we'll get you straight out to Barbados and Barry Wilkinson.
And it's going to be Bonner who's bowling now to Root, who's on 77 with his leg spin, and this delivery is outside the line of the off stump, cut away. Won't get a run on this occasion. Ball going straight to the vice captain, and it means that Root has kept on that score. With Lawrence on 25, he's certainly perked things up a bit. It was quite a yawn watching Lee's bat for 138 balls, as Bonner bowls again to Root, this time in late cutting, very elegantly, but well fielded there yet again. As the England captain looks in such grace, wonderful touch. He's been elegant, he's been mature, he's got a century ready in the series, and he's looking for another one. He's just 23 short as Bonner bowls to him on the line of the off stump, defensively pushed into the offside, and there's no run. So 132 for 2. This partnership worth 52 already from 75 balls. Mind you, the first partnership was worth some 87 runs, but that came from almost 175 balls. Here comes Bonner now, and bowls to Root, and Root is driving down the ground, out to the long off. He'll jog a single, and he'll get it quite easily. No chance of a run out at all, as one run is taken to make the score now 133 for 2. Root goes to 78. Carrying on that wonderful form that he had in 2021 into 2022. He's just transferred it. Everywhere he's gone, he's been very successful. And Joe Root, indeed, making his average now just over 50 again in Test cricket. Had dropped just to 49 last year, and just wavered at that 49. He's now gone back into the 50s. As Bonner comes in now and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence gets a delivery that's down the leg side and turns it forward to square for a single. And rejoined now by Roland Butcher, who has been just delighted to see how beautiful Joe Root has batted, and Lawrence also given that impetus to pick things up. It's obvious that Lawrence, with his positivity, has certainly made Root waken up as well.
Yeah, good afternoon, Barry, and yes, a very good session so far for England.
Full delivery, driven into the offside, just one run. So the over ends 58 gone, 135 for 2. Root's got 79, Lawrence has got 26. The England team now beginning to look a bit more positive after we saw Lee, who batted for 138 balls for 30, the last man dismissed about an hour ago. And it means now that you look at the averages with England against spin since 2000. Joe Root has the best average, and that's why the spin is not bothering him at all. He averages 67.27 to spin. Graham Thorpe averages 67.22. You've got Vaughan, Jonathan Trott, they're in the 60s and 50s, but Root's a class act to the spin.
Yeah, I mean, he's a class act all round, whether it's against the spin or against the pace. You know, he is a quality performer, and his performances over the last 3 years really has shown what a fine player he is.
Here he comes again and bowls, a delivery that's short, punched off the back foot, just to the backward point area. One more run there for Joe Root, and he moves now to 81. Couldn't have asked for a better day, Roland.
Oh, it's a beautiful day. Lovely sunshine, full crowd, nice batting pitch, quality batsman at the crease in Joe Root. You know, the spectators have had a very good day. I would imagine the people in the party stand would have an even better day as far as they're concerned, because added to that would be some local beverages as well, and in that hot sun, not a great mix.
Here he comes in now from Wall and Bowles to Lawrence, who's carefully watching this one off the back foot and pushes it out to cover. There is John Campbell. Can't pierce that offside field. He's been trying to get through there. Just 4 men on the offside. As Pramwall comes in again and Bowles to Lawrence, and Lawrence gets it down the leg side, turns it to the middle area. Jason Holder's there. He wants a single set back, and there's no run. I was coming up the stairs and I saw Jason Holder's mum. She was actually coming in with Shane Dowrich's mum. They tend to be a pair here at Kensington Oval. They always sit side by side, and it was wonderful to see back in 2019 when both sons got centuries. One got a double, one got 100.
Oh, ball gone out.
Said she's coming to see Jason. She's going to bring some luck for Jason.
Well, she certainly need to do that, Barry, because this pitch you're going to need some luck. Joe Root's had the luck so far today, and you know what good players do when they get a bit of luck. They make you pay, and Joe Root's certainly doing that.
Yeah, he has. He's dropped on 34. As this delivery again brings Lawrence on the front foot, pushed out to the cover area, and there is no run. Lawrence 26, Roots got 80. As Pramwall spins the ball from hand to hand. He's got 1 for 41. And Bowles again, a good delivery in the line of the off stump, just spinning across the batsman to end the over and also to end the session, where England, who were 44 for 1 at lunch, have moved on in a much more positive fashion to 136 for 2 at tea. We've had 29 overs in the session, 89 runs, and they've just conceded the wicket. Lawrence has looked well, 26 from 38, 3 fours in that mighty 6. Root just got 80 from 171 balls with 9 fours, trying to close in on what should be yet again another Test century, as the West Indies bowling has looked somewhat pedantic, but the pitch, as someone said to me when I was coming up the stairs, they seem to be playing just across the road at Westbury Cemetery and not at Kensington Oval.
Well, Barry, we can see Westbury Cemetery from here, and but yeah, this pitch really has been very good for batting. We saw in the early exchanges this morning, particularly with Kemar Roach with the new ball, and you would expect this to happen with a new ball, that there was a degree of swing and movement off the pitch. The only thing wrong with the early bowling was that they really didn't test the batsman. They were too wide outside the off stump, and Lees was allowed to leave a lot of deliveries to go by outside the off stump, didn't have to clear. Once that shine went from the ball, it became a lot more difficult for the West Indian bowlers, because there was very little sideway movement off the pitch. The spinners have come into the attack, and similarly has been the same thing. No movement, no deviation in terms of turn. So batting has been easy. The likes of Joe Root have been able to, sweep on length and hit the ball because there's no spin. So it's going to be a tall order for West Indies for the rest of the day. As it stands right now, I mean, they haven't done that badly really to bowl 59 overs, and the score is 136 for 2, so they have been pretty tidy but not threatening.
So 136 for 2, we have tea. 59 overs gone here at Kensington Oval in Bridgetown, Barbados. We take a break, come back.
Exclusive international cricket live, the West Indies versus England on Talk Sport 2.
Make sure you kick off every Saturday and Sunday morning with Game Day Breakfast on TalkSport with The Sun. Join Natalie Sawyer and Tony Cascarino for all the latest news, essential previews, expert insight, exclusive interviews, and everything you need to make sure you're ahead of the game.
You better believe it!
Game Day Breakfast this Saturday morning from 6 on TalkSport with The Sun.
Oh, it's absolutely magnificent!
Follow all the match action and breaking news on The Sun live blogs. Visit thesun.co.uk.
Get closer to the drama, the passion and the rivalry of Gallagher Premiership Rugby. The Showdown 2, Saracens men versus Bristol Bears at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Watch the mighty Men in Black host the Bristol Bears at the stunning 60,000 capacity home of their North London neighbours. Fill the world's best football stadium for a Gallagher Premiership Rugby match. Challenge accepted. The Showdown 2, Saracens men versus Bristol Bears. Saturday, March 26th at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tickets are selling fast and available now at saracens.com.
How you feel tomorrow starts with high-quality care at your local Nuffield Health Hospital. With consultant-led treatment and unlimited aftercare, our COVID-19 secure hospitals specialise in hip and knee surgery, cataract removal, and men's and women's health. From diagnosis to recovery, how you feel tomorrow starts today. Search Nuffield Health Hospitals. Facilities available at selected locations. Visit nuffieldhealth.com/terms for details.
You love what you do. Every job and every customer matters. And your reviews, glowing. We've got a lot in common. We're Trust a Trader, the website that millions of people use to find reputable tradespeople like you. If you're as passionate as we are about doing things right, find out if you've got what it takes to join the Trust a Trader family and really grow your business. Apply now at trustatrader.com. You can always trust a trader.
The Cheltenham Festival. Made for those mud-splattered heroes. It's made for that winning moment. And it's made for the very best offers from 888 Sport. Back a winner at odds of 4-1 or higher on any race at the festival and you'll get a £5 free bet. 888 Sport. It's made to play. 18 plus. Minimum bet £10. For full terms and conditions, visit 888sport.com. BeGambleAware.org.
White and Jordan's supercharged weekend review on Talk Sport with the new Renault Traffic. Big space for big things. From a powerhouse performance in the Premier League to revved up rivalries on the racetrack. Sparks will fly as the most well-connected duo in sport discuss another action-packed weekend. White and Jordan's supercharged weekend review, Monday morning from 10 on Talk Sport with the new Renault Traffic. Celebrating 40 years of helping the nation's businesses. Search new Renault Traffic.
Exclusive international cricket live. The West Indies versus England on Talk Sport 2.
Seals starts the new over, comes in and bowls to Crawley, and Crawley gets the delivery that's edged. He's out caught. Crawley is gone.
His 8th first-class game, 4 of which have been test matches. Short, pulled away. That's a lovely shot from Joe Root. Here is Roach once again. Lease drives past mid-off. Lovely shot. Zoe Josephine once again. There you go. That's a super square cover drive. Lovely shot from Joe Root.
I can even see a beach there, Goffey, in the distance that beckons me at the close of play.
Yeah, you'd be on that jet ski, wouldn't you, Matt?
I would, actually.
Oh, the banana boat.
No, jet ski.
Yeah, the jet ski. Love a jet ski.
From all now into Root. Oh, sweep shot, beautiful.
A lovely morning. 2 Yorkshiremen at the crease. Yorkshiremen on commentary. Let's finish there.
Jason Holder continues, and that's our volley on leg stump. Joe Root says thank you very much indeed. The Barmy Army.
Root. And Root is on the back foot and forces the ball into the offside. This is going to be the half century for the England captain, Joe Root. His 54th half century at this level. He's wrapped on the pad as a lot of people for LBW he's given him. Lees looking to play off the back foot is trapped on this pad.
Good stroke, Joe Root. We go back to India for that one and Sri Lanka when he played so brilliantly at the start of last year. Lawrence on straight down the pitch he comes, chips it high and hard, gets all of it, does he? Oh, he does.
Well, that's woke Alex's mum up over in Barbados.
Oh, go Joe. The latest of late cuts, the touch of the surgeon, another boundary, 76 for the England captain.
We certainly have enjoyed the batting of Joe Root. He is entertained, he's enjoyed his knock, and he's certainly got England in a position where they would feel much more comfortable. 44 for 1 didn't suggest anything really, because at tea 136 for 2 looks much better. When they were playing before lunch, they looked a very negative side. I must say, it was the first time, I think, since 1999 that they had scored so few runs before a lunchtime session. But the good thing is that they had wickets in hand after losing that very early wicket. But the captain has looked so good, so solid, that he would feel that he's closing in on another test century. Roland Butcher.
Yeah, Barry, the start of the day obviously is usually in the bowler's hands. They've got a brand new ball, fresh pitch. Everybody's really enthusiastic about the day's play, so the bowlers usually takes control. I think England going into lunch would have felt that, listen, we've done a very good job here. We've survived those early overs. where the ball was swinging around and moving. We haven't lost too many wickets. We've lost just the 1 wicket. So the score was not important. I think the key thing was that they didn't lose 3 or 4 wickets in that session. They were able to avert that, which meant that obviously the pitch would have had another 40 minutes of sunshine just to make it a little bit more compact. So coming out after lunch with a much older ball and a fielding side knowing that it's going to be a long session, England were always going to be ahead in the next session. They've done just that. I think they've also been very fortunate to have such a quality player in Joe Root at the crease and looking set and determined. Haven't got a stroke of luck because he could have been dismissed. England may have lost 1 or 2 wickets at that point. Didn't go that way. He survived, and he has really shown exactly why he's so highly rated. Now, not just highly rated, because when you say rated, it means that there's a suggestion. There's no suggestion about Joe Root. There's something definite about Joe Root. He is a definite top-class player, and he's demonstrating that with not just his stroke play, but his application, his reading of the ball, his reading of the lengths of the ball, which balls to leave, which ones to play, when to play across the line. All of these are things that top players have, and he is in that bracket with a number of others, Barbara Zam, Steve Smith, Kane Williamson, of elite batsmen that when you see them at work, you've got to take notice.
Well, let's have a look at Joe Root, age 31. Has an average in 49.35, and with this innings it's just gone to about 51.6. 24 test centuries, 53 half centuries, and you look at his recent form, because that's the most impressive thing. You look at how Joe Root has, in the last 10, 15 innings, how he's managed to go about scoring runs and compiling them has been such an impressive way. And you just can't help but think that he's obviously got something in store, not only for this particular game, but for the series. You talk about Australia. That was a disaster. They've got the red ball reset. And it seems to me that England have come here to try and make some kind of statement that they are back.
And they need to. They've made wholesale changes to the squad that lost the Ashes series in Australia. Joe Root would probably be the first to say that he didn't bat as well as he would like to, or he should have batted in Australia for such a quality player. He did get some scores, but he didn't go on and get the big scores that we know that he can get. Leading into that Ashes series, you may remember that in that last year he scored over 1,500 runs, and the next highest score for England in that period of time was Burns. Burns got nearly 500 runs, and the third highest was extras. So that tells you that how dominant he was as a batsman for England in that year period. It was hoped that during the Ashes that he would be the one to carry the side. It didn't work out that way. So this series really for him is a bit of a reset. As you know, there were questions asked at the end of the Ashes about his captaincy, whether he would lose the captaincy, etc. Changes were made in terms of players, in terms of coaching staff. He remained as captain, so a fresh start. He's got to show them again that he is the right man for it. There was never any question in terms about whether he was the right man as a batsman, because he's done that over and over again, but about his captaincy. So far, 2 test matches. This is the second one. Looks as if he's on his way to his second test 100.
We were talking about his recent form. Let's have a look at his recent form. He's got 80 now. 109 he had in Antigua before he was bowled. He had 50 in Australia, 62 in Australia, 89. So he had 3 half centuries against the Australians in the Ashes. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to get 3 figures. But just before that, he had 121 versus India at Leeds, 180 versus India at Lords, 109 at Nottingham. So in the last year, or within the last year, we've really seen the best of Joe Root, and he had a double against the Indians in Chennai, which was a classical innings of 218. We heard Martin Nicholas speak about the 186 against Sri Lanka in Galle, which was just over a year ago. He also had a double 100 against the Sri Lankans. So you're talking about someone who's not a spring chicken at all to cricket, and if the England side can really grind out the West Indies here for 2 days in the sun and get perhaps an hour and a half at them on day 2, put them under some pressure, anything is still possible in this test match because it's just begun. But the signs are that the pitch is going to favour the batsmen.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's going to be a long, hard one for the bowlers unless this pitch changes significantly. I really don't believe that it's going to change that significant, certainly in the next couple of days. So it's going to be hard work for both sides as a bowling unit, to dismiss the opposition. Obviously, England has first strike in terms of batting on the pitch, and they will want to try and make a sizable first innings score so that it would be easier in the second half of the game. Certainly if they look to get 400 runs, that puts West Indies on a bit of pressure because you've got to first of all look at the follow on, and then you've got to get parity, and then you've got to try and get past them to really set up the second innings. So this innings is very, very important for England, and Joe Root will understand that, and he will know that his team really must put something significant on the board.
Yeah, well, the team is just having a bit of a warm-up in front of the Sir Gary Sobers Pavilion, the great man. We had a chat with him earlier during the lunch break. Your thoughts and your memories of Sir Gary Sobers. Would you have seen him play any Test cricket, Roland? Anything competitive? Were you around in that era?
Well, Barry, in terms of seeing him play, you don't realise they actually played first-class cricket against Sir Gary. I am showing my age, but you
look quite young, Roland. You look like 45, 46.
I played against Sir Gary, towards the back end of his professional career with Nottinghamshire. So I did get the opportunity to play with him, but as a kid growing up, really, we all marveled at his ability to bowl back and feel, and the different types of bowling that he was able to bowl fast, left arm, orthodox spin, left arm, China ones, fantastic fielder around the corner, particularly to Lance Gibbs, and then the little matter of his ability to bat as well. So I saw a lot of him on film. Even as an old person now, Barry, I look at that innings of 254 against Australia in Australia, and just marvel at the ability that he had playing against the likes of Dennis Lilly, etc. So really he has been seen around the world, not just in Barbados, as one of the greatest players who have played the game of cricket, and certainly one of the best all-rounders that have played the game. It's great that he's still around with us these days. Still talks a lot, still very passionate about West Indies cricket, but a real hero in all sense of the words to not just Caribbean people, but people who love the game of cricket.
We've also got the right excellent Robin Rihanna Fenty. Haven't seen her here, but we know that she might be coming home soon. We look forward to that. She's expecting her first baby. The two only living national heroes here in Barbados. She always is at cricket when she's here. Sir Wes Hall, he's also very much watching, observing what's going on. There's also this statue which is outside, and that was only about just over a year ago that we had that statue erected. Certainly it was unveiling like any other. Great stuff.
Yes, obviously you've got two legends now side by side in Sir Garfield and Sir Wes, and really that has been testament to some of the quality players that this very tiny island in the Caribbean, the most easterly of all the islands, have produced. We just don't realise, and perhaps we take it for granted, that some of the all-time legends of the game has been produced in this very small island of 166 square miles. And those two that you just mentioned there are just two of them. The more recent ones, obviously you remember that partnership between Desmond Haynes and Gordon Greenwich. Not just were they the two best, perhaps, opening pair for West Indies, but perhaps that the game has ever seen in terms of their success. So Barbados has got a lot to be proud of, and certainly things are not going particularly well for West Indies cricket in this phase. I guess for the last 25 years there has been a marked decline in the quality of cricket that West Indies have played. But I am absolutely certain that people who love this game around the world really wants to see a West Indies team that is firing on all cylinders, that is competitive, that can compete against the best in the world, and bring their particular brand of cricket to the game that so many people have enjoyed for certainly in my lifetime, 40, 50 odd years.
Are you disappointed, Roland, that not many locals have come to watch this test?
Yes, I am. I'm extremely disappointed because we have not had test cricket here in Barbados for such a long time. And as you know, we've only had some recent T20s and one-day matches. So this island has been starved of international cricket, seeing these stars from around the world for many years. So for people not to come out to a test match in Barbados, so this is going to be the first one here for a little while, because after this there are other matches in other places. So not to come out and take advantage and show that you really still have the passion for the game and for your country is quite disappointing.
All right, so we've got red ball reset after tea, and it's going to be Alzari Joseph. 9 overs, 1 man in, none for 25. And he'll be bowling to Root, who's got 80 from 171 balls, 9 fours. Field looks a bit defensive, if you ask me. There's just one slip now all of a sudden, and there's a third man. There's a gully in the backward point, covering an extra cover. Mid-off, mid-on, and a mid-wicket that's not on the boundary. He's 3/4 way as Joseph comes in and bowls to Root, who's driving down to the mid-off area, and there's no run. Samuel Badgley's back with me, the former Trinidad and Tobago and West Indies leg spinner, known for his celebrations in the 2016 T20 World Cup in India. That very familiar voice of Nasser Hussain saying Badgley's bowled him. My son listens to that almost every day still. Very historic and familiar moment for Samuel Badgley. Now he's in the commentary booth doing what he loves. As Joseph comes in again and bowls, and delivers a short, and Root is pulling straight to mid-wicket. He'll just get a run. Mid-wicket is very deep. He's not back on the boundary, but for Sammy Pramod, it's just 3/4 way, allowing for a single. Hello to you, Sammy.
Hello, Barry. Hello to our listeners as we continue to bring coverage of this Apex Test Series, West Indies versus England. First day of the second test. Wonderful crowd in to look at proceedings. As you mentioned, Barry, predominantly an English supporting crowd, quite biased to the away team. Nonetheless, the home team, the West Indies, looking to maintain their good run of form against England at home. Have just lost one series in the West Indies in 2004 since 1968.
Joseph bowls to Lawrence, who's on driving straight to the field there at the straightish middle wicket. Can't score. 137 for 2. Sammy Pramod has done quite a bit in the outfield, or if he's not been in the outfield, he's been having the ball. He's bowled quite a few overs. 14 he's delivered. 1 for 41. Sunshine is back here at the Oval. We had, of course, some clouds coming over the ground, but they've dissipated, and we've got sunshine again. As he comes in now, Joseph and bowls, and this delivery is on the line of the middle stump. Plays the ball back to Joseph, and there's no run.
And of course, the Kensington Oval in particular has been a fortress for the West Indies against England. The last 2 test matches played against England here, both won by the West Indies in 2019 in that famous game when England was shut out for 77. And then in 2015, again another famous victory when England made 123 in their second innings.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence this time is stroking the ball nicely off the back foot. He'll get a single. Throw coming in at the non-striker's end. Had it hit, it might have been a bit closer, but in the end he got home quite easily. But that was certainly a good piece of fielding there on that occasion by none other than the vice-captain Jermaine Blackwood. Diving, picking up and throwing, but he didn't hit the stumps, and that's the critical part that he missed.
He had to make a few steps to his right, dive full stretch to his right, picked up with his right hand, and then threw at the stumps at the non-striker's end. But whilst all of that was happening, the batsman Dan Lawrence made his way to the crease.
This ball is on the line of the leg stump, played into the onside. Root was perhaps thinking of a single. Lawrence was also keen, but they decided against it. That was the best decision. Campbell was onto that, feels it, and there is no run. So 138 then for 2, the England side, winning the toss and batting. Lawrence looks very positive on 27 from 40. And we've got Joe Root, the captain, he's on 81 from 174, but my goodness, has he batted quite well. What would you do now if you were the West Indies? Would you continue with Permaul, or would you perhaps keep the pace on from that Joe Garner end?
I think I'll continue with Permaul. Joe Root seemed content to play a few strokes against him, particularly that sweep shot for those deliveries that are outside the line of the off stump. So if Versamy Permaul can induce a false shot from Joe Root, I know that he's exceptionally good against spin bowlers. He has the highest average against spin bowlers by any English batsman, but I just feel that Versamy Permaul can induce him into something a little bit loose. The fast bowlers, they aren't getting any sort of assistance on the surface, and I just think that they might be able to score more freely off the ball coming onto the bat. The spinner in Versamy Permaul, with his lack of pace, might just be able to produce something in the surface.
Here comes Permaul then, and bowls to Lawrence, who gets the ball on the line of the off step, plays it into the onside, and there's no run. I want you to take me into the dressing room, Sammy. How much of a say does the bowler or the batsman or the team generally have in determining what kind of pitch they can expect coming to a ground? When they're playing at home, of course, this delivery is short, late cut, but it's fielded very well there at the backward point area by Brooks, and there's no run.
Well, that's a difficult one, because I was speaking to Phil Simmons, the coach of the team, this morning, and he was lamenting the fact that what he was seeing here, very slow, no grass on the surface as Permaul comes in once again, short outside off stump and late cut by Dan Lawrence, just uses the pace of that one. It will challenge the boundary. As a matter of fact, it gets there. So another 4 for Dan Lawrence, who is looking to get after the bowling. His 4th 4 of the innings, he moves on to 31. England 142 for 2 now. But he was lamenting the fact that this surface is not what he wanted, what he expected, and what he had asked for. He was talking about the T20 series, where there was good bounce, good pace, good carry, some grass on the surface, and that is what he was requesting for this test match. So I think that the requests are there. They ask for particular surfaces, but they don't necessarily get what they ask for.
It's just on the line of the off stump, and he played into the offside, and there's no run. Perhaps he said it too fast. Perhaps the Trinidad accent was too quick for the Bajans, and they didn't understand what he said.
It might be, and he was also talking about that pitch in St. Lucia, where usually they get what they ask for in that particular venue. This one is worked away neatly down towards the umpire, just backward of square, gets a single. And Dan Lawrence brings the captain Joe Root on strike. So he says in St. Lucia, they get the type of surfaces that they request whenever they play there, but outside of that, it seems to be a challenge. And I read recently where in India, they've asked the curators for a particular type of surface, and more often than not, they get what they ask for. And that's what home advantage is, I suppose.
Here comes Permaul and bowls, and this delivery is played into the offside again. Campbell doing the fielding. They can't stop that run. Root getting another sneaky single. He goes to 82, looking for his 25th test century. Lawrence is there on 32, giving great support. I really like the look of Lawrence. He plays cricket how you like to see cricket played. Bat on ball. 144 for 2.
And also the running between the wicket. It was very impressive in that first test match. And that was another example. The fielder in the what would have been an inner circle if we were playing white ball cricket, quite close, but they were challenging the fielder to make that quick single, and they did that quite well in that first test. They turned ones into twos, they turned nones into ones, and they kept the scoreboard ticking over, and they've always put the fielders under pressure. So we've spoken about being positive, being aggressive. It's not only boundary rating, it's also about running between the wickets. Alzari Joseph on the line of the off stump, push back straight to the bowler, no run. So oftentimes as coaches and as senior players, you speak to the younger players about being aggressive, being positive, and they misconstrue what you are saying by being reckless. A positive intent, a positive approach is not being reckless. It's about looking to score, running hard between the wickets, and your body language.
Here comes Root again, and here comes Joseph again. It bowls to Root, and Root this time is cutting, ball coming out just through the slip area off the outside edge. Not a chance for a catch because it was really along the ground, but it was not the best shot he's played, but he's got 4 for it, and Root now goes to 86.
Yeah, not the most convincing stroke. Short outside the line of the off stump. Try to dab it down towards third man. More of the outer portion of the bat than anything, and goes between the slip and wicketkeeper. It was always going down, so no chance of a catch. But again, the positive intent that we're talking about, looking to score off any loose deliveries.
Joseph again bowls to Root. This time he's on the back foot. Stands up and punches the ball backward of point. No run there for him on this occasion. Blackwood is there, and he's quite catty-like in that area. He's done a great job, Jermaine Blackwood. At least the fielding. His batting still needs some temperament and some work, but he's done well in the field. Root dropped him 34 by Joshua De Silva, and now he's gone on to 86 as Joseph turns from the Malcolm Archulette, steams in now, passes umpire Dugan and bowls to Root. Root gets the ball on the line of the off stump, defends it into the offside, and there's no run. Kemar Roach was the unlucky bowler, and Root was dropped. Speaking of dropping, Roach immediately also floored himself. He went to the ground in tears. He knows that was a critical moment, and Root has definitely made the most of it. In the last match, Root was dropped, I think, at second or third slip, and then I think it was ball the next ball. So it wasn't too critical. This occasion is looking very critical, as this delivery is in the just in the slot on the onside and turned up to the American area for 1. For Root to go to 87 is 149 for 2.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. He was reprieved in second slip. Jermaine Blackwood was the fielder, and the very next delivery is shouldered arms to Kemar Roach, who just clipped the top of off. So that was not costly, as opposed to this one. So far, it has proven to be quite costly. And of course, you mentioned Kemar Roach, who was the unfortunate bowler when that catch was put down. He needs just 1 wicket to go past the great Sagari Sobers.
This delivery again is pitched up and driven beautifully. They want to run. This could be a run out. The ball is gone to the mid-on area. Both of the batsmen were almost at the same non-striker's end. Lawrence was in the face of Root. They could have shook hands, and in the end, Root was able to scamper up to the keeper because Campbell didn't pick it up cleanly. Another chance there, perhaps a half a chance to run out. In the end, they survive it, and the total after that brings up the 150, 150 for 2, with Lawrence going to 33 and Root's on 87.
And Joe Root could be accused of ball watching here. Ball going behind him. He's looking at the fielder, looking at the ball, not looking at the striker. And in the end, that bit of misfield, that fumble from John Campbell allowed them to complete the single, but that was an opportunity to get the wicket off Joe Root, and not for the first time it goes a begging. Opportunities missed. Versami Pumal will continue from the Joel Ghana end. He will abort that run-up and he will try again. Dan Lawrence, the man on strike, slip in position waiting. Outside off stump once again. This one is cut through the offside in the gap. Chases on for the fielder. They get 1, they come back for 2, and that's all it will be. 152 for 2, the score now into the 63rd over. But this is where he erred in that first test, his lines and his length outside off stump, and provided easy run scoring opportunity. And since that post-T session, he seems to have fallen back into that same mode. He needs to get back that line and length that he operated on prior to that tea break.
This delivery is played out to the mid-on area, off the back foot there by Lawrence. And he'll get an easy single down to Jason Holder there at the long-on area.
Come on, man. Working, Gunner. Lay work with Gunner, man.
153 then for 2. Here comes Pumal and balls to Root.
Good
delivery on the line, the off stump. He's defending it, pushing it out to cover, and there's no run.
And I think that's the line and the length that he should be looking to bowl, and the pace as well. Not too fast. That one was just 79 kph. So good flight, good trajectory, good line, good length, and Giroud could only defend. And this one is pushed back to the right of the bowler. A little bit of a fumble, a collision with the batsman at the non-striker's end. No run. The result as the fielder from mid-off comes and tidies up.
Here Here he comes in again and bowls to Root. And Root this time is sweeping, looking to sweep rather. This is it, taken there by the keeper. Would have been a wide in a one-day game. Ball taken there by Josh Silva.
Going Gunner, working Gunner.
I guess many people might have preferred the catch, but they'll settle for that take at this time.
Yeah, that one was fired in much faster. Went up to 87 kilometers per hour. So just trying to catch Joe Root with the faster one. And this one again slow on the line of the middle and leg stump, defended to Nkrumah Bonner at short mid-wicket, no run. Brings the over to an end, 63 overs bowl. England winning the toss earlier this morning. Joe Root electing to have first strike, 153 for 2. Joe Root himself unbeaten on 87. Dan Lawrence unbeaten on 36. And this partnership now blossoming quite well. 73 runs and counting.
I just got the impression after the Ashes that Joe Root was really serious about just rebuilding England as a cricketing team. He seemed quite committed to it, and I'm just seeing that kind of leading from the front attitude from him. When you see him bat, he looks so in charge, and you just can't help but admire how he's played. Well, he's on 87. Lawrence is on 36. He's on strike. And it's going to be Alzarri Joseph now. Steams in, passes the umpire and bowls to Lawrence. And Lawrence is driving beautifully through cover. Runs here for him in England. He gets one. He'll come up for the second, but it's going to go into the boundary. He gets 4. It deserved the boundary. That was perhaps the sweetest shot we've seen perhaps of the day. It was a half volley. And there was Lawrence coming on the front foot and easing it through cover. Shades of Carl Hooper here at Kensington Oval.
Shot of the day for me so far. Not entirely a half volley. He actually hit that one on the up. A nice front push with that front foot in the middle of the bat and squirted it through forward of point. And despite the fleet-footed Jermaine Blackwood in pursuit, it still had the timing to go all the way to the boundary for 4. An absolute brilliant shot from Dan Lawrence, and that now brings about a change in field. A sweeper is positioned out in the boundary on the offside. A slip comes out to the point position.
That's this delivery. He's playing it down between the slip and gully. That's going to go for 4. That was a calculated shot. It was outside the line, the off stump. There's no third man. There's a slip and a gully, and he purposely put the ball between them. And there's also no ball. So 5 all told, and England beginning to look up here. 161 for 2 now in over number 63.
Yeah, that shot was Root-esque. That's a trademark Joe Root shot for those deliveries outside the line of the off stump. Just angled bat, uses the pace of the delivery and beats the fielder at that gully position to his left. Absolutely no risk involved. Waited on the ball, looked at the ball onto the bat, and gets consecutive boundaries now, and pressure being put on the West Indian bowlers, and that scoring rate has risen to 2.56 now. For the most part, it was just under 2 runs and over, so they've accelerated quite nicely since this post-tea session. Scoring boundaries are running hard between the wickets, and the West Indian fielders are under the pump. The umpires are having a discussion about the shape of the ball once again, using that ball gauge, an equipment resembling a handcuff, 2 circles, and the ball has to pass through those circles unhindered. And if it's able to do that, then the umpire will indicate that the ball is suitable to continue with, as is the case here. So despite that momentary pause in play, we will continue with the same ball.
So Joseph is looking a bit expensive now. He's got 11.1, 1 maiden, 9 for 42. He hasn't really created many chances, Alzarri Joseph, man from Antigua. I rate him as a cricketer with a lot of character, Alzarri Joseph. He's back to his mark now as Lawrence is ready. He's on 44. Here he comes in and bowls. This delivery is a full delivery that's driven straight to the mid-on area. There's no run. And I say that about Alzarri Joseph because I remember in Antigua back in 2019, here it is, he was picked. His mum actually died, and he still played the test match, and that's another no ball. And from then on I said, this must be a man of high character for his mum to have died the morning he's playing a test match in Antigua. He was there, and he still decided he's going to play. And that to me said a lot about the man Alzarri Joseph. And he's gone on to be a very mature kind of individual. That was a very big no ball. That was huge.
Yep, lion-hearted, big-hearted, and that's the type of character you need in any team. And hasn't had the returns that he would have liked in Test match cricket in terms of wicket taking, in terms of his average. But there's a change in field now. Deep mid-wicket in position. Short square leg, just a few feet right of the square leg umpire. Short mid-wicket in Craig Brathwaite, as well as the sweep on the offside and third man position in the boundary.
Joseph goes to Lawrence, who gets a short ball. Ducks taken there by the keeper. Good to see some aggression. I think the third man makes sense, but I credit England's position now. Perhaps I don't want to be too critical of Lees, who made 30 from 138, but Lawrence has changed the game. Lawrence has upped the tempo. He's really played the kind of innings that you've paid to come and watch. He's been positive, and he's also spurred on route, which has been a very interesting characteristic of this game.
Yeah, he's been busy at the crease. And from the moment he's come, he's looked composed, he's looked compact, but he's also looked to score. Zari Joseph comes in once again, short ball on the line of the body, and just worked away towards the leg side. Gets the single, brings Captain Joe Root back on strike. But with that impetus and with that positivity, it also brought about a couple of run-out opportunities that the West Indies didn't capitalize upon. John Campbell was the guilty party on both occasions, and I just feel that if they had gotten either of those two run-out opportunities, the West Indies would have certainly been much happier than they are at the moment.
Here he comes again and bowls. This one is short and pulled sweetly. That's going down behind square. They'll get one. They'll come back for the second. No, they won't. Very well fielded again by Versami Pramod. He covered a lot of ground there. It wasn't the best of throws, but he got to the ball quickly, and that was kept to a single to move to 88. 165 for 2.
The West Indies trying a different strategy to what they've tried earlier in the over. They've gone to the short ball. They've set the field for that, with the fielder just backward of square leg short, as well as a fielder in front of square leg in the deep fine leg in position as well. And they're now getting a fielder with the helmet, Shamar Brooks, it appears, and he will be positioned in that forward short leg area. Zari Joseph also will change the angle. He will come round the wicket now to Dan Lawrence and look to pepper him with those short deliveries. So it's a change in strategy, and I don't mind this whatsoever. Nothing on offer in terms of lateral movement. Change it up a bit.
Here he comes in now and bowls. This one is short and pulled sweetly. That's gone into the boundary. Backward of square. 4 runs there to Lawrence, and he goes quite quickly to 49, and England looking much better now. 169 for 2.
And he was waiting for it. Dan Lawrence, he knew exactly what was coming. He set himself up for it. He took on the short ball, and what a shot it was. Very much in control. Played it in the region that he wanted to. Rolled his wrist on top of it so he didn't go too long in the air, and got himself another boundary. 7 boundaries to Dan Lawrence now, along with that 6, and scoring at a healthy strike rate, just a shade under 90. 49 or 55 deliveries. Another change in field. So the fielder who was short square leg, he goes a little bit further behind now, closer to the boundary. And once again, there is a momentary pause in play as the umpires go through the process, determining whether or not this ball needs to be changed. So the ball gauge is out once again. Umpire Nigel Duguid will confer with Joel Wilson, and they will go through the process. It seems as though this time the ball doesn't pass through the ball gauge unhindered, and the 4th umpire, Leslie Reefer Jr., will make his way out in the field with a container of balls, a bag of balls of similar quality, similar in terms of how it looks, in terms of the, I suppose, the shine, and in terms of the wear and tear. The umpires right now are looking to make a change in the playing ball.
Yeah, there's also a bit of a conference between the senior players. I see Jason Holder, Zari Joseph, the captain, as well as the vice captain. They're having a chat, perhaps deciding and thinking things are beginning to get away from us. Bowling too short or bowling too full. They have changed the ball, and they've now Jason Holt is requested to see the ball. I don't think he's too impressed. Well, let's see if this makes a difference for the West Indies, but they need something happening. They need some kind of impetus because they've been flat. And England have just enjoyed the last hour or so where we've seen Root and Lawrence taking full advantage.
It's been an excellent partnership, hasn't it? One full of positivity in terms of not only looking to score off those loose deliveries, but also the running between the wicket. And it has brought about a change in tempo. And they're looking in a much better position now, England. 169 for 2 in 63.5 overs. And that run rate just at 2.65. And if they continue along this way, they'll get very close to 250 by the end of the day's play. And I just feel that if they can do that and they can put the West Indies under some more pressure going into day 2, and then they can set up a really good and healthy first inning score. So the ball is changed. Alzari Joseph around the wicket. And once again.
Yeah, here he comes in now to bowl the last ball of the 64th. There's a short one, short and fiery. And there was Lawrence getting under it, taken by the keeper to end the over. So 169 for 2. Root's got 88. Lawrence has got 49. As we hand you back to Mark Nicholas.
Thanks. Very good, Barry. I don't know whether you can hear me.
Indeed, loud and clear.
This is really pedantic of me, but I heard you say the West Indies. Do you have a rule on the West Indies or simply West Indies?
Neither really. Depends on the subject I'm talking. If I'm speaking about the team, or if I'm just speaking about where I am, I guess.
Yeah. Tony Cozier used to say, and the West Indies in real trouble now. As opposed to, and the West Indies in real trouble now.
You're right. That was his favorite phrase.
Well, no, not that they were often in trouble, but anyway, slightly boring of me. Is the definite article? Is it used in front of West Indies? We don't say the England or the Australia, but we do say the West Indies. I suppose because they're a collective noun, but.
I guess they're not the kind of an archipelagic kind of situation where they're a bunch of islands, so we do consider it part and parcel of not just being one territory but several.
Yeah, okay, it's a pretty irrelevant conversation, but vaguely interesting for a moment as we turn our attention back to Pamal, who bowls actually not that short, but Root is so quick to get away from the ball, uses footwork to give himself room to cut, but he doesn't find the gap, so it's fielded it back to point. Pamal spins the ball in his fingers at the end of his little short approach, bowls now, and Root again is back trying to work a space on the offside. No good this time either as he picks out cover point. 2 strokes without a run, and Root not agitated by that at all because he'd made all the running in the shot. It wasn't like they were ranked bad balls. In comes Pramod again, and Root goes forward in a very orthodox forward defence. Plays it nicely out onto the offside. This is batting that we saw in Sri Lanka and India just a little over a year ago. Very similar. It was the way he's playing Pramod. He's really found a way to play spin. I hope I don't put any curse on him. Here comes Pramod again. Root's back and defends. That's good ball, but quicker, straighter. And had he missed it, he'd have been a serious candidate for LBW, but he didn't miss it. He middled it back down the pitch for no run. Pramod licks his fingers, spins the ball again in those fingers, turns in wearing a wristband, looks decorative rather than necessary, on his right wrist as he goes just short of a length, and this time Root is able to work it away to square leg for a single. Fielding done by Kumar Roach, who we might see more of soon. I think they need a bit of Roach here. England's partnership is thrilling, frankly, high class and a joy to watch. Stroke play, energy, purpose, all there in this performance between Joe Root and Dan Lawrence. Root on 89, Lawrence on 49. Lawrence waits, bat held high, all fidgety, waves it and waits, and he goes back, and it is out, is he? They half appeal, they don't appeal. It was fumbled by the keeper, and in the end they withdraw any appeal, and though the keeper clung on at the third attempt, it seems that Lawrence has played and missed at the ball, and there's no run. Samuel Badri is with us. Samuel?
Hi, Mark.
Great to hear you, Maestro. How are you?
All good in sunny Barbados.
No, thanks. I really needed to hear that. None of your gloating, please. Fascinating how the balance has changed here in England, showing the benefit of a bit of purpose and now momentum.
Yeah, very much so. The intent is much greater. The positivity is much greater. The run scoring, therefore, has been impacted by that, and it's really good to see that now that these batsmen are set, they are looking to take the game forward, looking to score whenever the opportunities present themselves, and this is what Test match cricket is all about.
Banged into the surface by Asari Joseph from round the wicket, and Root was trying to collect it for a pull stroke from quite wide of off stump. So, are you there, Samuel?
Yeah, I'm here, mate.
Another question. The pitch. It's not what I think of as a Barbados pitch, not even a modern Barbados pitch.
Not what I think of as well. I was very surprised when I came here and I saw very flaky at the top, very dry, not much grass on the surface, and I expected it to play this way.
Root pulls. And he's gone straight through the legs of... Do I point a finger? I'm going to have a go. I'm going to say Jermaine Blackwood, but... Oh no, John Campbell it is. That is a really poor piece of fielding, I'm afraid to have to report. A boundary though for Joe Root, goes into the 90s.
Yeah, took on that short delivery, and what should have been a single ended up being a 4. Absolutely no pressure on John Campbell, and it's really inexplicable how he wasn't to hold that back in. But yes, very surprised and disappointed in the surface here at the Kensington Oval. We usually come here expecting pace, expecting bounce, expecting some lateral movement and the fast bowlers to get something off the surface. This one is short once again under that one, and lets it go through to the wicketkeeper Joshua De Silva. Curtly Ambrose, Mark, was lamenting the fact that this surface is far removed from what he was certainly accustomed to.
Yeah, well, yeah, I saw he and Ian Bishop together. I saw Steve Harmison actually out there as well at one stage, and I thought all of them would have torn their hair out really at this pitch, but that sounds as if Curtly, mind you, his hair's in interesting shape, full stop, but he's done a number on it for sure. Don't go away, I've got another question for you as Root waits now for Joseph, banging in it again. Back he goes, plays the pull stroke. This time it is fielded, but not cleanly, by Campbell. The second attempt, and he gives a half smile as the crowd give him a jeering response. A lovely moment earlier today when the cameras focused on Sir Garfield Sobers arriving at the ground. Still a special figure in West Indies culture and history.
Yeah, indelibly etched in our history, and a true icon of the game, legend of the game, arguably the greatest to have ever played this wonderful sport, and his name adorns the Players' Pavilion, his statue outside of the Kensington Oval. And this one is short from Alzari Joseph, ducks neatly under that one. Dan Lawrence goes through to the wicketkeeper, no run. But really special to have these living legends with us. We have seen recently around the world some of the icons of the game unfortunately passing away, and it's special that we still have one of our greatest players still alive and with us.
Yeah, lovely, beautifully put. Thank you very much for that. We're coming to the end of this over. Nice to chat to you. I hope more of you later in the piece, but thank you very much for your time, Maestro. End of that over from Asari Joseph. 175 for 2 here in London. Alex Tudor and Darren Goff are with me, and you know we all revere Gary Sobers. We understand what he meant to the game and what his achievements were. What they meant to, well, I suppose to cricket globally. I mean, it didn't have the coverage that it has now, but I think when you look at the figures and then understand that he was born to be an entertainer, and you put the two together, you know, it's remarkable. It's not like he compiled those figures with any attritional sense. Every one of them came on the spur of his inspiration and just flair. I think it's as simple as that.
I think when you're growing up, you get to know the greatest. People just talk about them, don't they, with such fondness, when you've got some of the greatest cricketers.
Forward goes Root, and this time he does find the gap on the offside as he pushes it square. He gets a single. 176 for 2, and Root on 95 now.
I mean, even if you've played the game to any sort of level, everybody talks about the history of cricket. I mean, you just get taught it from a young age. You talk about Sir Garfield Stovers, you talk about Viv Richards, Don Bradman, W.G. Grace even. I mean, how long ago do you want to go back? It'll be Shane Warne, it'll be... These guys are true legends of the game who took it to another level.
Ball again.
Oh, yes,
That goes Lawrence, and that was a masterclass in watching the ball on the face of the bat there. He really had his eyes focused, which has been, I think, a key aspect of this fine innings that he's played. A single needed for his 50. And he missed a chance there. Oh, he'll be cross about that leg stump half volley that he tried to turn for a single. Just shut the face of the bat a bit early. Umpire signals by. Fumble by the keeper, I suppose we'd have to say, though I think the keeper thinks it came off the pad because he's giving a wry smile as if to say, oh, you've done me. But still on 49 is Lawrence. However, on strike and on 95 is Root, who has his usual routine, pat. Now he stands tall, lifts the bat. He does work it perfectly on the leg side. It goes very fine. The fielder has a lot of ground to cover. It's Kemar Roach who flings it in to De Silva, the wicket keeper, who's had a what should we say, a mediocre day. We won't call it a poor day, but a mediocre day. Missed a chance down the leg side of Root, had a couple of fumbles. Root now has 97. He waits. The strap of his helmet hangs loose beneath steel bars as he goes forward and plays an absolutely perfect defensive stroke. He has all the modern kit, his shirt, the England sponsors, badge, and number on his back, Joe Root. I don't have to tell you what number he is, it must be clear to everybody. If you're Root, you're 66. He waits now, he goes to drive, and he finds the space out on the offside. Has he timed it well enough? He gets one, he gets two. Another fumble in the field, but two it'll be. And the over finishes with Joe Root on 99 and England 181 for 2. I can just feel that lovely little tingle that goes through the body where the hairs are up on the back of the neck for it.
I was just going to say, has anybody in this room been on 99? Alex?
Yes,
was it 99?
Yeah, I did, mate.
Not out as well, eh?
Was not out, mate, wasn't it? Yeah.
Have you got a first class up?
No, of course I have. Behave yourself.
I mean, of course you have. I'm asking the question. I wouldn't.
Well, you should know. Cricket historian as yourself.
You never got any against us, so I wouldn't know.
Didn't need to, mate. Rabs Browning will sort you out.
How are you and Graham Thorpe? You go alright still?
Yeah, we're still alright. I just said as long as he doesn't meet mum, he's fine.
Quickly tell the story. You were on 99 at Edgbaston for England, having come in as night watchman.
Yeah, that's right, yeah. Playing against New Zealand just after the World Cup. I think they got to the semis. England, as Goffey would tell you, weren't very good in that tournament. They had a very good bowling attack, actually. Jeff Allett, Simon Dole, who was rated 7, I think, in the world at the time. Chris Cairns, a young Daniel Vittori.
Lawrence waits and plays the pull stroke very fine and goes to 50. He's done it. Lovely innings. Raises his bat modestly, chews hard on his gum, lifts it a bit higher now for the crowd, having signalled at the dressing room. Johnny Bairstow stands amongst other England players to applaud him. And it's come in 62 balls in an hour and 28 minutes, 1 6, 7 4s, striking at 80 per 100 balls faced. That's great stuff, particularly as England were going along as slowly as, well, a whole trail of tortoises might have done. It's now Root on strike. 99! He's now made 100! A superb innings from England's captain. High quality, a high mind, and a mighty high score.
Fantastic innings there from Joe Root. Another masterclass. Just goes about his business. Back-to-back hundreds for the captain. 25th Test 100. I think the question would be, Marcus, how many would he end up with? Absolutely world-class. Fantastic player.
Well, they're loving it. Bairstow and Stokes and others up there. I'm sorry, I almost lost my voice proclaiming that moment. I'm getting it back. 199 balls, 265 minutes. Wow, so that's a long old innings. 4 hours 25. And he looks at his very best to me, moving really well. Lawrence on strike. What a lovely thing that they should go to 50 and 100 in consecutive balls. Do you know, Root's one of only 2 England batsmen to have made 100 in the first innings of a Barbados Test. Captains, that is. 2 England captains to have made 100 in the first innings of a Barbados Test. And it's his 2 predecessors, or 2 of his predecessors who did it. Cook and Strauss.
Wow.
Both knighted.
I think there's certain grounds, isn't it, you want to get 5 for, and there's certain grounds you want to get 100 on. I mean, you'd like to do it on everyone, but I mean, if you could tick off a few, it'd be Lords, it'd be Barbados, it'd be Sydney. Yeah, do you know where I'm coming from? There's certain grounds out there.
Interesting, 6 touring captains have made 100 in the first innings of a Barbados Test match. Steve Waugh did it twice. Bobby Simpson, another Australian. Stephen Fleming, and then Andrew Strauss and Alistair Cook. There's one other, and you just wouldn't get it. You know him well, but you wouldn't get it. No, I'll tell you, Sean Pollock.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's
So
a good
probably
player,
coming in at 7 or 8, I'd say.
Very good player, Sean Pollock. Very, very good player.
He should have got more runs, I reckon.
Well, there's pull strokes every ball here because they're banging it into the surface. The only thing I'd say about the tactic, I don't mind the idea of changing as Root gets a single out to deep square leg, changing an orthodox tactic for an unorthodox one, but there's not been a sign of a mistake. There's been no pull strokes have spiraled off a top edge in the air. Nothing's kept low. There's been nothing to suggest that it's difficult to play.
Saying that, this is where, when you played against South Africa in the 90s, this is what they were great at when they switched to this tactic. They had Macmillan, they had Donald, and they used to do it really, really well. Put a short leg in and a hook man.
Maybe not on a pitch this slow. Pretty slow. Look, that ball, the bouncer, Lawrence ducked, and it carried through to the keeper at toe height.
Alan Donald, no matter how slow the pitch was, Alan Donald in his peak, Donald was frightening. We used to run one to him, the keeper, in one-day games against Warwickshire when he played County.
I did that for Hampshire, yeah.
We all did. We did it every time. Every time he bowled a short ball, leave it,
Keith
run.
Piper was so far back.
Yeah. It was a tactic what he used, and he used to bowl faster and faster.
We played him at Portsmouth. This sounds like an exaggeration. I swear to God it's the truth. Try and go and pace out 29 proper paces, like you're pacing a yard. Pace it out from the stumps, and have a look at how far back it is. It's jaw-dropping. There's no chance of stopping a single.
Yeah, could have done to it. I reckon the amount of runs we missed in Test matches when we played that series when we won the last Test when they were, you know what I mean, at Headingley.
Yeah.
If you go back to that series, we could have run every ball to Alan Donald. The keeper were that far back at Headingley. We could have run every single ball. We'd have walked the game. We'd have walked it.
Or run it.
We'd have absolutely won by miles because he was bowling that quick and the keeper were that far back.
Yeah. I don't know. There would be a feeling that it's not in the spirit of the game in some way or form, but I mean,
I'd just do it to get off the strike.
Yeah, don't blame you either.
From the other end, that's what Jeffrey says, isn't it?
Right, funny enough, it is to be Kemar Roach. That's the move I would have made too. A reminder of where we are here. A brilliant performance in this middle session by England. I mean, really exceptional to get the run rate up. And now in the final session, they've accelerated. 185 for 2. Run rate's got up to 2 point. Oh, it's a gorgeous covered drive. Joe Root leaning into the stroke. Good chase actually to the boundary, and he comes back for 3, but lovely stride to the ball, bent front leg, head over the stroke, all his body weight going into the stroke. Lovely batting.
It was indeed lovely batting, but you bring Kemar back into the attack to get some control. The West Indies need to get the control back, but he starts off with a wide half volley to the man on 101. He's now moved to 104.
I'm just trying to think if they brought him back just to get him loose before possibly the new ball, because you wouldn't want him to bowl too much in this spell. So they might be just trying to warm him up so he has a little bit of a break, and then he's fresh.
Really? For over 69 with 11 more to go from the new ball. I just think they need their best bowler on for a while.
They need to get control back, yeah. I mean, look at the run rate. It's gone up to 276. Would you have thought that?
It was 1.5.
Yeah, 1.5. They're flying since lunch.
Roach over the wicket to Lawrence, who plays an orthodox defence to a good length ball on off stump, and that was a quiet piece of unremarkable cricket compared to the cricket we've had in the last couple of hours, which has been full of sparkle.
I think it's credit to Lawrence as he's come in. He's given impetus to the innings, hasn't he? He's been really positive, and in return, that's helped Joe Root as well. And he's just kicked on, as you say, going on to his 25th 100. And it is masterful. You're not going to see Joe Root get any ugly runs, are you? It's always very classical, good technique.
Forward defence again from Lawrence, who, again, with the time to play, such a sign in a player. The batsman particularly. Most hundreds for England, and Joe Root has gone second on the list. We've just got this up on TV, actually. Alistair Cook miles ahead with 33 hundreds. Root second with 25 from 116 innings. Cook played 161 innings, 25 hundreds. Kevin Peterson third, 23 hundreds. It's a nice push into extra cover for no run. Quite picked the spot that he would have wanted to. It's a good list. I think I'd have Root in my best England team of the cricketers that I've seen since I first started watching the game.
I would agree with that, hands down.
I'd probably have Kevin Peterson as well. Well, not probably, I would have Kevin Peterson as well.
If you look at Kevin Peterson, 2200s in 104 matches
23,
as well.
Yeah, very good, yeah. Game changer, left alone outside off stump, another length ball. This is a much quieter over so far.
There'll be Gooch, Cook, Peterson, Root. Who would your all-rounder be? Were you going Freddie or going Ben?
Are you having a laugh? Beefy's your all-rounder.
Oh gosh, jeez, honestly.
You missed a few bats. Hang on, you need
He's
to...
missed
sorry, I'm not going in all. I'm just throwing some out there, Mark. I'm not,
I hope
there's some serious players in there.
I hope Jeffrey's not listening. Tudes, you're in his bad books now.
I mean, who would you have, Cook or Jeffrey?
What do you mean? Because you would have Graham, come what may.
I would have Graham Gooch.
I'm with you, I would too. Lovely, beautiful. He waited for that right at the top of the bounce, and Lawrence sort of just let it run off the face of his blade. Gets a couple down to third man as the gully does the chasing. And it's the end of what was previously a tidy over, but that one slightly loose ball. So 190 for 2 now, England. And I'll leave Neil Manthorpe to lead that conversation as some fine English names come up on the television screen, not least Walter Hammond, who many say is the best of them all.
Yeah, that's most hundreds as a captain for England. Root 14, Cook 12, Gooch 11, Peter May 10, Strauss 9, Vaughan 9, Atherton 8, Cowdrey 6, Gower 6, and Wally Hammond 5 in just 20 matches as captain. Yeah, you can struggle to pick a weakness in that top 10, aren't you? Who would captain you? What are we going on? Post 1990, are we? Is that the team you're talking about? The best players you played with?
Missed out some May and you say Hutton, and there's some serious players.
Well, yeah, but not 1990 onwards. No. We're talking about when you became seriously involved, beginning of your careers. Right, it's Kemar Roach around the wicket to Joe Root, and he pulls that one to deep backward square leg, fielded by Campbell, and fielded cleanly for a pleasant change. He's not had a great day in the field, hasn't John Campbell. Lawrence 53, and how well he's going as well, how freely he's scoring, how freely he's playing. He looks like a man who's been told he's having an extended run in the team, which I understand he has been told.
Yeah, I mean, he's played beautifully. He came in and straight away he looked to be positive. 53 off 69 deliveries on a pitch that looks hard to score. Not much pace in the wicket. Ball's got older. It's Jaden Seals. I said it was Kemar Roach a moment ago. Apologies for that. Jaden Seals round the wicket, and that's played defensively by Lawrence on the onside. Just drops it down and runs.
Just shows you the difference in approach, doesn't it, with Lawrence? He's been given you've got, up until New Zealand, you just go in there and play. So it just lets you relax a little bit, where Alex Lee, he's most probably told you've got 3 test matches to show what you can do, and you can see the difference in mannerisms, the way you're going about it. He's come out and set the agenda. I'm going to be positive, not going to let you settle.
Seals again, he's going short round the wicket, and that one is just easily evaded by Dan Lawrence. Easily evaded, just ducking underneath it. Jerry Kimber.
Mark Puthick, who puts up some good tweets with stats in them. I'm just going to read out England's recent hundreds for you. Since the start of 2021. Root, Burns, Root, Bairstow, Crawley, Root. Extras didn't get a go, but Extras had a bloody good year last year as well.
How many out of how many is that? That must be 10 out of 14.
Well, there's 4 that are not Root there, aren't there?
Seals in again, short, pulled away by Lawrence, not timed. But I do like the in-outfield, as Darren Goff was just explaining. You've got a short leg in, which makes your batsman, in theory, wary about defending the short ball, and a deep square leg just in front of square, which makes him wary about attacking it.
8 from 12.
8 from 12 in the last 14
Start
months.
of 21.
You're right, okay.
When it comes down to that, Manners, the reason I say that is, as when you're playing, facing a bouncer against a quick ball on a slow pitch, it can sometimes be harder. Because you think you can play, and then when it gets big on you, that is the problem.
Seals in again, short and pulled this time by Root out to Campbell at deep square leg, kept it down nicely, in complete control of it on top of the bounce. 194 for 2.
I actually wondered if this was, and we have seen West Indies try this occasionally, but if this is just basically Neil Wagner style, where the pitch isn't that quick, you're not that quick, but you're just going to put the ball in the right area and almost bore them out with short balls.
Yeah. Exactly. If you set the field right for it, it can be a very positive game plan for 3 or 4 overs. You can't go any more than that. And
unless you're Neil Wagner.
Yeah, unless you're Neil Wagner, and that's his role in the team, though, isn't it? That's purely what he does.
Jaden Seals, once again, around the wicket, short, pulled again by Lawrence. I do like the fact that we've got both batsmen saying, you want me to hook? Okay, I'll hook.
But this is where sometimes some of the skills gone out of the game. There is other ways here they could have done it. They could change the field, they could set it and bowl cross seam, bowl slow balls into the pitch for a short mid-wicket in, a short cover in, do something slightly different without trying to bang the ball into the middle of the pitch for a 20-year-old who might not suit his game. He's a more skillful bowler than what we've seen at this moment in time, and they're just using him as, tell you what, just run in and... Yeah. And that's what we don't want to see.
Seals around the wicket, another short one. Again, it's pulled by Joe Root straight to orthodox square leg on this occasion, which brings a wry smile to the England captain's face. Just to go back to scoring rates, by the way, did you see that? First session, 1.5. Second session, 3. This session, 5.5. I mean, it's, it just absolutely...
Well, you say so. There'll be a lot of people, Manners, that most really say, you know what? Alex Lees has done his job. As in regards, obviously, off the new ball, England have not 4 down, are more attacking players having to play a defensive role and a rear guard. It does allow your Lawrence, and as you say, Stokes, Nets, Bairstow, Folks, your stroke makers to come in and play in this manner. And we've got to remember, it's Test cricket. It's 5 days. You don't have to see 350 on day one all the time. It is nutrition. This is how it is played. They bowled very well in that first session. Yes, they could have been a little bit more positive, the England batters, but there's more ways of, getting your runs, and this is absolutely perfect. And I'm sure if they carry on this to the end of the day, England management will be very happy.
Roach into Lawrence, comes forward and plays defensively. I don't know about the West Indies bowled very well. I don't think they bowled 47 for 1 well.
No. They bowled too wide. I don't think they bowled enough at the stumps. If you look back at Kemar Roach, it looked pretty. He kept ball going through to the keeper, but how many balls did he actually play? He was falling round the wicket, trying to bowl the way away from the left-hander, and how many times did Lees actually have to play the ball?
Yeah, you're right. He most probably bowled, the line was wrong, length was good, line was slightly wrong, could have been closer.
Pretty bowling.
Especially out there as well.
Wilkes does it when he goes away from home. He hides the ball. Bowls it to the keeper.
Here's Roach again. Forward comes Lawrence. He bowls it to the keeper.
No, but what you say, you do.
What I mean by that, he hides it.
No,
he doesn't bowl at the stumps.
He's looking after his figures. Is what he's doing. That's what Goffey's trying to say. He's saying he's looking after.
Too many bowlers do that. Too many bowlers do that. With a new ball, when you go away from home, especially abroad, you have to bowl at the stumps. Especially if there's no swing. If there's a bit of swing, you still bowl at the stumps for it to be going away from the right-hander with the other one coming back in. But you can't hide the ball. you have to bowl at the stumps and give yourself an opportunity to get them out bowled or LBW.
Roach in again, bowls, forward comes Lawrence once more. He's, what Lawrence is doing very nicely, I think, is giving due credit to good deliveries. It's not indiscriminate attacking by any means. He's got 55 off 75 balls, but he's been positive, and the difference is that Lawrence just naturally, his first instinct is to look for runs, is to score runs, not to survive. I mean, he wants to survive, obviously, but that's his second priority, if you like. His first priority is to score. Two slips, very wide apart, big gaps between the two of them, and this one is pushed away by Lawrence again behind square on the offside.
And when you're in that mindset, Manners, what you're talking about is your movement is a lot better. Because you said your first instinct is, look, I'm looking to score. All right, you bowl about a good ball, I'll respect it. But if you bowl a bad ball and you're slightly offline, I'm going to punish you. And that's what he does extremely well. And he's impressive. He came into the England team and he showed glimpses, got out a couple of times when he's playing out in front of himself. But that can happen.
Here's Roach again. There's no swing with the old ball. It's 71st over now. Nothing like the new ball swing that he was getting, which was lavish. I mean, it was, as Goff is saying, really impressive. It's like what was watching magic tricks. And how did he do that? But it doesn't necessarily mean that you can do anything with the rabbit once you've pulled it out of the hat. I mean, he was massive swing, and I think it was swinging so much that Alex Lees he was just leaving it from the hand, wasn't he? So not going to chase that. It was swinging too much, if anything. Just a point of statistical trivia, but it may be of interest to some. I found it interesting. Here's Roach once again. Lawrence plays defensively. Alex Lees was 16 not out at lunch, and he broke a record that was a lot fresher than you might think for the fewest runs scored by an England opener in the first session of a test match, because Tom Sibley scored 18 just a couple of years ago. So Sibley 18, Lees 16. But in 1984, an England opener scored 12 not out in the first session of a test match against Pakistan in Karachi, 1984. Coffee? You know who that was?
Only because I've heard it earlier.
Oh, right, okay. I thought you were out. I thought you were out the box.
You ain't going to catch Coffee up.
Yeah, mate, I got ears everywhere, don't worry about that.
Chris Smith, Hampshire and England, made 12 not out. And funnily enough, I recall watching that game on a black and white television, and it wasn't doing much. It was pretty flat in Karachi. Right, Craig Brathwaite is bringing himself into the attack, although it's debatable whether you could call it attack when Brathwaite is bowling. It's just not what you expect in a test match, and the first delivery is pitched up and flicked away for an easy single behind square on the leg side. I mean, I suppose, everybody knows what Brathwaite bowls now, and there'll be analysis sessions before the test match, and I guess during the test matches, and at some point somebody will say, right, what are we going to do when Brathwaite comes on to bowl?
Fill your boots.
In the arc out the park, innit?
I mean, the only way you really do it properly is to get maybe
Brathwaite in once again. There's his round arm slower ball. They're all slower balls, but that one was bowled at about 45 degrees, and it's punched away off the back foot out towards the cover boundary for 4. That really was a nothing delivery.
Saying that, Jared, last time we were in Barbados, who was that non-spinning off-spinner who got 8 for?
Roston Chase. 8 for 60.
I still can't get my head round that.
Straight breaks.
That was unbelievable, wasn't it? All caught slip.
I think the only way to prepare for Dan Lawrence is really to get the English press to bowl. So, get Rory Dollard, maybe Danny Rubin, the media officer, George Dobell off his short run.
Brathwaite in once again. He lobs it up. The most admirable thing about Craig Brathwaite's slow right arm lobs is that they all land so accurately. I mean, that one was slightly short that Lawrence punched off the back foot for 4. It was a super shot. 200 up for England, 200 for 2 in the 72nd over. Brathwaite in once again. I shouldn't chuckle, and I'm really trying hard not to, but it's just so village.
Well, No, I'm not going to go there.
He's 8 kilometres faster than he was in the last test. He's picked up pace. He's been hitting the gym.
It's just, like I said, I mean, you know, unusual is good in test match and test cricket. But it's just, as I say, it's just so unthreatening. It's the most threatening thing about his bowling is the fact that it's so unthreatening.
I mean, if I was walking across Clapham Commons and people were playing cricket, that bowling would not go amiss, and I'm not.
Well, except that it's slightly more accurate than the odd occasional club off spinner. Here is Brathwaite once again, and a little bit of bottom hand from Lawrence here for a change. He tries to punch it to mid-on, but Brathwaite's able to intercept it. 200 for 2. What would Jared Kimber say if he was the analyst in the England change room and somebody brought up the question, what's the best way to tackle Craig Brathwaite? And they were looking to you for some statistical enlightenment.
Well, I'm probably the only spinner in the world slower than him, so I could probably take him out in the nets and help. Surely just milk him as long as he's on. Like, there's no point. He's going to have 2, 3, sometimes 4 guys out on the leg side. So you've got 2 options, I think, with Brathwaite. Either you go, well, I'm just going to get some 4s and 6s quickly until they put everyone out on the leg side, or because he's so slow and he bowls outside leg stump, you should be able to reverse sweep him over and over again, realistically.
But you've got no practice as a test match batsman. You've got no practice. You've had no practice, not since you were 13, facing bowling at that pace. Have you? Really?
Yeah, I don't know. They still play charity games and things.
Kemar Roach in once again. Punched off the back foot. Your benefit match, but, you know, how many benefit matches?
I've seen Goffey's off spin. I faced Goffey's off spin in a game once. He bowls about that pace. If he was the bowling coach, he could help them out.
I don't think Goffey would be able to bowl that pace. Bowling off spin now. With his knees, without his knee braces, I think he'd be quicker than that.
Yeah, the shoulder injury might just affect it. I might just be around.
You could bowl quicker left-handed.
Yeah, probably.
Well, Dan Lawrence is 59. Joe Root with his 25th Test century is 107 not out. England winning the toss and batting at 200 for 2. We are 7 overs away after this one from Kemar Roach from the availability of the second new ball. We've had 2 ball changes already, actually. Roach in once again to Root, steers it away behind square on the offside to backward point. And the 2 replacement balls have also done nothing. So that hasn't worked for the West Indies.
Just thinking of the 2 England debutants, Mahmood and Fisher, watching this.
Oh, mate, they'll be over the moon. Can you imagine?
Yes, but when you've got to come on the bowl.
Yeah, listen, when you're making your debut, it's different, isn't it? It doesn't matter what the pitch is like, you're playing for your country.
Here's Roach again, and nudged away by Root to mid-wicket, fielded by Campbell, no run.
That is very true, Goffey, but as I always say, you need a little bit of luck if you want to have longevity in this game, and sometimes you need either the pitch or you need either the bowlers. If you're a batsman coming into the game, you need a little bit of luck. And sometimes the wicket you play against, because obviously, you know, they can come and bowl on this wicket, get none for 80, none for 100, and people are saying, oh, they're just the next kids off the rank, is it? Oh my gosh, where's the next bowlers? And it's hard. But I wish, you know, I hope they do go well, especially Mahmood, you know, up there, a bit of reverse swing, hopefully.
Here's Roach once more, full and up to the bat of Joe Root, pushes it towards mid-off. It's been an amazing journey. Just think, Matt Fisher made his first-class debut at 17. He's into his 9th year of professional cricket.
15, wasn't
it? That was one day.
Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, you know, quite right.
It was a long time ago.
That's a decade ago. He played one-day cricket for Yorkshire.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, he hasn't got 100 first-class wickets yet. He's been around. I don't think he's got 100 first-class wickets.
Driven up towards mid-on, fielded by Jason Holder.
Might be 121.
There's no run. He's got 63 wickets at 27.5.
Yeah, 121 in total or something. If you count list A and stuff like that.
Well, there were 3 very young Yorkshire teenagers. Obviously, we're talking about 2 of them. The other one was a wicket keeper who was about 14 or 15.
Yeah, he came back and then packed in again.
Was it Barney? Was that his name? I'm trying to remember his name, but he retired to run the Tiger in Leeds.
Yeah.
Just saying, it's not successful for all of them.
Good venue. Roach in once again, punched away by Joe Root out towards cover, and there's no run. I've always been greatly admired cricketers who...
to say tiger.
No, but cricketers, that if they're good enough and recognised to be good enough to play either list day, one-day cricket, or even first-class cricket, at sort of 17, 18, good on them. But you got to be worried at the same time, and I just think so. Good on Matt Fisher for keeping at it. We've got an informal drinks break here, or it's not a formal one, is it? Or is it?
He reckons because they're so ahead of the over. It's unheard of, isn't it? I mean, it's brilliant, but it's just like so rare, isn't it? Are they ahead of the over 8?
We're not even going to use all of the extra half hour today. It is actually the official drinks break. So after a quick word from Jared Kimber, we'll be crossing to Barbados, where Roland Butcher and Barry Wilkinson are standing by.
It's really important to note with the West Indies too, this might be the last time they're ever in front of the overbreak if Shannon Gabriel comes back into the side, who takes about 9 minutes per over. Over to you guys.
Yes, and welcome back. And a much needed break for the West Indies. Bowlers fast and slow, really. England very much in control of this game at the moment. 200 for 2. Had some 73 overs. Yes, West Indies seem to be ahead of their bowling today. Certainly after the last Test match where they were found for slow over rate, lost some ranking points as well. They would be extremely disappointed with that. Tried to make it good today on a surface which has been very, very good for batting. Excellent 100 here by Joe Root, and great support by Dan Lawrence as England into this last session very much in control by Lucas.
Oh yeah, it's been definitely England's day. I mean, you consider how the first wicket went down, and we were saying, well, this could be the ideal start again for the West Indies, but it has not. Lees, I think, really grinded the West Indies. And then you look at the fact that how Lawrence is coming on bat, he's been brilliant. 59 from 83, 8 fours and a 6, and Root has obviously picked up. Everything has just gone right for England, and they could still well finish 250, 260 for the same two if they don't get another wicket for the West Indies.
Yeah, that's very much a distinct possibility. And with things going well for you, you do need a little bit of luck, and Joe Root got that luck early in his innings, and like all good players, once you get a bit of luck, particularly a drop catch, they tend to make you pay, and Joe Root certainly done that. It's been a masterful innings by a master batsman, a man who has led his team for a number of years, not just as captain but really led from the front as a batsman, and he demonstrated today why he's held in such high regard, not just by the England players and England supporters, but by supporters of cricket and players around the world. A fantastic innings, but he got the impetus really came when Dan Lawrence came to the crease with his urgency of stroke play, and he has assisted Joe Root in this partnership, which has wreshed the game away for the West Indies at the moment, who will be hoping before the close of play to pick up a couple of wickets.
So we've got Roach, 14 overs, 5 innings, none for 26. Seals, 13 overs, 4 innings, 1 for 23. Joseph, 13 overs, 1 inning, none for 54. Permaul, 18 overs, 1 inning, 1 for 56. Holder, 13, 4, none for 32. And Bonn and Bradford over a piece, none for 3 and none for 5 respectively. No one has been really overly expensive. If anything, you would say that Joseph has not been consistent with his line and length, and he's bowled too short around the wicket. The plan has been obvious and it hasn't worked, and he's tried it for about 5 consecutive overs and it has come to nothing.
Yeah, in all due respect to Joseph, when he was asked to bowl, when the ball was not at its newest, the pitch had flattened out, batsmen were in, it wasn't easy for him, and as you said, no one has really been taken to the cleaners.
So Bradford is going to continue, the captain with his wily off spin. How would you call his off spin?
With his slow bowling, I would say.
Slow bowling. he's got a couple of 5-wicket hauls.
I think Bradford gets people out because I think one, they underestimate him, and two, he surprises a batsman now and again, so that's where he gets wickets.
So Lawrence is on 59. Here he comes and bowls to Lawrence, who's on the front foot and on drives, and this is going to be a single up to the long one area. Campbell trying to come across and shadow that, but he couldn't get down in time with an easy single to take Lawrence down into the 60s. 201 then for 2.
Come on, let's get away.
Listen, West Indies really now, it's all about damage limitation. How can we get to a closer play by not conceding too many runs?
Here he comes in down, balls to Root, who's reverse sweeping. But there's a fielder there, just there on the backward point boundary. Kemar Roach hasn't been at his best in this test match. Having said that, he did have Root dropped on 34.
Come on, Craigie.
So I guess you would say the catch isn't taken. Not his fault.
Work, boys. Come on, boys. Work in, boys.
Kemar Root. Perhaps he's thinking too much about that Sagari Solis record.
But I think right now he's got to worry about these two batsmen. I think the record will take care of itself.
Come on, guys.
Yeah, 202 for 2. Lawrence on strike on 60. Will he get a century?
Oh, yeah,
guys. This is well flighted. On the line of the leg stump. On driven. Straight to Campbell, who's there at mid wicket. As some kites just kind of make the sky very colourful at the moment. There's a red kite, a yellow kite, an orange kite. As we're coming up to the Easter season, as this delivery again is well fighted from Rapid, but Lawrence is not tempted any to give his wicket away. He's just coming down the pitch, and he's also just playing the ball back to the bowler. If you're hearing any chirping coming through, that's not Roland, that's actually Josh De Silva, the keeper, who's chirping quite nicely. Here comes Rapid and bowls. This is down the leg side and just turned back with a square. Thoughts of a single, that would have been a run out. Purmall has been very good in that area, and there's absolutely no run. Second new ball available in just about 6 overs time. No doubt the West Indies will take that this evening, you think, Roland?
Come on, Craigie!
I think they might have to, Barry. They need a breakthrough. A much harder, newer ball might be just the thing to do it this evening.
Here comes Brathwaite now, in again, and bowls to Lawrence. And Lawrence gets a deal that's short. He's just playing this one down to the third man area. Runs here for him. He gets one. He'll come back for the second. As Roach is onto it now. A very poor throw. And in the end as well, backed up to him. Not going to be any overthrows, but 2 more runs. 204 then for 2. With Lawrence moving now to 62. Under the over, 74 gone. Root's on 108, looking very perilous. He's certainly been the talk of the town for the last 18 months or so in England cricket. They haven't had much to celebrate Test cricket wise, but he's definitely been the showpiece. Joe Root, his batting has just been spectacular.
Yes, and that last ball, they're very delicately cut there by Lawrence. And yes, for those people who've admired Joe Root from afar, I think the Caribbean people now have a chance to actually see him up close and personal. And yes, they're seeing the real article, the real Joe Root. The last tour here a few years ago didn't do particularly well, but the start that he's had so far, back-to-back hundreds in the 2 test matches, really the Caribbean people now understanding why Joe Root has been in such phenomenal form in the last couple of years. Just a couple of other things, Barry. The whole idea you're talking about, the kite flying. For those the listeners around the world, this time of the year, the Lenten season and into Easter in the Caribbean, kites are made and flown. And unfortunately, a lot of them are also flown right throughout the night, and they make a real racket, and you're not able to get to sleep, particularly in this area that we're in right now.
That's very annoying, because the thing about a kite that's flying in the air like that, you can't shoot it, can you? You just gotta live with the noise. It's going to be Jason Holder. He's taken up the attack from the jogger end, and bowls a delivery that's on the line of the middle stump, turned into the onside, well fielded again there by the captain Craig Brathwaite, and there's no run. With 6 overs to go before the new ball, do you think you would have bowled Holder now, or perhaps you would have let Purmall bowl till the new ball is ready?
Well, I think Holder can have a couple of overs just with the old ball, just to get his rhythm back. You know, he's expected to do a lot of bowling, so if he can bowl 6-7 overs on the trot, that will not be a problem for him.
Here he comes in now, the very tall figure of Jason Holder, and bowls to Root. And Root is very defensive, plays the ball into the offside, and there's no run. 108 for Joe Root. He's batted for quite some time, just about 270 minutes. He's been facing just over 200 balls, 215 to be exact, 11 fours. He's been a priceless knock after England were in early trouble in 7 for 1. Went to lunch at 44 for 1. Then to tea at 139 for 2. As Holder comes in again now and bowls to Root. And Root this time is getting the Yorker, stabs it, and indeed stops it from threatening to hit the stumps. Well bowled, well played.
Yeah, a lovely delivery there by Jason Holler. He's gone full. Got it on the Yorker length, and Joe Root bang on there, getting the back line just in time. He's just rehearsing the shot as he kept that Yorker out. But good thinking by Jason Holler. He's just made a slight adjustment to his field. The second slip now has been moved into a gully position, so there's just a wide slip and a gully.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Root. And Root this time again a short ball that he's pulling well, but there's a fielder there. Just one run for him. Earlier walking around the ground I saw Chris Gale. And I said to myself, I did say to him, I said, wow, where was Chris Gale when we wanted him to play Test cricket? Now he's here watching Test cricket. But he's here for a big party he's got.
Yes, I think really that's the future for Chris Gale, like it is for all of us, Barry Wilkinson now. One of watching. And, eventually it comes to all of us who plays this wonderful game. There comes a point where you're no longer able to perform at the sort of standard that you have been accustomed to, and you take your leave and move on to the next phase, which is becoming a spectator of the game, and then you start to view the game more like how all these other people here in the stands view it, very critically. Especially your current players. You then take a view perhaps that you didn't have where you were playing yourself.
Here comes Holder. Couple balls left in the 75th. Runs it and bowls to Lawrence. And Lawrence is edging. And easy dropped, or did that drop just in front of the fielder there at first slip. Joseph is the fielder there at first slip. Let's wait for the review. Let's wait for the replay rather.
Got the feeling it probably didn't quite carry. It was up there. It was a big drive, and it dropped short, say 6 inches short.
It was a very loose shot. He kind of tailed away, looking to perhaps just play a late cut or cut the ball, but it was very loose. You've got Joseph who's standing at a second slip almost. He's not at a straight first slip.
I think what you can perhaps point your finger at here, Barry Wilkinson, that is with this all ball, the fielder should be a bit closer.
Indeed. Here he comes in again and bowls, and this one is driven firmly straight to the mid-off area. There's no run. The overs ended. 75 overs gone. The new ball due in 5 overs, and the England side are 205 for 2. Root 109. Lawrence is on 62. The latest score here at Kensington Oval.
Yes, and England continue to take control. A little bit of luck there for Lawrence. A bit loose. Ball was outside the off stump. The driving on the up wasn't in a good position. Got an outside edge. But Barry, you asked me a question earlier about, the days when I was playing, etc., etc. What I will tell you is that when I was playing, that particular edge there would have been out, because Ian Botham would have been standing in front of the wicketkeeper, not behind the wicketkeeper. He used to steer and slip incredibly close, but fantastic slipper, so it didn't matter whether it came high, low, hard, he would hang on to it, so that would have been a straightforward catch.
Ian Botham, former great of England cricket. I saw you talking earlier to Mike Gatting. I think Ian Botham was also here, is he?
Yes, Ian's here, yes. He's very much over on the other side. He was in Antigua as well. As you know, this series is the Botham Richard series they're playing for, so both of them were in Antigua. And yes, Lord Ian is here with his lovely wife Kathy, and they're looking out to have a great time in Barbados.
So it's going to be for Sammy Pamal, 205 for 2, with Pamal 18 overs, 1 made and 1 for 56. He's not quite settled on the field he wants, as a matter of fact. And look at this. It looks like Craig has said to him, look, I thought about it. I was going to let you bowl, but I'm going to take it up. So Craig Bratton has taken the ball away from Sammy Pamal, and he decided that he's going to bowl.
Well, I guess when you're captain, you can make those calls. But it could also be an indication that perhaps Jason Holder will come this end and Pamal go the other end.
He's also bowling perhaps a bit of medium pace.
Oh, get it, Bonds.
As this delivery is well flighted. Driven in to the offside, out to Bonner at cover, no run. He's got a very long run for bowling off spin.
It is quite long for the pace that he bowls at.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Root, who's on driving, back to the captain to captain. 205 for 2. Still So we've got quite a bit of cricket left in the day's play. As he comes in again and bowls, and Root this time is defending, getting a good ball in the line of the off stump. Kind of lobbed up. And there he was on the front foot, just playing it defensively, not being tempted any. We heard about his prowess to spin. He's got an excellent record to spin bowling, averages 67. This time Root was reverse sweeping, and successfully doing so. It's going to go down to the boundary. It's gone for 4. So good cricket there from Joe Root. Really perhaps saying, look, I've had enough of this lollipop bowling, and he's reverse swept that and has gone into the boundary for 4 to take the total now to 209 for 2 in the 76.
Yeah, well, Craig Brathwaite looks surprised by that shot. He shouldn't be, because the ball's doing nothing. So Joe Root is such a good player and in such good form.
This time he's just playing the ball and nudging it into the onside for a single. The keeper has to do the fielding. They're at the forward square position. 114, 210 for 2. They had 23 fours and 1 6 today. That 6, of course, was struck by Lawrence. He simply plastered Sammy from all over the long on area. As this delivery is again down the leg side, and again it's nudged to that square position. The keeper's going to do the fielding. Actually, he's going to be assisted now by Kemar Roach. The over ends with the... Both players actually just having a bit of chat mid-wicket. So, 211 for 2. Lawrence 63, Root's got 114.
Yeah, and at the moment just far too easy for the England batsman to rotate the strike. West Indies unable to maintain any sort of pressure throughout the over, and really this batsman able to pick up a single at will at any time. So with a situation now where West Indies have got to be pretty measured in the way they bowl, they've got to maintain a good control, because this game could get away from them should England go to the stumps just 2 wickets down tonight. Then tomorrow could also be a very long day.
So we were talking about the right excellence of Gary Sobers and Sir Evan West Hall earlier. They're now sitting next to each other as Holder comes in again and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence is on the front foot, plays the ball into the offside, no run. They're having a drink in the President's Suite, looking as relaxed as ever.
Yes, and well deserved. I mean, so certainly Sir Garfield now in his 80s, and obviously Wes very much close to that as well. 2 men, I guess, in the autumn of their life and enjoying this day here at Kensington Oval.
Here he comes in again now and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence this time is driving beautifully through cover. That should go into the boundary for 4. If it doesn't, it deserved it, but it gets there. It was on the up. There was Lawrence just coming on the front foot and easing it through cover. 4 more to him. He gets to 67. It's 215 in Alpha 2.
Yeah, very good use of the hands here by Lawrence. It wasn't that bad a delivery. He had to play it on the up, but the execution was perfect, and the timing as well. The placement really didn't really have to place it, because there's only 2 fielders, 1 fielder in front of the back there on the offside. In a run-saving position, there's a mid-off. So really, the moment he timed that one, he timed it beautifully. It was into the boundary. He's played a couple of shots like that today. I think Holder shouldn't worry too much about being struck for 4 from that type of delivery, because the length was the length that you really want to be bowling. You want the batsman to be going after those type of deliveries, as we saw in a previous over when he got the edge that fell short of the first slip. Now a fielder now has been put, looks like Brooks has been put in that position, that short extra cover for precisely that sort of delivery.
Here comes Holder now with Lawrence on 67. Steams in, passes umpire Joe Wilson and bowls, and this time it's a lovely on drive, a very stylish shot, but hits it straight to the fielder there, who's Jermaine Blackwood, and he can't score.
Looks like Lawrence wanted to move into white ball mode, because he advanced down the wicket to Jason Holder, and of course the experienced Joe Root, not wanting to see that, comes down the wicket and to say to the young man, they worked so hard for this, we can't give it away now. So that is experience.
Well, this is currently the 3rd best 3rd wicket stand so far at Barbados. England against the West Indies, outside the line the off stump, taken there by the keeper. We've had Sandham and Hendren in 1930, 168. We had Cook and Peterson in 2009. They had 150 not out. And now this stand of 121 with Ruben Lawrence is the 3rd best.
Yes, and now a young batsman featuring in this partnership. He's played his role and he's played it really well, Lawrence.
That's Holder. Comes in again now. Bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence is driving straight to the mid-off area, and there's no run there for him. Nkrumah Bonner's the fielder, and with a century in the first test.
Yeah, well bowled, Jason Holder. Again, going for the drive on the up. That's the shot he's going to have to be very, very careful with, because if the ball ever holds up slightly in the pitch, one of those fielders there, either the straightish extra cover or the wideish extra cover will come into play.
Holder turns it again and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence this time is defending into the onside this time, straight to the fielder there, who is Jermaine Blackwood, running in from the wicket. The over ends with the inside 215 for 2. Johnny Bairstow there taking some notes, not quite sure who he's writing to, but Lawrence is on 114. Lawrence is rather on 67. Root is 114. Second new ball in 3 overs. Ben Stokes still to come with a career average of 35. Johnny Bairstow of 35 as well, 35.04. And Ben Foakes of 30.20. So this is a good side here for England. They've got some good cricketers to come, and if they get this kind of platform, they'll be looking to at least try and bat once.
I think the objective has to be to score 400 in the first innings. Yes, there's a little bit of experience to come in terms of the Bairstow and Stokes are 2 experienced players in the international cricket. They played quite a bit of red ball cricket for England, so it's good for them, and it's good for the team to come in on the back of a partnership between the captain and a young player who really is in the early days. He's in the spring of his international career.
So Permaul is going to bowl now, that's for sure. Here he comes in now and bowls to Root.
Sammy,
good delivery around the off stump. Pushes into the offside and there's no run. Still not quite sure what was behind that move. Permaul about to bowl, and then the ball was taken away from him by the captain, but he's got it now. Spins it from hand to hand. The left arm spinner bowls to the England captain, who gets the ball on the line of the leg stump. On drives it. Still no run. Permaul is what? 19th over. 156 today. Got that important wicket of Lees for 30. Here he comes now and bowls to Root, and this time is sweeping. That's going to go fine. Won't get to the boundary though. Bonner's there, and they'll just get a single. They'll take the total to 216 now for 2.
Yeah, Joe Root going for the sweep, allowed the ball to get too full on him and ended up really hitting it behind him. He would have preferred to have hit that ball a little bit earlier, so it would have gone behind square on the onside. But he's in such good touch that he's still able to make the adjustment and get the single.
Easy single, tell the truth, but Bonner's in a no man's position. He's 3/4 way at a short fine leg, or that's Roach correction, is in a very funny position. Here he comes in now, bowls, and this delivery is in the middle stump defending, and there it is, played into the onside. Campbell, John Campbell, is moving to his left, coming very straight. He's almost in touching distance of the non-striker. Permaul bowls, and this time Lawrence is driving square into the offside, still can't score. 216 for 2. One ball left in the 78th. Second new ball due in just about 2 overs and 1 ball. Here comes Permaul again and bowls, and this time he's on the front foot. Lawrence turns the ball into the onside for a single to end the 78th over, where Lawrence is on 68 and Root is on 115. England are 217 for 2. The latest score at Kensington Oval as we head it back to Mark Nicholas.
Julian, I know you're shy, but I need you to come up here.
He was zipping across the airwaves, indeed across the seas, with the colour of that water in Barbados. Lucky enough to see it. If you're only listening on radio, you're not lucky enough to see it, but try to imagine that turquoise, transparent water. Those beaches with the gently swaying palm trees, those rum cocktails in the early evening, the sound of the steel band, and the general bright smile on the face of the locals on that gorgeous island that is Barbados. 217 for 2 England. A gorgeous place to bat it's been this afternoon. It didn't look it this morning. This morning it looked impossible to force the pace. It was Alex Lees really who just got so stuck in his own introspection that you wondered if England collectively would ever break out of it. And that's worked away off his hip by Lawrence for no run to mid-wicket. And the conditions here are now very good. This pitch seems to have played fine since Root and Lawrence were prepared to take it on a bit. His bowling's been a bit too short. I think West Indies went away from a pattern of bowling full and just outside off stump, and that's cost them a bit actually, given more areas for England to score. As Holder comes in again, and that's fuller and outside off stump and left alone by Lawrence. But really it's impossible to praise these two highly enough for their purpose and their achievement.
Yes, absolutely, Mark. I think they've batted exceptionally well. I think West Indies, as you said, they have continued to bowl the length that you would bowl on a pitch that's doing something off the surface, and as a result it meant that the English batsmen, particularly these two at the crease, has been able to stay in control.
Yes, that's pushed to mid-on, a full and straight ball by Holder. I just think that you can go to the short tactic if there's doubt in the batsman's mind, but because the pitch was slow and the bounce even, the batsman never looked in trouble with it, and they got ticking a bit with all the singles that came from those pull and hook strokes out to long leg and square leg. And then of course they bowled a little wider and they ran it to third man for 4. Then the bowler's frustrated and over pitches a bit and they drive it, and suddenly the balance of power shifts. That's nicely placed on the offside by Lawrence, only for a single as it's turned out, because there's a cover sweeper out there, though it was extra cover who was able to sprint round and do the fielding. Do you know what I mean? I just felt they played into England's hands a bit. I think they could have squeezed them for longer. Not that it was great watching.
Yeah, I think you're right on that one. What West Indies have done, and they've perhaps done it a little too quickly, is to accept that it's a good wicket. And by accepting a good wicket, they then really didn't expect to get wickets, and they performed in that manner. So it made it quite easy for someone like Joe Root, who is a top-class batsman, to settle in.
Well, that's beautifully put. I'll pick you up on that, because Mark Waugh always used to say, no such thing as a flat pitch, only a flat bowler.
I think
that's full and defended nicely by Root. He gets everything behind it, as is his wont. He checks Holder out because he thinks Holder might shy at the stumps, but he doesn't, and no run.
Yes, I mean your whole mindset changes once you decide in your mind, this wicket is a good wicket. Suddenly the eagerness that you had to run in and bowl, you lose that eagerness, and it becomes all very, very flat, just like the pitch itself.
And Holder really does look a victim of that. He almost looks beleaguered as he turns now and runs into bowl. Root plays him very calmly, lets the ball come right under his eyes. That was a true expression of that statement by Root. The end of the Holder over, 1 run coming from it, 218 for 2. Dan Lawrence on 69, Joe Root on 115. Now, if you haven't been with us, Root won the toss. Delighted to have the chance to bat first. Locals said the pitch was drier than they're used to here, and it does prove to have been a good toss to win. It's the old story. That's winning the toss is relatively easy, but you've then got to play well, having made your decision. And it didn't look as if England were doing that to start with. The morning session was unpromising, even though only 1 wicket fell, only 40-odd runs were scored. But this afternoon, particularly with the introduction of Lawrence, the batting has been excellent. Really.
Yes, and I mean, it was a good toss to win. It was a real struggle this morning. When I say a struggle, I mean West Indies didn't really attack the stumps enough, allowed the opening batsman to leave a lot of deliveries, which meant that the slips that they had, 3-4 slips in place, didn't have to come into play. So they made it quite difficult for themselves, because once the ball got a little bit softer, and with good batsmen like Joe Root, he's going to take full advantage of that. And also, he also had a little bit of luck.
Well, thank you. Great to hear you again. Samuel, and again we'll look for more from you during the test match. I've now got Darren Goff and Alex Tudor alongside me as Lawrence works that ball to sort of straightish, shortish mid-wicket for no run. The bowling of Durrasamy Pamal has offered a little bit of spin, but really not enough threat, in that when a ball's turned and found the edge, it hasn't quite carried to slip, and it hasn't done that enough, I'd say.
Yeah, it's got no consistency, really.
No run, by the way, of that ball also worked into the leg side. Sorry, Goffey.
Yeah, no problem. He's got no consistency in his action. It looks rushed. His ball, poor line, poor lengths.
Oh, he goes, shuts the face too early, and the ball pops up and travels about 2 yards in the air down the pitch. On another day, that might carry all the way back to the bowler. You've got to keep thinking of playing straight. Pitch is a little slow, it's turning enough. Don't play against that spin. There's no need to, not unless you're right to the pitch of the ball, as he is there, but he misses it. And there's a strangled appeal because the ball was going to drift a long way down the leg side, but it was much fuller. Tried to bowl one in at middle and leg and bowl the magic ball on that occasion.
I know what'll go going through Dan Lawrence's mind now. New ball's due. He gets past that first 6-7 overs, and he's got 3 figures. That's what he'll be thinking.
You know, they're going to take it straight away, you'd think, wouldn't you? Which is in 1 ball's time from now, as Lawrence plays forward and defends. So he only has 1 more ball to survive. Slightly weary looking Pamal spins that ball in his fingers, as is his habit. Delivers now, and it worked nicely this time off, quite a full length, so that actually it was easy to play the shot. Goes to Roach, who is surely the man who will use the new ball if it's taken. End of the over, 219 for 2. Goffey, you take it straight away?
Yeah, I think they have to. I mean, 219 for 2. The West Indies are now in a situation where they need wickets. Listen, new balls, things can happen. You've seen it, the history of the game. I think they're going to have to bowl straighter. They're going to have to bowl at the stumps. If they don't think the ball's going to go to slip with enough sideways movement, they can attack in other ways. But they've got to bowl at the stumps. And if they think they need protection in that mid-wicket area, so be it.
Yeah, a couple of things would happen, wouldn't they, Goffey? Obviously, when you're taking that new ball, you generally want to bowl against new players, don't you? Don't really want to be bowling to a man who's on 115 and Lawrence who's on 70, because, you know, they'll be liking for the new ball to come on because, you know, it's nice and hard and they're in and they're set. They know the pace of the wicket, and it could go to all parts. And as you say, you know, Dan Lawrence does that hard work. If he can negotiate that, he's thinking he's going to bed feeling really good. Come in the morning and you go big. You know, we played under Graham Gooch, didn't we? And he was always talking about those daddy hundreds. I mean, Joe Root does that on a regular occurrence, and Lawrence in his, you know, infancy in the test arena, he'll want to do that as well on a wicket that's not really given too much.
Well, it's an opportunity for him. He's got the 70 not out on what looks an absolute belter of a pitch. Not much pace in it. No express pace bowling at him.
A little bit of swing into Dan Lawrence there. He played it quite well, actually. It came out of the middle of the bat. You'd hope he would now that he's in. 111 balls he's faced, so, you know, you'd hope he'd pick that up. Interesting that the old ball suddenly goes like that when it hasn't really of late.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it? A bit of reverse swing there from Seals. Have another look at it with another looseness. See if this one swings, they might just change their mind.
Good time to have a 20-year-old to call on. The end of the day, in he comes. Bowls now, and it's wide of off stump, and Lawrence times it sweetly out to the sweeper. Out at cover, so he gets a single for it. And he will move to 220 for 2.
Be interesting to when the captain be going, you want it now? You want it now, you lose?
I'd want it. I really would. And I think he's got an opportunity now when he can bowl with a new ball. Take it, try and get a wicket or 2, and have another go back in the morning. There's no point coming back tomorrow morning thinking they're going to be any fresher. What's the sake of 3 or 4
Well, they've just
overs?
had a meeting, haven't they? Brathwaite went to Roach, and they kind of shook their heads in a negative shake, as if to say, oh, no, so almost like I can't be bothered. That's how it looked anyway. Here's Seals again, the full toss, and he picks out the man at extra cover, does Lawrence, which will frankly irritate him.
It was almost a conversation. Yeah, let's wait till tomorrow morning, and
It looked like that, didn't it?
What it looked
I can't believe that's what'll happen. But
no. I mean, you've got to take it. You need wickets. West Indies can take a good couple down. If they end up 220 for 4, 230 for 5, it's been a good win for the West Indies.
They get one more out, 3 down out tonight, changes tomorrow morning. But if these two walk to the crease unbeaten, anyway, here comes Seals. He bowls. It's driven down the ground. Actually, good stop by Seals in his follow through, one-handed. As Lawrence was really looking just to time that. He didn't try to hit it too hard. He got in a nice position and eased it, and it didn't beat the bowler on that occasion.
It's like they're a little bit worried that the new ball could go to all parts, Mark. That's what it feels like to me. And they're like, well, it's an older ball, it's softer. You know, it's not quite even when they're playing their drives because the ball's quite soft. It's not getting to the boundary, so we can control it. But I just think in this situation now, Goffey says you get 2 parts of a new ball, don't you? You get it now for the 9 overs and 2 balls, and then you get it sort of fresh tomorrow.
No. Do you hear that? Oh, he out is he? Oh, my goodness me. If he'd hit, I think he was gone. The second time they've had a mix-up. It would have cost them their wicket first time, and it would have done this time too. They apologise to each other, but Lawrence has got to be, I think he's got to be better. Oh, he's committed himself so far down the pitch. Oh, well out, I think. Well, maybe not well out, but out. Bat wasn't grounded. Oh, definitely out. It was miles out. I've just seen another replay. He's a yard out. So he's got lucky.
Bowling for run-outs.
You used to do that in Australia a bit, didn't you? As that under edge goes to gully for no run with the cut stroke by Root.
Well, not me, others did. I think what I remember one of my coaches used to say, listen, the game changes quickly. A dodgy run out, a caught cover, caught fine leg. The game changes quickly.
Oh, you are a gem.
Get about a hat-trick, Sydney, Mark. Come on. That spell at Melbourne.
I like that. The story of you bowling at Mark Waugh. Was it at Trent Bridge? When you turned to speak to him in Japanese.
Sun Tzu, wasn't it, or something? Art of
the
War.
Teachings of Sun Tzu, yeah, the Chinese general, and you gave him a few chapters. Anyway, and that's going to be Virasamy Permaul, who will continue with his left-arm spin, bowled to 20 overs, 1 for 59 so far. 87 dot balls in that, as Lawrence will be on strike, so definitely no sign of the new ball then. It's not like he's asked Roach to bowl an over and see how he feels.
He thought he'd finished. He run off, changed his shirt, he's come back on and he's still bowling. He thought, well, I'm going to take the new ball. And he's had to come back on to bowl.
They're singing their songs now, the English members of the crowd, as a cut stroke from Lawrence. He looks cross with himself, but I don't know, there's enough pace to work with anyway. It goes straight to backward point for no run. The crowd are starting to sing now. They've got a great night ahead of them, boy. Don't worry about that. Finish the cricket. Hey, a few beers, a shower, and then go hard.
Down the gap.
Mind the gap.
Permaul again. Nice reach from Lawrence, who gets quite a good stride in, and I like it best when he plays with the bat out in front of the pad. Make sure that he plays very straight instead of turning the blade on it.
Oi, Gunner boy. What ball, Gunner?
No run for that either, as it's just knocked back to the bowler. So 3 dot balls here. Are they all going to look down to wind down the day, I wonder, without much taking place? Permaul again.
Oh yes, Gunner boy.
Forward defensive from Lawrence, and one of the signature moments of the day was when he danced down early in his innings to Permaul and hit him over wide long on for 6 against the spin, and it was a statement of intent and that he's followed through on in his innings, which has been full of intent. Permaul again lobs that one up a bit more air, and again Lawrence forward and pushes it back to the bowler, so there's no run. It's been the rhythm of this over as we come to the final ball of it, the 82nd of the day's play. 8 remain to be bowled today.
Catch it.
Again, he throws it up high, and this time Lawrence shimmies with his feet, gets himself well leg side of the ball, and eases it out to long off for a single, so he'll retain the strike. 221 for 2. they will go. Tonight will be fun in Barbados, won't it? Whether you're West Coast, East Coast, South Coast, ideally South Coast, I think, for a lot of these lads.
I was going to say, yeah, can't see them going up to Ho-Town, or the West Coast going up to Ho-Town. It's nice around there, some nice bars and stuff, but as you said, Mark, I think they'll stay south. They'll be around the Gap after dark and all those type of places. I think they'll go in there where you sort of pay your money and your drinks are on tap all night. I think they'll enjoy that.
Definitely will. And Barbados is one of those places when you go as a fan and you got to watch. The morning's quite quiet, isn't it, between those early hours, and then once lunch is kicked in and they start on the rum in the afternoon, it's just a finisher. And it gets really loud, and then after tea, normally you get the hardcore who carry on and the rest just quieten down.
Jaden Seals bowls, and on that occasion Lawrence was slightly caught on the crease and he had to hurry his shot, and the bat face closed and the ball shot to mid-wicket. It's interesting watching Lawrence, because he picks the bat up with his wrists, cocks his wrists very early, and so he doesn't have a sort of wide takeaway. He doesn't have that left arm straight in the takeaway, and doesn't therefore have quite the same levers, and it means that he tends to drop on the ball and sometimes work across it, go quite leg-sidey. And there it happens again, exactly that, as he goes back, and again the face of the bat shuts. He's not really using the levers that he could, but it's the way he's always played. I don't notice any difference in his method since he's come back into the side after a long wait. I just highlight this energy that he's brought to England's innings, and it's created clearly a happier crowd, and doubtless a happier dressing room. There's no doubt it permeates a partnership that's had the sense of purpose that this has had, permeates to everybody following the side. Seals again, sprints in and bowls now, and there is a bit of his swing there as he goes back and defends, but other players would have been forward to that, particularly tall men, but he plays it comfortably, but it does slant in nicely. Still no sign of the new ball. Halfway through the 83rd over at the Kensington Oval in Barbados. Many highlights of the day, but perhaps first amongst them the appearance of Sir Garfield Sobers, the greatest all-round cricketer to play the game. Lovely to see him here, admittedly looking a little frail, but still with us, and still a figure to marvel at as Lawrence goes back and defends. And you back that up with a lovely smooth 100 from Joe Root, accelerating through the gears, having taken the softly approach to begin with in harness with Alex Lees. It was with Dan Lawrence that he then hit the pedal. But we must keep reminding you, it looks a secure surface to bat on. No uneven bounce, a great deal of pace. A Yorker this time, an attempted Yorker from Seals, who follows through and throws down the stumps, but Lawrence is in his ground. And that's the end of a weary day and the action of a frustrated man. It was Seals who got the first wicket. That was Zach Crawley, called at the wicket for no score. Gosh, it seems a long time ago that happened.
And he's sitting in there disappointing Zach Crawley now, isn't he? Seeing all what's happened since then. But that can happen as an opener, new ball. Seals was bowling a good line and length at that time. But that, as you said, Mark, that was out of frustration. That he's probably a bit disappointed with the surface, if anything. You're thinking, going to Barbados, Bridgetown, you'll have a little bit more pace and bounce than what it has.
That is out. No, he's dropped it. Not a difficult catch, and the bowler's gone mental. He's off on one. Very unhappy Jaden Seals. Oh, that was really... Oh, that's got to be caught.
Is he your normal slip fielder, Halsari Joseph? I cannot remember seeing Joseph at slip. In fact, often you don't see a fast bowler stood at slip these days. Straight through his hands.
Well, you'd be alright if it was Jimmy Anderson. Well, you'd reckon you might be. But that's Halsari Joseph, and that's why I didn't pick him at first, because I haven't seen him there. Anyway, he's put down a chance at shoulder height. Yes, it went quick enough, but he should catch that. And Jaden Seals was, well, furious as I hand over to Neil Manthorpe.
Thank you very much indeed, Mark. And nobody will be feeling the pain as much as Jaden Seals than Alzari Joseph, fellow fast bowler, standing at slip. Of course, Craig Overton is a regular gully fielder, and he fielded at gully in the first test for England, but unusual at slip, to say the least. See a frontline fast bowler. That one is punched off the back foot by Root to backward point, no run.
Well, am I right in thinking that Jason Holder has been fielding in the slips?
I don't call him a frontline, but he's an all-rounder. All-rounders, they're okay in the slips. We're happy with that. Here's Permaul once again. It's pushed defensively back to the bowler, no run. Yes, Jared Kimber, what were you about to share with us?
Tim Southey.
Tim Southey's become a very fine slip fielder, hasn't he?
Generally, most of the fast bowlers who are good at slip can bat as well, even a little bit.
Punched off the back foot. Well, that rules Tim Southey out there.
Southey and Anderson I think are a little bit rarer, but you've got Holder and Flintoff and Pollock. That usually there's a little bit of all-round skill. It's very rare to have a genuine frontline bowler. Going back, obviously, was it Willis who fielded at slip?
Willis?
No. Terry Alderman was another one?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was Bob Willis who fielded at slip.
Really? Probably because he couldn't run.
It does happen.
Back in the day, they used to do that.
For Sammy Permaul once again. Down was chipped straight back to the bowler and almost carries. Oh, Dan Lawrence come down the wicket there and he got turned a little bit square on. He was looking to whip it through the leg side. In the end, just chipped it straight back to the bowler and it almost carried.
Just seems a little bit frantic at the minute, doesn't he, old Lawrence? Just settle down.
I'm just wondering why. I mean, he's quite fidgety and busy anyway. But at the moment, he does. He seems a little bit hyper.
Well, the scoreboard pressure, it's dried up a bit, hasn't it?
Permaul, once again, Lawrence pushes it straight back to him, and there's no run. Yeah, it has, actually. It's been quiet 10 overs. But I don't understand why that would be getting to Lawrence. I mean, I know that he likes to keep things moving and doesn't like to be tied down, but it's been a really good day for England. It would take the gloss off if he made a mistake now. It's pushed back to the bowler again, no run.
So Crick Viz have a stat where they register touches in the field. Alzari Joseph, that's only the second ball he's ever touched in the slips. I think the other one might have been Nedge along the ground at one stage. So he doesn't usually field at slips. And so far he has a 0% success rate there.
That's only the second time he's touched the ball fielding at slip.
That's what the Crick Info database says.
And this is Test cricket. I mean, what's he doing in there?
Crick Viz.
Crick Viz, you said Crick Info. Crick Viz. Well, that's amazing. How in depth does that go? Does it? I mean, do we know how often fielders fielded at mid-on, or is it just the slip cordon?
Yeah, no, I think they can, because every time a fielder fields a ball, someone at Crick Viz is putting that on a fielding map and saying he's fielded this ball in this position. So we get a pretty good an idea. It would be harder with slips because the ball only goes there so often. But in a T20 game, you'd be able to tell how often someone was at long on.
Well, Jaden Seals is in for a new over, and that is defended by Root, straight back to the bowler. So he's obviously had to recover from his disappointment in the previous over, having Dan Lawrence dropped on 72, and it went for 4. It just seems like, the West... Poor old... I mean, you feel for Alzari Joseph. If he doesn't field at slip, and he's been asked to go in there at first slip, into a specialist position, isn't it? I mean, I know that it was shoulder height and fairly straightforward regulation. That's punched nicely off the back foot by Root, short ball, and a single to Permaul at backward point, deep backward point.
What we've got to remember, though, in his favour, is that it's a slow pitch, it's an old ball, and he was quite close. And Joe Root threw everything at it, a cover drive, and it flew to him at above shoulder height. Now, you wouldn't expect that on this pitch, would you? That's the only thing in his favour.
He didn't particularly move like a slip either, did he? If you have a look at his feet, he looked a little bit like someone... when someone's at the nets and the ball gets hit out to them?
Steered away by Lawrence, also for a single to deep backward point. Permaul fields 228 for 2.
He doesn't look natural in there, does he?
I think that's what I was going for. Like, he sort of crossed his feet over. Yeah. There was no movement. Like, slips move in a specific way. He moved like someone who's not a slip.
Is he still in there, by the way?
Yes, he is.
He's still there?
Yeah, he's still there.
I wonder if he's maybe got an injury, or if they're resting him, although maybe there are better places to rest him at the moment.
He's thinking for a fast bowler, you need to be moving around though, because you get stiff.
And Jason Holder's a fabulous slip. Swing and a miss from Joe Root here. What a flashing cover drive that was. I have to say, Jaden Seals is giving it everything. I mean, he's not bowling express pace, not like Alzari Joseph over 140 kilometres an hour, but he's giving it everything, and there was a bit of extra effort in that delivery, which Joshua De Silva, the keeper, took on the rise, and he's taking more deliveries on the dip than on the rise. Just again indicative of the lack of pace on the first day in this pitch. Let's hope that it does start to show signs of deterioration, therefore assistance to the bowlers as the test match goes on. The general feeling that it will take spin, and quite a lot of spin as the game goes on. Seals in once more, and pushed by Root again, square of the wicket on the offside. And, there's no run. Not whatever happens. I mean, if England lose 2 wickets in the remaining 5 overs, it won't have been a good day, but if they finish 2 wickets down, they might feel that they're 30 runs short of what they could have achieved, but 2 wickets down, there's plenty of scope for acceleration on the second day. And I mean, they might even go the Australia route in the recent test today, the test finished today, and go for their eggs in one basket bat for 2 days, and go for the scoreboard pressure route, as the last ball of the over is defended again without difficulty. Lawrence 77, his highest score in Test match cricket is 81. Joe Root is 117 not out. But England might, they might think that just going big and batting literally for 2 days, or maybe 40 minutes before the close of the second day, if Joe Root feels that the pitch is really emphatically going to be at its flattest over the first couple of days, and it does show signs of deterioration. Just visually looking at it, it does look like it's taken a bit of a beating on this first day, doesn't it?
Definitely the footholds as well. And you're thinking about Jack Leach later on. He'll be trying to aim for those, we call them the pizzas, don't we, where it sort of breaks up and pieces start to come off. One will bounce, one will scoot along the floor. And that's what they'll be looking at. As you said, they'll be trying to bat most of the day tomorrow for sure. And with, Stokes and Bairstow, Folkes, Wokes, you've got players that can play very attacking, so you can, that run rate can step up alarmingly. And as I said, it's been a sort of slowish day. It's picked up since Lawrence has come in. West Indies have got it back a little bit in this last hour or so. It's been a bit frantic the last 15 minutes or so. The England batters playing at balls that are slightly wide that they weren't doing early on in the piece. It's like two frames of mind. Do we play for the end of the day, or are we still trying to score? This mind might be a little bit muddled at times.
Jason Holder is taking the new ball.
Surprise him.
Well, it's his home ground. He's got a fabulous record here. First one bang on target. Lawrence plays it defensively back up on the offside. So it's exactly what you said when the new ball was due. I think what you both said actually is take half of it. So split the last 10 overs, take 5 with the old ball and 5 with the new ball. So there's 5 overs left.
I think that's down to Roach. Probably said, listen, I can do you 2, 3 max. And then to get 2 goals at it tomorrow morning. I think that's what they were looking at. But what surprised me, but Seals were bowling so well there with the old ball.
Holder again. Nice shape, back of a length, up onto his toes goes Lawrence, pushing it to Nkrumah Bonner at cover point.
But Roach is the one. If there's anything in the pitch and he can get a little bit of movement with it, we've seen him to the left-handers. He likes to make it go away from the left-hander from around the wicket. He's got 2 right-handers to bowl it now. Can he make one hold its line and get one to nick through to slip, or the keeper, or can he get one to nip through the gate where Root's looking to drive? He's played a few rush drives of late.
Here's Holder once again. That's nice shape again, just away from the right-hander. Lawrence leaves it alone. To be fair, Roach hasn't really used the pitch to take his wickets. It's all been in the air in recent years. I mean, it's swing that's got him his wickets. It's the taller, I guess, quicker men who really bowl the ball into the pitch that have been able to extract extra bounce or seam movement. But because Holder is 6'7", he's definitely got some movement. Here he is once again, and that one driven by Lawrence once more up towards mid-on, straight to the fielder. There's no run. But England finished the day 240 for 2. Yeah, we'll be thinking they're 30 runs short. You know, you want to be scoring at 3 and over, don't you, really, in modern day Test cricket? So at 240 for 2, that's 30 runs short of 3 and over. But hey, you win the toss, you choose to bat, and you lose 2 wickets on the first day. You'll happily take being 30 runs short of 3 and over outside the off stump once more, left alone by Lawrence.
And as a fast bowler, and Goffey be thinking the same, as you're only 2 wickets down, you think you got a whole day in the field the next day.
Yeah, well, you do. I mean, you always look at the wicket column, and it's like anything. If you're bowling, you look to get 3 or 4 wickets in that first session if you win the toss and bowl first. If you lose the toss and you end up bowling, you think, get 2 at lunch, you have a sniff of it, and then another 2 in the middle session, another 2 at the end, and you think, I've only got 4 wickets to get tomorrow.
Full ball from Holder, and a glorious drive through mid-off by Dan Lawrence takes him into the 80s. He equals his highest score of 81. That was a full length delivery. You could even say it was a half volley, to be honest. And it was beautifully put away by Lawrence.
Do you think with Holder today, we saw in the last Test matches, but he hardly bowled a bad ball, right? Do you think he's been told this Test match to try and just get the ball pitched up a little bit further rather than bowling for maidens, trying to hide the delivery? Because he's been expensive on this pitch. For someone like him and his skills, he's tried to bowl it a bit fuller, and I think he's been driven a lot in this game for such a tall bowler.
Yeah, I just find tall bowlers, myself, Caddy was the same. When we went full, it was just floaty, and that was like a throwdown, wasn't it? It's like, you know, you get a mate at the beginning of your net session, you say, can you just get me some on the front foot? And that was that delivery. It just, not that it looked tired, but it was just long, had nothing behind it, and Lawrence, in the form that he's in and shown today, he weren't going to miss out on that.
Right, 4 overs to go, and to take you through to the close of play, you'll be with Roland Butcher and Barry Wilkinson.
With Roach bowling to Root, who's turning the ball into the onside for another run. That's the one. 233 now for 2. 117 goes Root. Lawrence is on 81. West Indies have just been a little sloppy here. Should have been a catch a couple of overs ago. And they just looked a bit tired in the field, you have to say, Roland Butcher.
Yes, it's been a very long day for West Indies. We're coming towards the end, as you said, a pretty absorbing first day. I think England would have been very pleased the way things have turned out. They've won the toss, made that decision to bat, and really they've had a little bit of luck in the process, as West Indies were able to, keep the scoring rate down to a certain level.
Roach bowls, and this delivery is turned into the onside. No run there for him. This has been a very good day of Test cricket. It didn't look, when I saw the score on 47 for 1 at lunch, I didn't think it would have turned out this way. West Indies only picking up 2 wickets. We are still very much looking forward to tomorrow to see what it will hold, and if this pitch will perhaps do anything different, as Roach comes in now and bowls, and this time Lawrence gets to do it outside the line of the off stump, lets it go by to be taken by the keeper. 2 slips, actually 3 slips, but perhaps the first and the second and the fourth, no one in the third slip. Very deep gully. There's a cover in the mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, a backward square on the boundary. Roots 118 not out from 240 balls, 17 fours. He's really looked in a wonderful touch.
It certainly has. And West Indies late in the day now, back on the attack, with 2 slips and a gully in place.
As Roach comes in now and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence is getting a good delivery on the line of the off stump, digs it out, plays it out to the mid-off area, and there's no run.
Talented Yorker there by Roach. He's really given it a big effort in this over. Kibar Roach, he realizes the importance of finishing strong. It's been a long, tough day in the field, even though the score rate hasn't got away from the West Indies. The fact that they've only lost 2 wickets will be of some concern, and Roach in these final overs here seem to be running in, hitting the crease hard.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence this time is again defending, just pushing the ball back to Roach, who he couldn't field his own bowling, but is well backed up, and there's no run. Lawrence, to me, for me, has been the turning point of this game. His innings, while Root has scored 118, Lawrence's 81 for 138 for me is what turned this game around, if you ask me.
Well, he's played well, but for me, Joe Root is the man that I want to see, the anchor, the man who's in total control. Lawrence has played beautifully, there's no question about that. He's given you a chance, though.
On drive, straight to the fielder, mid-on, no run, 87 gone. It's England, 233 for 2. Root's got 118, and we've got 3 overs remaining. It's been a long day. Tomorrow promises to be very exciting. The crowd today, I'm told, 8,275, which is just below the full capacity. Full capacity, here's what, 10,000?
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing some spaces in the Hayes and Greenwich stand. I would imagine in the next couple of days we won't see too many of those. But getting back to what you were speaking about, Barry, I think a very important innings by Lawrence. It's really contributed to the position that England is in. Watching him, I do see a couple of technical things that he will have to work on in the future, because on other pitches, against other bowlers, you know, he will find some difficulty, but he's played beautifully.
It's going to be Jason Holder and bowls to Root. And Root is wrapped in the pad. They're appealing. Now it says the umpire, Nigel Duguid. And they settle for that. If you're interested in the football scores that are happening, of course, we've got 2 Premier League matches on today. Tottenham 2, Brighton 0, with just 72 minutes gone. And at halftime, Arsenal 0, Liverpool 0. That game, of course, would have been one of the rescheduled games. Arsenal still got a couple of games in hand. It's an interesting one.
Interesting for Man City, because they haven't dropped a point. They'll be quite pleased if Liverpool can drop one now as well.
Yeah, still a long way to go. Here comes Holder and bowls to Root. Root gets a delivery outside the line. The off-step lets it go by to be taken by the keeper. He's not going to take any risk at this particular stage in the evening. He's just content to let the balls go by. If he's not going to be threatened, then he'll not take any chances. West Indies tomorrow, I think, from what we hear, will no doubt start with Azari Joseph, keeping him fresh for tomorrow. He's by far their quickest bowler. Perhaps Joseph and Roach. With Holder, back to his mark now in his 18th over. Comes in again and bowls to Root. Root gets another delivery wide of the off stump, taken there by the keeper, and there's still no run. They have not attacked the stumps enough today, Roland Richard.
Well, even at this late stage, I mean, someone like Joe Root, with his experience and the fact that he's got runs behind his name, he's not going to be tempted to play at those balls that are wide outside the off stump. If Jason Holder can adjust his line and bring it another 5-6 inches closer to the off stumps, he's more likely to play at those type of deliveries. He's already got 3 people in catching positions as well.
Here he comes in again now, passes umpire and bowls to Root. Root is driving straight to cover, still no run. They're signalling one. There's 3 balls left. West Indies have had chances. Roach had Root caught behind, and the catch was put down. And then Jaden Seals had Lawrence should have been up caught at 67. And Zari Joseph put the catch down. And earlier it was the keeper, Joshua De Silva, who put the catch down, and his dad is flown all the way from Trinidad and Tobago to watch him play. Here comes Holder again and bowls to Root. He's squeezing the ball to square the offside for a single. And that will take his tally now to 119. It's 234 for 2 with just 2 overs remaining and 1 ball.
Yes, and just an easy push into the offside there by Joe Root. And when I think about Joe Root, Barry, I think back to some years ago. Joe Root, Kevin Hodge and Hayden Walsh all went to the Darren Lehman Academy in Australia together.
Here he comes again and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence is flicking the ball nicely down to the backwards square leg area. He gets 1, that's all there'll be. Lawrence will be looking tomorrow for his century. He is on 82, it's 235 now for 2. He keeps the strike as well. West Indies, what must they do tomorrow? What will England be looking to do? Will they be looking to push on in a positive fashion, or do you think that they will perhaps start the same way, where they might just watch the first hour or so and then kick it on after that?
Well, tomorrow's another day. You were going to start as if you zero. And in effect, you're at zero because you've got to come in, you've got to get used to the light, you've got to get used to the pitch, the bowlers, etc., etc. So it's back to square one. So really, England tomorrow have got to get through the early part of that new ball and again set the scene. If they can keep wickets intact, then they can accelerate later on in the day.
Here comes Roach and bowls to Lawrence. Lawrence this time is defending, playing the ball into the onside. Bonner is there, just throws the ball at the keeper. 235 for two with Lawrence. So 82 Root on 119. Last week was so long ago. That was Lee's, was LBW to Samuel Pamal for 30 from 138 balls. This partnership has been extremely impressive. As Roach runs in again and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence is defending. Scup out to cover, and there's no run. Player of the day, Joe Root.
Yeah, I can't argue with that really. Captain's innings, champion batsman showing what is possible, when you apply the application, when you understand your game, when you're playing on a pitch that is in your favour, how to take advantage of that. Yeah, it makes him very much the player of the day.
The shadows begin to lengthen here at Kensington Oval. It's Roach comes in again and bowls, and this one is driven straight to cover. Craig Bradford is there. That was well fielded because that was struck mightily hard. But Bradford was down quickly, and he was able to stop it. If it had passed him, it would have gone for four.
Yeah, it was well struck, but that's the area of Lawrence's game that he would have to improve if he's going to be a successful Test match cricketer, because he likes to go after balls on the up and wide, and on other pitches where there's a lot more movement, he will certainly bring the slips and gullies into play.
Roach bowls again, and Lawrence this time gets an extremely wide delivery. I think that might have been called wide.
Yeah, but I'm pleased and happy with the approach of Roach in these final overs. He's actually running into the crease, which is a good sign late in the day to see someone putting in a big effort. It's been a tough day. He would realise it's been a tough day. The body will be aching, but he's saying to himself, if we can get a breakthrough before the close of play, there's a new man in tomorrow, and anything can happen.
As Roach steams in again and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence this time is turning the ball down to flying leg. He'll get one. Zari Joseph is down there, so just a single. 236 for two. As Lawrence goes to 83. Of course, we had a duck earlier from Crawley. To the very last ball, the fans are remaining. They haven't caught up at all. In their seats, in their chairs, and still singing, still chanting, still waving, still cheering on England. That support has gone a long way today as the 12th man of the team. As Roach again bowls to Root, and this time is playing that delicate late cut again, just to the right of the field there at the third slip position to end the over, where England, who won the toss and batted this morning first, are 236 for two, with Lawrence of 83 and Root of 119. Partnership now worth 156 runs for 267 balls. Roach has bowled economically, 16 overs, 5 innings, none for 28. He's been the pick of the bowlers where economics are concerned, and I think perhaps he's been the best bowler. Formal has got a wicket and also a wicket as well. We saw how well the bowling of Joseph earlier. But we have to really commend the England side. It's going to be Holden. Comes in again now and bowls, and Lawrence gets the delivery that's wide of the off stump, very wide, and taken there by the keeper. 5 balls left in the day's play.
Yeah, much too wide. And this last over, Jason Holden really needs to make this count. Must try and make Lawrence with this new ball. He must make him play every delivery. Can't waste too many deliveries outside the off stump. I would also like to perhaps see in this over a strengthening of the slip cordon. I don't think 2 slips to the gully really warrants at this stage with a new ball. It should be 3.
Holder in again, comes in and bowls to Root. Root is on the front foot, defends. Holder has his hands up in the air. Not quite sure why.
Yeah, his hands up in the air because he's the length that his ball is expecting something to happen, but because the surface is so good for batting, there's very little, if or any, lateral movement whatsoever. So Jason's arms went up in anticipation of something happening, but what really happened, it just met the middle of Joe Root's bat.
2:36 for 2. We've only got 4 balls left in the day's play. It's been a very, very long day. With Jason Holder comes in now and bowls to Lawrence from 83, and Lawrence gets a full delivery that he's driving beautifully through cover. Runs here for him in the dark at the oval. That's going to go into the boundary for 4. Another beautiful cover drive, and that boundary takes him now to 87. They've got to get it early tomorrow. Could be a century for Lawrence. He's on 87 and it's 240 for 2.
Yeah, much better shot there by Dan Lawrence. Allowed the ball to come a little bit closer to him. Still a bit on the up. But the timing was superb, and Jason Holder will not be happy with that delivery because he needed to perhaps just pull it back slightly, but Lawrence played that beautifully.
Holder in again now and bowls to Lawrence, and Lawrence's time is driving again. This one is going to go down the ground. That's going to be 4 more. Hey, he might get it this evening. He's on to 91. But that was a beautiful shot. From the time it left the bat and it passed Kemar Roach at mid-off, diving to his right, you just knew it was going to get into the boundary. Well timed. This man has got some class about him.
Yeah, that's a beautiful shot. For me, that's the best shot he's played today, really. The timing is there. He's got on top of the bounce, and really, he just executed it quite beautifully.
2 legal deliveries left. He needs a 6 in there if he's going to get it this evening.
I wouldn't think he'd worry too much about that. When there's 200 on offer.
Holder balls, and this one he's driving, and he's out caught at cover. Lawrence is given away. Jason Holder, 2 balls ago, he said, "Don't worry about that 4. I've got it covered," and he showed just why. Well set up. Lawrence is gone, and the Windies peg one back. 2:44 for 3 with a ball left to go. It's Jason Holder. Give him the keys to Kensington. He's done it again.
Yeah, disappointing way to get out there for Dan Lawrence, but that's the way that he might get out in international cricket. He likes driving on the up. The ball not quite there, and there's a man placed specifically in that position. We spoke about this earlier, Barry Wilkinson, that is a key area for Dan Lawrence, and he will learn from this, but he's had an excellent innings. Sad that for him that he's got to go back to the pavilion at this stage of the evening, but he's played quite beautifully. He's got to learn from this, as I said, and really figure out that at this level you're not going to be able to stand up and just drive top bowlers on the up, because the slips and the extra cover position is going to become very, very, very important. Joe Root showed the way, and he's done it for a long, long time. He lets the ball come under his eyes and strike the ball, where Dan Lawrence uses his hands because he's got good hands. He gets his hands out in front of his pads, and that's what's cost him his wicket here. Driving extravagantly on the up, straightforward catch to extra cover, to the delight of Captain Craig Brathwaite and Jason Holder. Disappointment for Dan Lawrence, but at the end of the day, he played quite beautifully.
Well, this is now the most deliveries that Root faced in an innings versus the West Indies. Previously 229 at St George's in April 2015, and that was Lawrence's best knock in Test cricket. That has just come to an end. So too has the day's play, as the covers come on here at Kensington Oval in Barbados, and the shadows begin to lengthen. England 2:44 for 3 after winning the toss and electing to bat. Lees with LBW to Pramod for 30. Crawley was caught the silver ball seals for duck. Root remains there on 119. The captain has seen it all happen. And Lawrence, the penultimate ball of the day, which turned out to be the last ball of the day, gone for a well-played 91. Roach 16 overs, 5 maidens, done for 28. Seals 16 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 30. Joseph 13 overs, 1 maiden, none for 54. Pramod 22 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 61. Holder 18 overs with 5 balls. He will resume tomorrow, 4 maidens, 1 for 52. Border his 1 over cost 3. And Brathwaite 3 overs, no maidens, none for 15. We only had 4 extras, which is perhaps a pretty good sign. There was 2 no balls and 2 leg byes there for the West Indies. England 244 for 3. What an enthralling day of Test cricket we've had here, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, very tough day at the office for the West Indies. A little bit of reward coming right at the end with the wicket of Dan Lawrence. There with a field going into night 2 down. They would have been pretty sad about that, but that's given them a little glimmer of hope picking up that wicket there. Lawrence really in sight of 100. He'll be extremely disappointed because he's batted so well. He's offered such good support for Joe Root today, and really he deserved 100 as well. Cricket can be a cruel game. He lost his wicket just short of that, really, but at the end of the day, Joe Root, the captain, he is still there, showing that this pitch is a good one for batting, and when you get the chance, you've got to make the most of it. He's making the most of it, and West Indies have struck right at the death to finish off the day, and England going 244 for 3 and in a good position.
Yeah, so we look forward to the day 2 of this test match, as we now have the Following On podcast.
Yes, you're listening to the Following On podcast in partnership with the ECB. I'm Mark Nicholas, and I'll be joined by Darren Gough and Alex Tudor to look back at the first day of the second test between the West Indies and England, and in Antigua. No, not in Antigua, what I'm talking about, in Barbados. Anyway, dominant day for England, who finished it with, well, let's be honest, a disappointing final moment after a couple of scintillating boundaries for Dan Lawrence. He fell, caught at extra cover. In fact, the day hadn't started well, if they're honest about it. It didn't end well, it didn't start well. Remember Zach Crawley way back when?
Seals starts a new over, comes in and bowls to Crawley, and Crawley gets the delivery, that's edged, he's out caught, Crawley is gone, he's walking.
And Alex Lees and Joe Root had to rebuild. They did it slowly. They got up to 80 for 2 before Lees fell, but Dan Lawrence came in and gave the innings real momentum. Lawrence on strike, down the pitch he comes, chips it high and hard, gets all of it, does he? Oh, he does! He and Joe Root continued to score quickly, and immediately after that fine 50 moment came Joe Root's 25th Test Match 100. It's now Root on strike. 99! He's now made 100! A superb innings from England's captain. Plenty to look back on over the last 20 minutes or so. You're listening to Following On here on TalkSport 2 in partnership with the ECB. Well, Goffey, we thought we were going to have a splendid conversation about England's batting today, but it's just been tarnished a bit by that last-minute dismissal of Dan Lawrence.
Yeah, it's a shame for Dan. I think he played beautifully today. He really did. We were looking at lunchtime and think this is going to be one boring day of cricket, isn't it? What was it, 47 for 1 at lunch? The battle through there, but the way they came out was superb. When Dan Lawrence come to the crease, he upped the tempo, played some beautiful strikes, especially down the ground, and Joe Root went with him. And that partnership was absolutely superb. It was great for England, really up that scoring rate from 1.5 to about 2.8 in no time, really. It was fantastic batting, and it's just a shame for Dan, really. He passed his best score, which was 81, got to 91, looked like he was 100, nailed on, 2 fours off Jason Holder, and then it's one to cover with just 3 balls to go at the end of play. He'll be hugely disappointed there tonight. He threw away his maiden 100 in Test cricket.
Are you critical of him?
No, not at all. He's played that way throughout the day, and it's a terrific knock, by the way. 91 of 150 deliveries on a pitch that's proved very hard to score on. Let's be straight about this. It's quite slow. There's not much movement. The ball got old very, very quickly. It's quite dry and abrasive to surface, and the fielders were set out, so it was hard for him to hit the gaps. So it's a terrific knock from Dan Lawrence, and it gives us huge hope going forward when we're looking at this new lineup we've got there with obviously Lee's at the top of the innings, Joe Root going up to 3 and Dan Lawrence at 4. It's different, isn't it? And so you're excited for these guys who are coming in and putting runs on the board.
Okay. Before we come to Alex Tudor, we're going to go straight to Barbados. Marcus Trescothick is with Samuel Badger.
Disappointing for Dan. Obviously, he played so well going into the a little bit towards the end, but to be in this position, 3 down at the end of the day with nearly 250 on the board, we're very happy where we are.
And that partnership you mentioned, Dan Lawrence playing a special innings along with the captain Giroud, 164, really set things up quite nicely for you guys.
Yeah, it did. I think we had a great platform to go from, and I think that the combination of those two when they're playing well at the moment.
few genuine all-rounders play Test cricket. I think his record, again, isn't as good as it should be because he had to be played out of position. He opened the batting for India where realistically he probably should have batted around 6 or 7. But he was one of the few players at that stage who could handle the moving ball, so they popped him up to the top of the order.